Hi everybody, welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield. We've got some breaking news for you in regards to a mulch fire here in the valley. I'll get as much information on this as I can, and I will, as I continue to set up my computer, I will be back with you in just a minute. All right, this brush fire is on the I-17 and Joe Max. We've been aware of it for about half an hour now, or mulch fire, I should say. We've been aware of it for approximately half an hour now, and it's very visually overwhelming. You can see some firefighters here discussing likely their strategy. But those visuals are pretty haunting. Hopefully we can take you back over there pretty soon. But again, this is on the near the I-17 in Joe Max. So this is a mulch fire, which means it will be burning for several days. This is according to my producer, JD. Jonathan in the chat room says they're just glad it wasn't a car accident or something where someone got injured. Also, a very good point to make. No injuries being reported, but look at that fire. Oh my goodness. Look at all of, I mean, that is an unbelievable picture. Again, this is located on near the I-17 in Joe Max, and actually I'm seeing that my lower third isn't centered, and that's going to drive me crazy, so give me a second to correct that. It's at the I-17 in Joe Max, and it's a mulch fire, and I was just hearing from my producer JD that they expect that this is going to burn for several days. That is a lot of fire, however. And I'm seeing in the chat room some of you saying that you we're all alone in the other chat. If you find yourself in that situation, make sure you tell or you leave a comment in the chat that you are on the other feed. So if anybody else stumbles upon it, they know to come find us over in our new chat room, watching our new video. Seeing a little rain there hitting Sky Fox as well. I'm sure we'll have a lot of weather updates for you as the day progresses. I know we're seeing snow for the first time. We sent Jessica Flores actually to Flagstaff last night. And when the cameras were on her when she was on air, she was very professional and, bundled up in multiple jackets. But when she wasn't on air, you could see her shivering. I felt so terrible for her. So we're actually seeing a pretty decent amounts of snowfall in the state of Arizona right now. Rain throughout the valley. But we're currently looking at this mulch fire near the I-17 in Joe Max. Some very, very, very striking visuals we're currently getting thanks to Fox 10's Sky Fox helicopter. Looks like we are expecting to lose our helicopter here soon.
20 years. Miracle Valley. And we used to do
Marcus Wright. He's my Facebook friend still.
unbelievable.
He's
Like,
a buyout. What great video. That was the
unbelievable.
first
Marcus Wright. Kudos. He's awesome.
Where I wish I was. It looks like I'm getting a live feed from the CMAs. I wonder if I can take you there. I have to get permission. I don't think I can. Let me confirm. Looks like we're having some technical issues. We're not completely cutting out, but it's the visuals aren't as smooth as they typically are. I'm putting together my lower third for my top 5 stories. I think you're going to be really interested in some of these.
It does. It's Ivy League. Yeah, it feels like it.
Or even Texas. Texas. Yeah, I agree. Right. No, I know exactly what you mean. I was not a fan of pro movie stuff.
I will say that the smoke looked much more intense about 10 minutes ago. It does look like it slightly appears though this smoke is not as thick here. Again, this is on the I-17 in Joe Max. You're looking at a mulch fire that's expected to burn for several days. I am happy to report that Jude LaCava just walked in a turtleneck. It is fall here in AZ. We are loving this weather. Belle in the chat room just mentioning that Joe Max could use some rain right now. And I agree. And also every once in a while you'll see via Skyfox, that's what we're currently looking at, you'll see some raindrops on the screen. So every once in a while you will see that there's it seems like there's a little bit of weather activity happening over in this part of the valley. We're seeing a little bit of rain over here in the valley in the Phoenix area. And then it's snowing all over the state of Arizona, which is exciting as well. Cha-Cha says 2 people should wash their car and it will start to rain.
Always going to the campground. That was the biggest thing. They get stoned and they go to the Grand Canyon. And none of there were only 3 of them who were in my side.
Wow.
They all came back to have to come back to school.
Wow.
Because she went back here, because we haven't visited. She'll get a scholarship.
And thanks so much to DNF. I see you watching from Europe. We appreciate you. We're excited to have you. And if you're just joining us, we are looking at a mulch fire near the I-10 and Joe Max. We are about to lose these visuals, so I'm going to gear up to bring you my top 5 stories of the day. I was going to leave, but I almost feel as though this is oh, look at, you can see that lightning. I feel like this is a beautiful visual and I don't want to take you away from it. So let's stay on this for a few minutes. It's absolutely gorgeous, and you can see that lightning in the background. Again, we were at a mulch fire at the I-17 and Joe Max, and now Skyfox is heading back to home base. But here are some of the visuals they're giving us. You're seeing rain collecting on that lens. Let's see if we see any more activity in the sky. Gorgeous views via Skyfox, though. Thanks so much to our Skyfox chopper for bringing us these. Not to brag, but we're an awfully pretty, beautiful part of the country. And you can see again that rain collecting on the screen. A lot of weather throughout the valley. Hopefully we'll get Dave Muncie up here soon to give us a breakdown of what's to expect. But a lot of great weather. We're loving it. Everybody's in their hoodies and their turtlenecks and their sweaters. Don't forget I wore my Christmas sweater on Monday just because I wanted to be the first person to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, like the Target commercials. If you are a regular Fox News Now, and it's okay if you're not, sometimes when we have this awesome, fun, exciting, unique weather, because it is unique for us to not be sweating all over the place, we will put, especially when it's raining, we will put GoPros in our work trucks and just drive around the neighborhood. And we have so many people that are watching Fox News Now talking to us about how zenful that is and how much they enjoy that process. And we haven't done that yet because we're not getting downpours, but perhaps the Skyfox aerials that you're seeing are similar. I'm seeing a frozen screen though, so hopefully you're not seeing the same frozen screen. Is it moving? Oh, moving a little bit.
Smell that desperation a mile away. You feel like they're getting beat already. If they think they're getting a used car sale job, you can smell it a mile away.
There we go. There's our live feedback for you. A lot of green. I'm seeing a lot of green fields. And again, that rain collecting on the Skyfox camera lens. You know, this is so frozen that I think I'm just going to jump into the news with you. I like to start off my broadcast with our Fox 10 Facebook update. This is yesterday's because today's isn't done, and I'll update you with today's once I have that available. But let's jump into some real news, and this is localized. This is Phoenix, some highlights of Phoenix news, and I'll have some my top 5 stories on the other side.
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Today, a mother and her 3 young children were laid to rest. Her husband, the father of her kids, drove their SUV into Tempe Town Lake on purpose in a murder-suicide. Danica Baxter and her 3 children were honored by other family, friends, and people throughout the community. In Gilbert, a toddler rushed to the hospital after falling out of a second-story window. Skyfox was over the home in Gilbert this morning. The 1-year-old landed on gravel outside the home near Recker and Williams. The child taken to the hospital, condition unknown. A high school football player from El Mirage will be reinstated. Running back Pedro Banya was ejected from last week's game when he pointed to the sky after a touchdown. He says he was thanking God, but the refs called it excessive celebration. The Arizona Interscholastic Association reviewed the decision, and now Pedro gets the green light to play in this weekend's playoff game. Today's Election Day in the Valley. 27 school districts are asking voters to decide on overrides or bonds. In Glendale, a recall election for Glendale City Councilman Gary Sherwood. He helped negotiate a settlement with one Native American tribe, allowing them to build a casino in the city. Take a look at your 10-day forecast. Temperatures dipping a bit lower this week with a high of only 69 tomorrow, but temperatures will be back up in the 70s by the end of the week and into next. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John.
Let's take a look at our graphics. Hopefully these, oh no, this is Tower Cam. Look at how pretty the valley is. Look at that. It's a live look at the valley. Everybody in the newsroom keeps talking about this, and I haven't watched it yet, so you and I are going to watch it before I jump into my top 5 stories. We do top 5 stories every half an hour, and I'm almost at the half an hour. So until then, let's check out this story of Dr. Oz from this morning here at Fox 10 Phoenix.
Steve Starr, the regurgitator.
Hi. Absolute pleasure being on the show. I'm so delighted to be back in Arizona. It's
Were you
been a while.
surprised to see Dr. Oz on our show?
I'm shocked, man. I'm still in awe. This guy is brilliant.
Well, I can't make a house call. I'm going to examine you while you do these things.
Okay, well,
I'm
here,
so
here I
curious.
got is 3 $1 coins. Now, I will swallow these one at a time.
Okay.
And if you listen, you'll hear them drop into my tummy.
have a
So
microphone
that's
on?
coin number 1.
Okay.
Oh, what's it?
Now, you won't hear the first one. You will hear the second. Are you ready? Coin number 2. And here comes coin number 3.
Oh my goodness.
You heard
Did you
it?
really?
Yes.
So I got
There's
3
clicking
coins in
in
there.
there.
Would you like 1, 2, or 3? How many shall I bring back?
Well, I'd go for 3.
I'd get them all
please
out.
get them all out.
Versus the other way.
Number 1, and you know the funny thing? Bone dry, not wet. Number
How
2.
is that possible?
Number 2, sir. And I have
Here,
one
Andrea.
left. And here's the last one.
How's that possible?
Oh, now the last one's got stuck. So I have a snooker ball, and it's absolutely
We call that a pool.
100% real.
Wow.
That is
Okay, go
really
ahead.
Is
genuine.
there saliva on this? No.
So that's going to go in. When
Okay.
it hits the bottom, that dollar will automatically return. That well done, my
don't-
wife.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that is.
And that's still dry.
Come on.
And there's your dollar.
I am absolutely just
Hey, watch this.
shocked.
Watch
Got
this.
more? There's more?
Don't swallow
Taste
that.
that. Taste that. Now that is sugar.
Okay.
Yeah?
It's sugar.
Look, sugar
Yeah.
and water together. You see? The sugar gets wet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The sugar is going inside me.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Water.
Drinking all the water. No way.
Sugar's coming back up. Hey, open your hand.
Oh, yes, thank goodness.
hand.
I'm glad I'm standing
Watch
here.
the sugar coming up.
We're
Here
going
to
to be
here.
right over here, Andrea. We're going to be right
Are you
over
ready?
here.
Watch,
We'll be right over
There
here.
better just be
Watch.
sugar.
Watch my mouth. Here comes the sugar.
You're kidding me. Are you kidding me?
It is dry.
It is as dry as can be.
How's that
It's sugar. That is
All right, now.
the craziest thing
This
I've
is-
ever seen
this
in my
is-
life.
This is magic. Is
What would
it
your
is.
mother say to you when you did this kind of stuff?
Yeah, yeah. How did you, what was the first thing that you put back in and regurgitated back up?
Well, as a kid, I lived in a children's home in Scotland, an orphanage, and I used to hide my pocket money from the other children as a little boy. And little did I realize I'd end up doing it as
For a
profession.
living?
Yeah.
Really?
I was so good at
What's-
shoplifting. I was so
Oh,
good
of
at
course.
What's the
No one can ever
weirdest thing
find it.
what's the craziest thing, or the one thing that you did that didn't work out so well? That you tried and you're like, I'm not going to do that one again.
I mean, I tried it, but then I did do it again, was the Rubik's Cube.
A
because
Rubik's
it,
Cube?
Because it being square,
It
I thought,
fits in there?
yeah, can I swallow the Rubik's Cube and change it inside?
Oh, no.
Which I ended up doing it, so now I do it in the show. Someone
did?
checks it, they put their name on it, I swallow it, and I change it inside.
Are you doing this at the House of Comedy?
Yes, the House of Comedy.
All right, yeah, you're playing at the House of Comedy, High Street,
Tonight?
56th Street, Loop 101
Yes.
tonight.
Houseofcomedy.net.
Okay.
TV Star, the Regurgitator.
56th Street and 101. I love that area over there. You
Oh,
picked a
it's
good
ab-
venue.
Now, did
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
You said
It's
Rubik's
beautiful.
Cube. Are you talking about the little one on the keychain?
Yes,
No.
yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Miniature size one,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
my
Okay.
goodness.
that's still-
Jeez. Still, it's impossible.
Still, I was gonna say,
The big
yeah.
one. What's the biggest thing you put down?
Biggest object would probably be,
A person.
I don't know, I was in a bar one day and someone said, great show, Stevie. Can you do that? And they had a pet frog. And it was a big pet frog in Australia.
A live one.
Down it went, drank some water, it came back up, and it just hopped along the bar.
Oh,
it was
jeez.
completely fine.
You know what they say about
Completely
swallowing a frog? You don't want to look at it too long. No, you just want to get it down.
I am beyond impressed by you.
Thank
it
you
was
very
nice
much.
to meet you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes,
Thank you so
enjoy
very
your
much.
stay here.
Pleasure.
Congratulations.
Amazing.
Okay, and I'm going to jump into our top 5 stories of the day, and I've got the scenery that, well, no, I don't, not anymore. I had beautiful scenery for you to look at, and now Dave Muncie is messing with the maps. So there's some pretty scenery. I don't know how long I'll have that, because it's just a freeze frame of the, Sky Fox, our last Sky Fox visuals. But let's take a look at the top 5 stories of the day. 5 California students stabbed. A suspect stabbed 5 people on a university campus in Central California Wednesday morning before police shot and killed him, authorities said Wednesday. 2 of the victims attacked at the University of California, Merced, were taken by helicopter to hospitals for treatment, spokeswoman Lorena Anderson said, and this is according to FoxNews.com. The 3 other victims were treated locally, she said. Student Alex Lopez was headed to his class when he realized something was wrong on campus. I was listening to a podcast and there was a break in talking, and I just hear a gunshot, he said. He said police and first responders flooded the scene. You see this stuff all over the news and you see it happen to all of those other schools, but you don't expect it to happen at your school, said Lopez, 21. Few details about the stabbings were immediately available, but the incident occurred at around 8 a.m. local time in the classroom and office building, KCRA.com reported. The suspect was reportedly apprehended. The rural school is about 120 miles south of Sacramento. The campus in the city of Merced opened a decade ago, the first new school built in the University of California system since 1965, the university says on its website. In regards to the San Diego shooting, pardon me, give me 1 second here. All right, now I'm back. Sometimes you're interrupted here. That's just what you do. It's like you just go with the flow. All right, in regards to the San Diego shooting, and this is from FoxNews.com. This is an interesting story. This is ongoing. This is still happening, which is upsetting to walk in at the beginning of the day and deal with something, and then you're still dealing with it towards the end of the day, especially when there's a gun involved. San Diego police SWAT team members surrounded an apartment on Wednesday, where they said a man armed with a high-powered rifle was contained after shooting at officers responding to a domestic incident. Police and local media said, "We have him contained," a police spokesman told reporters at the scene in footage broadcast by another network I'm not going to mention. The San Diego Police Department said 2 local schools were placed on lockdown as a precautionary measure due to an active shooter incident in the city's Midtown area. The San Diego International Airport said on Twitter a ground stop was in effect for all arriving aircraft due to police activity nearby, and it advised passengers to check with their airline before trying to travel. The suspect was reportedly firing a high-powered rifle from an apartment window in the vicinity of the San Diego airport, prompting the Federal Aviation Administration to bar incoming flights from landing. The San Diego Union Tribune reported that police have flooded the area in Bankers Hill and are working to isolate the gunman. No injuries have been reported, but a nearby elementary school was placed on lockdown. At 1 p.m. local time, arrivals could resume at the San Diego International Airport, and negotiations are ongoing. Okay, in regards to that brush fire we just saw, it's 1 acre PIO on Frontage Road north of Joe Max. He is parked Smoke is blowing to the east. No freeway issues. The smoke is not blowing over the freeway. No building issues. No people injured. But this is a deep-seated fire, so access is a challenge. The fire department is having problems getting enough water to the fire. We are encountering water issues, says the fire department. Water is a big problem for us right now. Oh, so we'll probably bring you more from that Joe Max fire, but that is an update on that. In regards to my number 3 story, most GOP candidates are topping Clinton in the most recent poll, FoxNews.com. A new national poll shows nearly every major Republican candidate beating Hillary Clinton in a hypothetical general election, and it shows Ben Carson leading by a resounding 10-point margin. This poll was taken last week after the GOP presidential debate in a head-to-head matchup with leading GOP candidates. Clinton only edges out Donald Trump, but the survey shows Carson, the retired neurosurgeon who has been trading the lead with Trump in GOP primary polls, with a 50-40% lead over the Democratic frontrunner. Clinton's lead among women evaporates when she's pitted against Carson. Women break for him over Clinton, 45-44%. Florida Senator Marco Rubio also beat Clinton, 46-41%. Texas Senator Ted Cruz beats her, 46-43%. And New Jersey Governor Chris Christie beats her, 46-41%. Clinton still leads Trump, 46-43%. Clinton appears to be hurt in part by her public image, with the poll showing 52% have a negative view of her versus 42% with a favorability view. At the moment, Dr. Ben Carson is delivering a troubling diagnosis to Secretary Hillary Clinton. Tim Malley, assistant director of the university poll, said in a statement, Clinton gets crushed on character issues, pounded by Carson, and closely challenged by Senator Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and Senator Marco Rubio. The poll also shows more voters have a negative than positive view of Trump, as well as former Florida Governor Jeb Bush. As for the primary polling, it shows the races in a similar state. Clinton easily beat Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side, and on the GOP side, Trump narrowly edges Carson, 24-23%. Rubio and Cruz clock in next at 14% and 13% respectively. The poll of 1,144 registered voters was taken October 29th through November 2nd. It had a margin of error 2.9% points. All right, this story is probably the most ridiculous I could even imagine bringing you today, because I've brought you some pretty ridiculous ones in the past, and this is real life. A man in Houston, Texas has been arrested and charged for allegedly stabbing a friend to death for taking the last piece of chicken at dinner, according to a report. Ronaldo Cardozo Rivera, 38, has been charged with murder after police say he killed 34-year-old Darwin Perez Gonzalez on October 30th. According to police, 5 men were eating and drinking in an apartment when Perez Gonzalez took the last piece of chicken. Cardozo Rivera then became angry, started an argument, and eventually both men went outside to have a fist fight. During the fight, police say Cardozo Rivera pulled out a knife and fatally stabbed Perez Gonzalez. Then he fled the scene, but later returned and admitted to police that he'd stabbed his friend over the last piece of chicken. So that's real life. I don't know how you digest that, but there you go. Retired TSA dogs need homes. This is FoxNews.com. When Transportation Security Administration bomb-sniffing dogs retire from patrolling airports and elsewhere, they need good homes and people to care for them. Fox 5 New York is reporting this story, and I think it's a great one. The dogs up for adoption are either retired or didn't get through the explosive detection training. They are usually German short-haired pointers, Labrador retrievers, German shepherds, and they're between 2 and 10 years old. Most of the TSA dogs have lived in kennels, not houses, and thus are not familiar with living in a home environment, the TSA said. The dogs are located in San Antonio, Texas. If your application to adopt one of the dogs is approved, you do have to travel there to pick up a pooch. But how special would it be to have a TSA retired puppy? To apply, you can contact the TSA adoption coordinator at Adopt a TSA Canine at ole.tsa.dhs TSA.gov, and I will tweet this information out if you're interested in that story. I think it's a very interesting story. Then I will tweet out that contact information if you sincerely would be interested in adopting one of those dogs. 2 to 10 years old, a 2-year-old puppy, they're still puppies then. They're still sweet and little and crazy. Sid wants a TSA puppy. That's right, Sid. You know what's up. And let me show you some of the stories from our local news station, Not the Regurgitator. We've done that for the day, huh? Didn't we? We got that out of our system.
So, like, he'll knock out a couple shows a day?
Only on Fox, it can be overwhelming. The transition from high school to college, where teenagers are suddenly expected to act like adults.
Recent studies show an alarming increase in student depression and suicide. Class loads, part-time work to pay off fees, and crippling student loan debt can be overwhelming. But there is help if students have the means and the will to ask.
The biggest transition for me moving to college was just how that changed my life.
18-year-old Tristan is a freshman at Arizona State University, but his bout with depression and suicidal thoughts began at a much younger age.
I had just moved to a new school in 6th grade.
He attended 3 different schools in 3 years, and it was too much.
I began to think about suicide. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon for teenagers to have those thoughts of suicide.
In the past 15 years, depression has doubled and suicide tripled for U.S. college students. That's according to a study by the Anxiety Disorders Association of America.
In fact, in one study with the University of California, incoming freshmen were showing the lowest rates of self-reported emotional health that they had seen in 5 decades.
Sandra McNally is a prevention manager with Impact Suicide Prevention Center. She's seen depression and suicide develop at a much younger age.
We see it actually with elementary school and middle school students as well. They get to college, it seems like a lot of young adults lack the coping skills, lack the resiliency to be able to feel good about themselves.
ASU took some heat in the media recently for closing its campus mental health clinic in Tempe. We asked them for an on-camera interview. They declined, sending us a statement saying, in part, in cases when a student needs the specialized assistance of a psychiatrist, ASU Health and Counseling Services guide the student to a provider from our extensive network of local psychiatrists. In other words, students are referred to off-campus psychiatric care.
I think it is important that students have those resources, and I am glad that they at least have those counseling resources and a health center on campus that can at least make those referrals.
The move does seem to buck the trend of having more mental health care on campus. The Wall Street Journal recently reporting more universities are opening psychiatric centers on campus due to increases in depression and anxiety.
If institutions are savvy enough to say, hey, if we can provide some intervention services, we're really going to save lives down the road.
Of the 14,000 calls a year we get, 1 in 3 of those calls is from a kid who is thinking about giving up and who is giving up hope.
Nikki Kontz is the clinical director for Teen Lifeline, where teenage volunteers take calls from other teenagers who need help.
Teens really prefer to talk to other teens about problems that they're having.
To battle depression and the risk of suicide, she says college students need stronger coping skills.
For adolescents 18 to 24 years old, they don't even know how to make doctor's appointments by themselves. They've always had their families doing that, their parents, but now they're expected to be adults.
And she adds they need something to fall back on, something besides schoolwork.
They're still kids. They're still kids. They still need a break.
I think it is especially hard for teenagers sometimes to identify people in their life who they really feel like they can talk to about this.
Tristan's parents got him the help he needed, and he has since turned his depression and thoughts of suicide into a positive. Besides studying social work at ASU, he's also a Teen Lifeline volunteer.
if they're calling me, they don't really have anyone else in their life who's going to just let them talk.
And he can relate to issues that college freshmen are dealing with.
They see suicide as an option because they feel so overwhelmed, so trapped by all of the issues in their life that they just cannot see another way out.
But he wants everyone to know that no matter the school, the age, the circumstances causing depression, there's help out there.
There's always someone there who is going to talk to you, who's not going to judge you, and remember that you're not alone in this and that there are people who will help, who will care.
Well, we have phone numbers and links to Teen Lifeline and Impact Suicide Prevention Center on our website with tonight's story. It's on fox10phoenix.com. And we also have more of the signs of depression and suicide on our Facebook page, facebook.com/fox10phoenix.
All right, I have two breaking news. I have two updates for our breaking news for you. One is in regards to this San Diego standoff. And the update I have for you is the suspect in the Bankers Hill standoff has surrendered, ending a 5-hour ordeal. And that's from San Diego police. Let's see if I can find that tweet for you and give you a glimpse. So you can see here, suspect in custody for shooting incident, so that's good to know. Additionally, I have an update, well, I have breaking news for you, and this is in regards to Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. The Terminal 4 A and D security checkpoints are currently closed, and the west portion of Terminal 4 Level 3 has been cleared of passengers while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution. Passengers are being screened through the other two Terminal 4 checkpoints. Some flight delays are anticipated, so again, the Terminal 4 A and D security checkpoints are currently closed, and the west portion of Terminal 4 Level 3 has been cleared of passengers while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution. Passengers are being screened through the other two Terminal 4 checkpoints. Some flight delays are anticipated. So if you are thinking about just jumping on a flight to Tahiti today, I'd rethink that. And I've lost my beautiful visual because we are actually headed via Skyfox to Sky Harbor Airport to get kind of an overview of the activity that's going on there. So I can bring that to you later once I know more and once we're actually at that location. Let's go into some
A Dysart High School football player who's been in the national spotlight the last couple of days scores a big victory off the field today.
The star running back was ejected from a game last week and suspended from a playoff game after he says he pointed to the sky to praise God after a touchdown.
Well, today, the Arizona Interscholastic Association overturned the penalty and says this was never about his faith. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia joins us now with details on this. This really upset a lot of people.
Yeah, this became a huge deal nationwide, and it's definitely a huge deal for the Dysart High School football team and for number 15, Pedro Banda. Dysart is going to the playoffs for the first time in 2 decades, and Banda is the star running back. He will not be suspended for Saturday's game. He thought he got a penalty for his show of praise to God, but AIA officials say the penalty call was prompted because of unsportsmanlike conduct and not because of his religious display.
This was the play that led to Pedro Banda getting ejected from the football game last week. Banda says when he pointed up, he was praising God, but the referee called it excessive celebration, in part because of the unsportsmanlike behavior displayed earlier in the game.
By rule, that was his second unsportsmanlike penalty in the game. By rule, he's ejected. And it was a very highly emotionally played game. There was a lot of talking and trash back and forth.
Banda's first penalty was for taunting after his first touchdown.
I was walking away and passed one of the players, and that's when he said something to me. I just looked at him.
So when he did this after his second touchdown,
that was perceived by the officials to be a taunt. only because they had told him and warned him earlier before the play to stop the taunting.
Dysart High appealed the second penalty, so AIA officials looked into it.
It was tough on the committee because we looked through all of his game film for the whole season and his scoring, and he never once did that during the entire time. And so we struggled with that. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to the rule, this was not a prolonged display. He just went and did that and moved on. We didn't see that as a taunt to the point of an ejection.
So the suspension has been overruled, and Bonda will play with his team in the school's first playoff game since before any of the players were even born. Bonda declined any more interviews, releasing this statement, quote, "I am appreciative of the AIA hearing my appeal and overturning the earlier decision. My focus is on joining my team for our first playoff appearance in 21 years.
And the Dysart football coach, J.R. Alcantara, released this statement saying, quote, "We appreciate that the right decision was reached, and now we can focus on playing football," unquote. Dysart takes on Snowflake this Saturday. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
And what I'm currently seeing, and I'm going to go ahead and switch my lower third quickly for you. What we're currently seeing right now is we are at Sky Harbor Airport live. This is our skybox at Sky Harbor Airport. The Terminal 4 A and D security checkpoints are currently closed, and the west portion of Terminal 4 Level 3 has been cleared of passengers, while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution. Passengers are being screened through the other two Terminal 4 checkpoints. Some flight delays are anticipated. So you're currently looking at Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport, where they have closed off Terminal 4 Level 3 due to an unattended bag, and we are anticipating some flight delays via Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. A lot of airport action in the news today. Oh, just lost my feed. Let's go back into some local news for you.
Steve, have you voted? Yes, it is Election Day. Polls open until 7 tonight. Arizona voters deciding on a number of multi-million-dollar bond measures across the state. 27 school districts have override or bond elections tonight. In Glendale, Councilman Gary Sherwood is facing a recall vote. Sherwood has been a vocal supporter of the Tohono O'odham Indian Nation Casino in Glendale, but was against it during his 2012 campaign. Pima County, southern Arizona, voters there will also say what they want to do about the largest bond package ever introduced. It's a nearly $816 million package that would benefit some 99 projects. Stay on top of all the returns when the polls close. We will have a link at fox10phoenix.com.
You can head over to fox10phoenix.com right now because that's where we have all of those results listed.
Opening statements today in the first-degree murder trial of Barry Hassel. Prosecutors say Hassel was part of a gruesome murder in Paradise Valley. Philanthropists Lawrence and Glenna Shapiro killed in their home during a burglary and then their home set on fire. Steve Kraft joins us live with the story tonight. Steve.
Michael Crane faces first-degree murder charges in the killings, but prosecutors say Barry Hassel was driving with Crane on January 30th, 2012, looking for homes to burglarize. So he is part of the crime and should be found guilty of murder. Now, in court today, Barry Hassel was indicted. Of course, in the case back in 2013, he paid a $25,000 bond and was released on the condition that he'd wear an electronic ankle monitor and follow a curfew. But police say he cut off his ankle monitor and fled. He was caught by a DPS officer who tried to make a traffic stop. Then Hassel sped away, bailed, and hid in some bushes. Prosecutors say He drove the car the night Michael Crane allegedly murdered Lawrence and Glenna Shapiro. Hassel's attorney says he was in no way an accomplice and had no idea this terrible crime would be committed.
They are each other's accomplices, and I'll talk to you about how the law defines that in Arizona. They are co-conspirators, and their plan was to commit or attempt to commit burglaries together during those early morning hours.
The trial should last 4 weeks. 5 other people have also been indicted in connection with this case, but they face lesser charges, including theft. Crane also faces murder charges in the killing of Phoenix cigar salesman Bruce Gaudette just 4 days before the Shapiros were murdered. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News. Is this Marco's moment? Apparently, the conservative punditocracy and Republican elites have decided that Marco Rubio is the man. They think he did a great job at all 3 debates. They think he is a palatable alternative to both Ben Carson and Donald Trump. And they're very impressed just with his general demeanor, the cut of his jib. He's inching up in the polls, and he's waiting for other candidates to fold so that he can go from, right now, a solid 3rd place to a real challenger for the top spot. But what we really don't know at this point is if he's going to turn on all those people who so far haven't been that interested in a Rubio candidacy. If you like Donald Trump, if you like Ben Carson, could you be persuaded to vote for Marco Rubio? Or if he gets a nomination, would you simply sit the election out? I want to hear from you. It's easy to do. Get in touch with me on Twitter at SCraftFox10 or on Facebook at SteveCraftFox10. It's real easy to do.
New at 5, a Valley man honored for saving 2 people from their burning home. This was a really big fire. It happened last May. He was just passing by when he saw the smoke, and he had no idea that there were people trapped inside. Fox 10's Linda Williams live in Scottsdale with the story. He's being honored. This is a well-deserved honor, Linda.
Absolutely is, Carrie. We are in north central Phoenix near 14th Street and Missouri. This is the house that went up in flames back on May 19th. You can see it is still boarded up. The good news is there were no fatalities here, thanks in part to Tim Brislin and 2 other men. It was 5 a.m. Brislin was on his usual morning jog around the neighborhood when he saw a column of smoke coming up from this house. He ran to help. He called 911, and he and 2 others ended up rescuing 2 people who were trapped inside. Now, those people were unconscious when Breslin and the 2 others found them. Those people were in critical condition, but once again, the important thing is they did survive. Flash forward to today. We are at a real estate investment company in North Scottsdale where Brislin works. This is where the Phoenix Fire Department awarded Brislin for his bravery. He received the Citizens Life-Saving Award because he did run up to the door of that burning house, and he tried to kick it in at first, and then 2 other neighbors joined him with a pry bar.
For them to pry that door off the hinges, put it away, and drag the people out. They were able to actually carry the lady out, and then Tim by himself dragged the gentleman out to the front yard.
I came upon the house and saw what was going on. It just, when I heard people were inside, just seemed like the thing, it was just important to do, to get in there and help them any way I could. Thankfully, they were right behind the door, and it didn't require going all the way in the house, because it was very, in a very bad situation.
What do you think about what your dad did, and what did you think when he told you the story?
It was cool, and he was brave to do it.
Brave, and it was very cool. His kids, his wife, very proud of him. He says it was surreal at the time. He says it was just his instinct to go in and do what he could to help. You think, well, is he a cop? Is he a firefighter? Is he in the, the military? And no, he's a real estate investment broker up in North Scottsdale. So what a great story, and congratulations to him. Well done. I'm Linda Williams in North Phoenix, Fox 10 News.
Well, today a final goodbye for a mother and her 3 babies. Danica Baxter and her 3 young kids were laid to rest as family, friends, and the community said goodbye and celebrated their lives.
Much to break. My heart is torn to pieces. It's my offering.
At the funeral for a mother and 3 small children, there were tears, hugs, and sadness. But at today's service, there was also cheering, praise, and thanks.
We just truly thank God even for you being out here today. Amen. You just coming out here. Amen. You coming out from your jobs and your different various places. These are my cousins. Amen. And I want to tell you all, we truly appreciate the prayers. We truly appreciate you coming out. We truly appreciate all the calls. We truly, and we got to talk about it. We truly appreciate the donations. Help somebody.
Danica Baxter and her 3 children were killed when the children's father drove their SUV loaded with his family into the Tempe Town Lake. Police say he did it intentionally. While it was hard to say goodbye for most, others were able to share happy memories of the family.
3 little angels only here for a while. When we think of them in the future, we will always smile. Danica and the babies left us all behind for a journey to heaven which is so divine.
We thank you that you allowed them to pass through our lives. Now would you keep us and help us to realize that you know best. And where they are in a better place.
God is the author and finisher of everyone's faith.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
And there ain't nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do about it is live the right life on this side of the dirt.
After today's services, the family will be laid to rest at Greenwood Memory Lawn Cemetery in Phoenix.
And I just received a notification on my Facebook page that John Hook just went live with Jude LaCava. Why don't we take a look at that over here and see what these guys are talking about. How fun.
Hey guys, John Hook along with Jude LaCava. We're going to try this again because we had a little technical issue.
I think we should get a sports score right about now.
We have to hold the camera up this way. Remembering 14 years ago tonight, we were getting ready to do a pregame on the third baseline, Jude and I. And I remember Kevin McCabe used to work here coming up and saying, "Hey, don't be nervous, guys. They're watching in the clubhouse."
It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
Jude, it was an amazing night.
You know, I look back and there's so many moments that are forever imprinted on the baseball fan, the city of Phoenix. But it was the aftermath. We're up at Sliders with Jerry Colangelo. You remember that?
Yeah. We were sitting there having a beverage. Jerry was not. Jude and I were having a beer afterwards. Jerry had the trophy and the spires that come out of the trophy that have the flags on it all around. It had been manhandled in the locker room, so they were all bent. And getting this kind of look at the trophy, and there's Jerry in Sliders holding the trophy that he had worked so hard to finally get a championship. Never got one in basketball. And I think you and I both had the same feeling. There was a little, is this it? Is this the pinnacle, right? And it's again a reaffirmation that it's the journey, not the destination that's special.
And I think what reemphasized that was that it's just you, me, and Jerry. wait, where's the team? What's going on? I mean,
exactly.
But the events leading up to it were absolutely remarkable. And Kurt Schilling had pitched beautifully going into the late innings. Randy Johnson had jogged out from the bullpen. And here comes Mariano Rivera, the best closer in postseason baseball history. And here comes Mark Grace leading off the inning. And Gracie, in his kind of loosey-goosey kind of way, gets on base. And all of a sudden, immediately it went from, oh, no, Rivera to, hey, wait a minute.
We got a shot.
Got a shot.
Yeah, and I felt that way because, as we talked earlier, in New York, the D-backs had touched Rivera a little bit. They'd gotten to him a little bit. They had gotten some hits off him, and I thought, well, they've seen him. They've gotten some hits. It could happen. And they were in a good part of the order to get it done.
They were, and after he threw the ball into center field, you're like, wait a minute, man, he's lost his poise. He's not invincible. And if you follow all that, then Craig Counsell gets hit, and then Jay Bell pinch runs, and here comes Luis Gonzalez. And you're thinking, wait a minute, if there's anybody, the season he had, if there's anybody that could pull this off, maybe it's Gonzo.
Let's talk about that for a minute, because you've had some conversations with Gonzo that he has woken up in the middle of the night in the years since and thought about what?
What if it doesn't happen? What if I don't get that hit?
Everything changes.
Because, you know, he's an iconic figure in town. He's with the organization now. He will forever be attached to that remarkable moment. But, you know, there is that fine line between victory and defeat, and it was a little blooper. The infield was in, and it was just enough to get over Jeter's head. And the spot still marked out there at the Chase. And here comes Jay Bell, and Matt Williams greets him, and the D-backs are world champions.
It's incredible. And on the backdrop of 9/11, which was incredibly emotional to go back there. We were there a month after 9/11, and the rubble was still smoking at Ground Zero. It was simply unbelievable. And down in Battery Park, all of the pictures and the candles of loved ones who'd been lost, and it just remained rain-soaked, worn, and you knew those people weren't coming home.
Yeah, that it was such a emotional time in realizing that you're there, and amidst this, the biggest event in American sports history, the World Series, and it was becoming the distraction that this country needed desperately. But I'll tell you what was interesting that I'll never forget. And you and I were we were outside Yankee Stadium, a good distance away. It was Game 5 when B.K. Kim was reinserted into the game, and there was a collective, oh my gosh, can you believe it, roar. And I was watching the TV set, and you came, I said, what just happened? You asked me, if you remember this. I said, B.K. Kim's back in there in relief again after what had happened in Game 4. And they got to him again. And they now have control of the series 3-2.
Right.
But you could hear this collective roar, almost with a degree of laughter, like, are you kidding me?
What are they doing?
Emanating from the stadium.
Right. And I remember saying that night in our broadcast, it was Halloween. Remember?
Yes.
It was Halloween. And I said, this is a haunted place. Let's get the heck out of here. And they get back to Arizona and win it. But as you've pointed out, without B.K. Kim, that series isn't nearly as interesting.
The Diamondbacks, and I don't think a lot of people really discuss this, they were the dominant team, you know, especially with Schilling and Johnson, and a veteran-based team that can handle anything. They blew them out the first couple of games, decisive wins. So if not for BK and the added drama of going games 4 and 5, there's never a 6 or 7. I think they would have won in 4 or 5 games.
The best team won.
The best team won by far, and they created this drama via BK Kim, and then added to this underdog role against Rivera in Game 7. So you can't write. I mean, if you sat there and said, "Give me a Hollywood script writer," you really it sounds like too good to be true, a Disney movie. And
the Disney movie would have had the Yankees winning to give the city a boost
right.
after 9/11, and I think people going into it kind of thought, well, it's kind of destiny. The Yankees have got to win this.
And keep in mind too, we were there years earlier when they broke ground. You and I were playing catch on the same piece of property that became Chase Field at the time, and to see this accelerated effort. The birth of a franchise on the field in '98, and in 2001, a World Series championship.
It's incredible. The city came of age that night.
They really did.
And we didn't burn the city down either. That was the thing I was most proud about, that the city handled the victory with class.
Yes.
14 years ago. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. But
I'm glad we did it together,
It was great. It was unforgettable, and to share that with you and the crew, and to go back to New York, and like we've said so many times, if there was anything that came along at the right time to move this country forward in a small way, it was the World Series, to say, let's get back to some degree.
All right, and I'm going to break from this. I'm a girl, so I don't know half of what they're talking about. But let's head over to Sky Harbor Airport, where we are dealing with a breaking news situation there. The Terminal 4 A and D security checkpoints are currently closed. You are unable to use these checkpoints, and the west portion of Terminal 4 Level 3 has been cleared of passengers while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution. And I'm sure you've heard this a million times when you're standing in Sky Harbor Airport. They tell you to report unattended bags and not to leave your bag unattended. They tell you to take your bag with you wherever you go, even if you get up to go to the restroom, even if you get up to go grab Starbucks. They request via their loudspeaker repeatedly that you not leave your bag. So somebody apparently reported an unattended bag as a precaution, and passengers are being screened through the other 2 Terminal 4 checkpoints, which I'm sure is beyond inconvenient. This is a huge airport. Some flight delays are anticipated, but this is out of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, and let me update my lower third for you so you can see, in case you're just joining us. Okay, so here you can see we are currently hovering over Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport via Skyfox. I don't know when the last time you were in this airport was, and I don't know if I've necessarily heard it as often at other airports. But when you are at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport and you're waiting for your flight, you repeatedly hear over the loudspeaker that you are not to leave your bag unattended, even if you're going to Starbucks or to the restroom, to take your bag with you. And apparently somebody did not take their bag with them, and they also say during that loudspeaker that you need to take it with you, and if you see somebody that is left there unattended, to report it to an employee of the airport. So it looks as if somebody has reported a suspicious unattended bag at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport in Terminal 4, which has led to them shutting down multiple security checkpoints at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Additionally, they have cleared out the 3rd level. So it's Terminal 4 Level 3. It's been cleared of all passengers while police are checking on this unattended bag, and it's just precautionary, but they have cleared out Level 3 of the passengers. Some flight delays are being anticipated. But that is why we are currently on Skyfox. Skyfox is currently on Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. If you're expected to fly out of Terminal 4, I would definitely check with Phoenix Sky Harbor's Twitter page.
They work out. They work out. When did you guys shoot it? Oh,
Sky Harbor tweeted approximately 40 minutes ago, check flight status if flying out of Terminal 4. Police checking out unattended bag as a precaution. Checkpoints A and D closed. So they're keeping engaged with you via Twitter, thankfully. If you're just now joining us, Sky Fox is over Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. This has been going on for approximately, I'd say, slightly less than an hour, but almost an hour. Police have cleared out level 3 of Terminal 4. All passengers were evacuated. In Terminal 4's A and D security checkpoints are currently closed. The west portion of Terminal 4, level 3, completely cleared of passengers, completely cleared as police are checking on an unattended bag. Just as a precaution, this has been going, Phoenix Sky Harbor tweeted about it 40 minutes ago, so we know it's at least been going on for 40 minutes. Passengers are being screened through other Terminal 4 checkpoints, which I know as a regular flyer, I'm sure the people that are currently traveling are very inconvenienced by this. Some flight delays are obviously anticipated. And if you have spent some time at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, you've heard over the loudspeaker repeatedly, they repeat the same message: please do not leave your bags unattended. And then they ask you to report if you see a bag that's left unattended. So this is something that they take very seriously at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. And it's even if you just want to walk over to the water fountain or to the vending machine, they expect for you to take your bags. You can't leave it as a seat saver. They expect for you to haul your bags all over the airport. So it is something that Phoenix Sky Harbor takes very seriously, and it looks as if they've been dealing with this for approximately an hour. But flight delays anticipated, and if you are somebody that already has a low tolerance for drama at the airport, this is something you might want to be aware of prior to packing up and heading in that direction.
Kind of a hairy landing though, isn't it?
Here's a tweet from Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, and just to give you, this is a little nerdy insight. I think it's interesting that it received so many retweets, but nobody's favoriting flight delays or areas of the airport being shut down. No one likes that. It's a reminder that the next time you do head to Sky Harbor, make sure you have luggage on you that is convenient to travel with, so you aren't desperate to throw it in a corner for a few minutes and run to Starbucks.
It's not that complicated. You just got to remember that. That will be pretty good control. It used to be just, it'll be locked.
And if the newsroom sounds rowdy at the moment, it is because we are gearing up for our 5 p.m. news broadcast with John Hook and Carrie Lake. So if you're local, we hope that you'll spend your 5 p.m. hour with John and Carrie. You can tune in channel 10. If you're not local and you are interested in Phoenix news and national news, we're at fox10phoenix.com/live. But these are currently visuals. the Sky Fox of Sky Harbor International Airport out of Phoenix, Arizona, where we're located, where Terminal 4 is kind of at a standstill until they determine who this bag belongs to and what's inside. I imagine a process like that would, I know that they have robots that they use if they're concerned with it being a bomb. I do not report that that's currently what's going on, but I would be curious to see what the process is when there is a bag, an unidentified bag left, an unattended bag left throughout the airport. Tess says, when I fly, I carry a messenger bag with my laptop and stuff, but I always check my suitcase. I hate dragging it around the airport. Specifically, it's Terminal 4, A and D. Their security checkpoints are absolutely closed. So if you are headed in that direction, know that you are not going to be able to access the airport via security A and D checkpoints. The west portion of Terminal 4 and Level 3 has been completely cleared of passengers, while police are checking on this bag. Passengers are being screened through other terminals, so if you are headed to the airport, know that you are not going to be able to enter at A and D. You're going to have to avoid those. Some flights are being delayed, and we'll continue to check with Sky Harbor to give you updates on that. And just to give you a different view for a moment, let me take you over to Tower Cam. This is a view of the airport so you can see a different angle, but I'm going to go back to Skyfox, which is obviously a better angle, but I just wanted to briefly give you a different point of view of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. And I have a live look from inside Terminal 4. Let me take you to that right now.
do a little interview. So.
All right, I have Julie Rodriguez from Sky Harbor on the phone with me right now. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now, Miss Julie. Can you tell me your title at Sky Harbor?
Sure, I'm a spokesperson for Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport.
All right, and can you tell me, I'm a frequent visitor and passenger at Sky Harbor Airport. I constantly hear that. I guess it would be a warning when I'm sitting in Terminal 4 telling me not to leave my bag unattended and to report a bag if I see an unattended bag. Is that what happened today?
Well, there wasn't an unattended bag located. The Phoenix Police Department felt like they needed to check it out more closely out of an abundance of caution, and that's what they're doing right now. The A and D checkpoints on the west side of the terminal are closed. The other two checkpoints, B and C, remain open, and I checked moments ago. The lines are not very long there, and we're not experiencing a lot of long lines as a result of this. However, we might have some flight delays because on the west end of Terminal 4, the gate areas, Level 3, and Level 2 are all cleared out while police check out this bag.
And can you tell me how long this has been going on? I saw a tweet from Sky Harbor approximately 50 minutes ago. So would you say that this issue's been going on for the last hour?
Yeah, it started around 3:30 this afternoon, so probably about an hour.
And what would you say? I'm sorry, I don't know if I heard correctly. Did a police officer spot the bag, or did somebody that was just in the area think it was suspicious looking?
You know, I don't know who spotted it. We always ask passengers and employees to report suspicious bags and unattended items, and then the police come and investigate, check those unattended items out further. And they did so in this case, and they, out of an abundance of caution, they felt the need to take a closer look at it, just as a precaution.
And can you tell me what that process is like? I'm assuming that you cleared out the area, you asked passengers to calmly relocate. Can you kind of give me an idea of what that process is like?
Exactly. We asked them to move to the other two checkpoints. There are two checkpoints on the far west end of the terminal and then two on the far east. And once you go through any checkpoint at Terminal 4, you can usually get to any gate. We have some areas blocked off today because of this, but we have 4 checkpoints that we can use. So we were able to move passengers to the other 2 checkpoints. And so we have the area on the west end. A couple of shops are closed on the west end of Terminal 4. A coffee shop is closed. And then on Level 2, a portion of the west end ticket counters are closed on Level 2. But we've moved all business, all operations to the east end of Terminal 2. So it's just Levels 2 and 3 on the west end, and we're able to accommodate passengers on the east end. However, it's a good idea to check flight status if you're flying out of Sky Harbor today, or if you're picking up someone from the airport from Terminal 4, because this could cause some flight delays.
And were people concerned? How do you go about executing something like that without, people stressing out and creating discomfort for people that are already perhaps nervous that they're getting on an airplane?
It was very calm and orderly, and we have lots of staff here. Of course, the TSA staff, our airport operations staff, police. We have staff that work in the shops and the restaurants, and everyone can help out in a situation like this to just tell people that they need to move to the other checkpoint. It was calm and orderly.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, obviously. And do you remember personally when the last time something like this has happened? I've worked in this newsroom for at least 6 months, and I haven't heard of anything like this happening, at least in the last 6 months.
It happens probably a few times a year where something is, the police feel the need and just out of an abundance of caution to check something out more thoroughly. I think we had something a few months ago, but it was late at night, and they cleared out a portion of the terminal just to check out something as a precaution. It turned out to be not a threat, and then operations resumed as usual. And that does happen from time to time. It's pretty rare, but it does happen from time to time.
And as somebody that might be traveling in the future or even today, aside from checking your flight to make sure there are no delays, which we are anticipating some delays, I know, what do you suggest? Do you suggest that you can constantly keep your bags on you, or you travel with bags that are conveniently, crossbody, or so you're not jonesing to put them down or toss them in a corner just because they're heavy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously leaving items unattended is not a good idea at the airport. If you see something unattended, if you see anything that looks suspicious, we always ask that you report it to an employee. Every employee has an airport security badge. Every employee knows who to call if there's a suspicious item found. So you can tell any employee here at the airport if you see something suspicious.
All right, well, I greatly appreciate your time. I know you're very busy, especially on a day like today. We will stay on top of this story, but I appreciate you talking to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Okay, thanks.
All right, again, I greatly appreciate Julie Rodriguez of Sky Harbor talking to us just now. To reiterate what's currently going on, and it is still currently happening. Terminal 4 A&D security checkpoints are currently closed. The entire west portion of Terminal 4, Level 3, has been cleared of passengers, and I also just heard her say Level 2, I believe, while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution. Passengers are being screened through the other 2 Terminal 4 checkpoints. Some flight delays are anticipated. But again, this is something we hear every time you're standing in Sky Harbor Airport. And do not leave your bag unattended, and do report it if you see a bag that's unattended. This has been going on for about an hour now. She said it started at approximately 3:30, so this has been an hour-long process. So hopefully we'll have some more answers coming up here pretty soon. I see that the tweet now was officially sent 59 minutes ago from at Phoenix Sky Harbor in regards to the security issues. So we are awaiting an update. Hopefully, I meant to ask her how long this typically takes, so we could get kind of an idea of when we'll have some more answers. But she seemed very calm. She seemed like she felt like this could be, just by her tone, she sounded very calm in regards to the situation. So hopefully it's a false alarm and that's all we're dealing with. I'm also reading here that police are blocking off some street entrances to Sky Harbor Terminal 4. So that's interesting. That was 12 minutes ago, police blocking off some street entrances to Sky Harbor Terminal 4. So they are going, this is hardcore. A lot of regular passengers, a lot of regular flyers tweeting in regards to this situation, that this situation is abnormal, that they haven't seen this before. They don't see this very often. And I'm going to show you a picture I just found on Twitter, but I'm going to block out the guy's name because he's a heathen and it's a bad word. But he is at Sky Harbor Airport, and he's tweeted pictures from within, and it's a crazy photo of all the people that are waiting together to, I don't know why you have to have a bad word in your name, Chris. Oh, wow. So I'm going to move this around for you so you can get a better idea. I'd show you full screen, but I can't because he has a bad word in his name. This guy's name is Chris. But you can see here, he says, stuck at Sky Harbor with a few hundred friends. Now look at how many people are in this little area. Look at this. That looks mighty chaotic. Look at how many people are back here. Although we did just talk to Julie Rodriguez, who told us everything was fine, everyone was calm. But that is a lot of bodies in that space. Stuck at Sky Harbor with a few hundred friends, says the tweet. Back to live shots within Terminal 4. It looks as if there is a senior political commentator from CNN named David Axelrod. That's actually a pretty familiar name, so excuse me for not being 100% familiar with it, but David Axelrod is tweeting that passengers are barred from A gate and flights held at Phoenix Sky Harbor due to some security issues. A mess, he says. I'm 100% sure David Axelrod's a pretty big deal. Let me show you his tweet here. Wow, here's another interesting one that I've just found. Let me show you this one. This is from Dr. Heidi Reeder. She's an author that's currently stuck in Sky Harbor Terminal 4. That's actually just the line to the women's bathroom. Just kidding. That was a joke. Someone tweets, why does a forgotten bag mean thousands have their days ruined at Sky Harbor? If it hasn't gone off yet, it ain't going off, says Steve Burks, who appears to be at Sky Harbor Airport right now via Twitter. Again, about 20 minutes ago, police officers started blocking off some street entrances to Sky Harbor Terminal 4. Chaos at Sky Harbor in Phoenix, says John Golk. Closed terminal for an unattended bag. Arthur Paul Levas says that his wife is currently working at the airport. I do believe that Skyfox headed out to get some fuel, but they're going to return to give us aerials of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Again, I mean, we've got people tweeting from within the airport, pretty unhappy, stuck in Sky Harbor Terminal 4. Pretty unhappy about what they're dealing with. And at the moment, it's the same. The Terminal 4 A and D security checkpoints are closed. The west portion of Terminal 4 Level 3 has been cleared of passengers while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution, which they stressed during our phone interview. And passengers are being screened through the other two Terminal 4 checkpoints. Some flight delays are anticipated. And I even believe I heard Miss Julie Rodriguez of Sky Harbor that spoke to us earlier mentioned something about level 2 as well. We also know that multiple streets are being shut down near Sky Harbor Airport that give you access to Terminal 4, and I'm sure the police are doing that just to avoid having to turn away so many people when they pull up looking to access those blocked off areas. I would have loved to have heard more about the process in regards to what they're currently doing inside of the Terminal 4. However, I'm sure that perhaps that's a secret and we're not allowed to know the extent of that process. And a little off topic, but on topic still, is somebody tweeted that we have a new high so far today at Sky Harbor. It's currently 69 degrees, which is still 12 degrees below normal on November 4th at Sky Harbor. So some people tweeting angry messages from within the airport. Why does the forgotten bag mean thousands have their day ruined at Sky Harbor? Chaos at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Closed terminal A for an unattended bag, says another. Stuck at Sky Harbor with a few hundred friends, says Chris Resnick. And then David Axelrod, passengers barred from A gate and flights held in Phoenix Sky Harbor due to some sort of security issue. A mess. Let me show you that one. Here's an outside view via tower cam of the airport. In case you're curious, I'm just going to give this to you as well. And we'll get back inside Terminal 4. But we are awaiting an update from Sky Harbor in regards to this ongoing situation. It's an unattended bag that basically cleared out Terminal 4 almost completely as police investigate what's inside. In case you're just joining us, you are seeing visuals inside of Terminal 4. It's Sky Harbor International Airport located in Phoenix, Arizona. The Terminal 4 A and D security checkpoints are currently closed, and the west portion of Terminal 4 Level 3 has been cleared of passengers while police check out an unattended bag as a precaution. Passengers are being screened through the other two Terminal 4 checkpoints. Some flight delays are highly anticipated, so if you're headed in that direction this evening, I would absolutely stay glued to Phoenix Sky Harbor updates to see how much your flight could potentially be delayed. And then we've got some pictures within. This is Dr. Heidi Reeder saying that she's stuck in Sky Harbor Terminal 4, and look at all of these bodies, a lot of confused, frustrated, and exhausted faces. So I'm sure a lot of people are unhappy about this current development. If you travel often, or if you're inside of Sky Harbor Airport often, there is a message that they play constantly throughout you being there, and the message says, do not leave your bags unattended, stay with your bags at all times. And not only that, but they also request that if you see an unattended bag, they request that you report it to any airport staff. So it is taken very seriously when there is a bag left unattended. As you can see, we've now been dealing with this for an hour and a half. No updates as of yet, but approximately 30 to 40 minutes ago, police were still blocking off streets that accessed Terminal 4 to avoid having to turn people away. So this is an ongoing situation at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, and we are anticipating flight delays due to this current emergency.
offer a few minutes of Q&A. When you raise your hand, I will call on you if you can identify yourself and your affiliation, and then state your question, and we'll go ahead and take those questions. And again, that would last only about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how many questions you may have.
Can you provide the name and spelling of the sheriff's person? We had a lieutenant show.
We just switched on over to the University of California, Merced, where they're giving us an update to the 5 students that were stabbed earlier today.
No.
Okay, no. Can you give us the name and spelling ahead of time?
Yeah, I'll spell it all for you. Or I'll ask them to spell their own names.
Right. And we also have our Sheriff Wernke is here as well from Merced County Office of Sheriff. So without further ado, we'll begin now, Chancellor.
Okay, thank you for your attention. I'm Dorothy Leland. Do you need that spelled? Good. L-E-L-A-N-D. I'm the UC Merced Chancellor. I will make a very brief statement and then turn it over to Police Chief Albert Vasquez, who will provide details of the incident, and we know them at present. I want to emphasize that there's a lot of rumor swirling out there, and what you're going to get from us is what we know at this point in time. Period. This is not a press conference any chancellor wants to convene. Events like this happen elsewhere, but not at UC Merced, which may still be small in our student body, but large in its sense of community. Yet it has happened. As shocking and troubling as today's act of violence is, I am thankful that the incident was quickly brought under control by the campus police under the leadership of Assistant Police Chief Chu He. And the injuries to the victims have not been life-threatening. Chief Vasquez will detail what we do know, but as he will tell you, and I will tell you also, there is much that we do not yet know due to an ongoing police investigation, which involves our own department as well as many other agencies. Among the things we do know is that 4 individuals were stabbed at the start of an 8 a.m. class in our classroom and office building this morning. 2 were students. 1 was a staff member, and the other was a contract employee. The suspect fled the scene, was pursued by 2 police officers, and was ultimately shot and killed. The stabbing victims all received prompt medical treatment. 2 of them were medevaced to Modesto for trauma treatment, and as I said, as of the latest information we have, their injuries, thank God, appear not to be life-threatening. Our first concern is for their full recovery. But I'm equally concerned for the many witnesses and other members of the campus community who have been deeply traumatized by this event and are receiving counseling. We will continue to be offering counseling services in the days and weeks ahead, and I can tell you I'm very grateful for the cooperation of not only multiple law enforcement agencies, but around the University of California. We've had counselors and other people come to this campus to help provide support to our students and also to our faculty and staff. As of now, the campus remains on precautionary lockdown as this incident is investigated and will continue to be closed through tomorrow, Thursday. The campus expects to return to normal operations on Friday. I will, and I promise, keep you informed as further information becomes available. I now turn the podium over to Chief Vasquez.
Thank you, Dr. Leland, and good afternoon. My name is Albert Vasquez, V-A-S-Q-U-E-Z, and I am the Chief of Police at the University of California, Merced. As Chancellor Leland has just stated, today is a sad and tragic day in UC Merced's short history. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families from this senseless tragedy. We are fortunate that it was not worse, and we thank our UC Merced police officers for their quick and heroic actions in ending this situation quickly and gaining control of the crime scene. As this is an active investigation, there's not much detail I can share. However, I will give you preliminary information as I know it. This morning, our dispatch was notified of a stabbing incident inside of a classroom. As they were gathering their information, the call was put out that the suspect had fled from the classroom wielding a knife and injuring or attempting to injure others on his way out. The responding officers noted the suspect, and when the suspect turned toward the officers, an officer-involved shooting occurred, and the suspect succumbed to his injuries. Many of our partner agencies have responded, including the Merced County Sheriff's Office, Livingston Police Department, Merced Police Department Bomb Squad, the FBI, and the fire rescue agencies, Merced County Fire and CAL FIRE. Also, our sister UC police agencies have started to roll in and will assist us in the coming days. We would like to thank everyone for their assistance and want to reassure our students, staff, faculty, and families that this threat has been neutralized and the campus is going to return to safety. We are continuing our investigation with our partner agencies, but we will reopen this campus on Friday. Now, I'd like to turn it back over to Chancellor Leland, and I believe at some point she'll be taking questions.
Right now.
So if you have questions, if you could raise your hand and identify yourself.
My name is Lindsay Henry with KC24 and CBS 47 in Fresno. And I was just curious, could you go in a little bit more detail about the classroom, the incidents, what exactly happened? Obviously, they were in class at 8 a.m. What class was it? Were the students, have you talked to some of the students?
The students, there were a number of students in the class, and all of them have been undergoing very comprehensive interviews. I understand that several of those interviews are being completed as we speak or near completed. So it's part of the information we don't yet have because all of those interviews have not been completed.
Can you tell us, Julia Williams with the Associated Press, can you tell us what you know about the stabber who was a student? Did he live on campus?
We don't yet know. It's in a sense, when there is a death on campus from a shooting, then that whole incident gets investigated independently, in this case by the sheriff's office. And the sheriff is also the coroner. And so the coroner, in the case of a death, takes responsibility for identifying the deceased and that kind of information. So would you like to come and speak to that question?
What's your name, Sheriff? Vern Warnke, W-A-R-N-K-E. I'm Sheriff Coroner from Merced County. We've been brought in to help with the investigation, and my job as coroner is we're also in charge of the decedent who was our suspect. We have him tentatively identified. However, we're not releasing that yet because we have not been able to contact next of kin. So we are in the process of using some other agencies to assist us because next of kin is out of this area. And as soon as we have that information that they've been notified, we will be releasing that information.
Chancellor?
Yes.
Eric Rosales with KMPH out of Fresno. Do you talk to us a little bit about some of the students? I understand some of the students administered first aid to those who were injured immediately.
I understand that also. I understand that both our police and our students acted in a way that would make all of us very proud under these circumstances, that they did attempt to administer first aid. And I also, the contract worker who was injured also acted quite valiantly in this situation.
What sort of class was it?
I don't know. In a sense, I've been so concerned about the campus and our students that I didn't care what class it was. It was a class. It happened in a classroom. That in itself is disturbing enough.
So were two of the students stabbed in NBC Bay Area, Jody Hernandez? Were two of the students stabbed in the classroom, or where was the teacher stabbed?
The way it was reported to me was that the student was stabbed in the classroom, and this is where the chancellor is 100% right, that the contract worker actually went in thinking it was a student fight and ended up stumbling onto the stabbing in progress. And I actually think that he, through his actions, saved this one student's life. He also was stabbed in that classroom. The suspect left the area and met an adult outside the classroom, and where that person was stabbed. And then a student had approached and was also slightly injured with a knife. So when we got all that, we got the two people in the classroom, one student, the contract worker, another student outside, and the adult. And I'm not too sure about her position at the UC, but it was an adult there that she was stabbed twice, just sitting, literally minding her own business. And he came up behind her, stabbed her front and back. The bomb squad was brought in as a precaution because we had an item that we believe belonged to our suspect. They come in and we'll call it neutralizing the backpack. We are doing some further investigation. We've asked for Fresno County Bomb Squad unit to come in to test the substance that we found in the backpack, and they're also going to assist in the search warrant that we're getting ready to serve on the class or the student's room.
Sheriff, can you describe the weapon that was used, the knife itself? How big was it?
It was a fixed blade hunting style knife.
About how long?
From what I remember seeing, it looked to be about 8 or 10 inches long, the blade itself.
Sheriff Peter Hack, Sacramento Bee. Do you have a sense as to how this incident began? Did it begin as an altercation, or does it look to you that this person came on campus intending to hurt people?
We don't have all the information yet because we are still in a very preliminary, and I'm going to call it preliminary investigation. We want to find out all the information before we start releasing anything. I don't want to reach into my hip pocket and come up with something that is not accurate. So we're still investigating and talking with other students on the campus.
Yeah, there were, like I said, there were, as I mentioned before, comprehensive interviews with the students who were in that classroom that might have witnessed the altercation and be able to tell us something meaningful about it, as well as students and others who witnessed what happened outside of the classroom. And so those, we have not completed those interviews yet, so we don't have the information we need to yet answer those questions.
Can you give the age of the student assailant or the alleged assailant and the what type of staff member was harmed? Somebody's a teacher, but I don't get the impression of a teacher.
I can give you, I don't know the age of the staff person. I can tell you that the person is a student advisor.
And that person was
outside of the classroom. The classroom was on the second floor of the classroom and office building, so the entire incident included what happened inside the classroom, what happened as the suspect fled that classroom down 2 flights of stairs and then down Scholars Lane.
There's a question in the back there.
Sheriff, can you, I'm Court Hunter from agency 30 myself. Can you address the involvement of federal investigators in your investigation, how they're assisting you while they're here?
The FBI has come in to assist the UC Merced Police Department with their resources and are just helping us make sure that we've got everything collected that we need to collect. They're going to be a tremendous help to us. They're just here as an assistant to both of our agencies, and as things progress, we'll have more information later, but that's why they're here at this point.
Do we know how many officers fired? Just one officer fired. There were two that pursued him.
Chief?
Yeah, as this is, we're still trying to make that determination at this point in time.
And was that at Scholars Lane where the guy was brought down?
Yes, that would have been correct.
How far is that from the building?
Pardon me?
How far is that from the building when the incident started?
Probably about 35 to 40 yards away. Is that about?
Go ahead, structure.
I'm Yanni Galera from NPR in Fresno.
but was the student the suspect, was he from the area or was he from California?
We believe that the student is a California resident from out of the county, and hence his living on campus. Okay.
Was the suspect known to law enforcement authorities in the past?
We at the sheriff's office have never had any contact with him at any time that I am aware of. We did do some checking, and there was nothing that was brought up.
Sheriff, there's been activity at 12 E Hall. Is that where the student was a resident?
Yeah, at that particular, Chief, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, there had been some activity there as we needed to widen our crime scene so that we were able to focus on certain areas. That was the reason we went ahead and had moved additional students out of that area.
And Chief, you just help out the sequencing real quick. It looks like the student entered, he stabbed one student in the classroom, then a construction worker entered the classroom, he stabbed that construction worker.
Correct.
Then he went outside and stabbed a second student, and then the staff member. Do I have that right, or can you put the sequence?
That's in about the right sequence.
And was the staff member, were these people standing, did he run up to them, or the staff member seated or anything?
Absolutely. The staff member was in fact seated, as the sheriff already mentioned.
Seated out on
Yes.
a bench or something?
Correct.
Yes.
The student outside the classroom, what was that student doing?
We're still investigating that. Yeah, we're trying to pin all of that down because we have some pretty traumatized students. And so we're just trying to make sure that we're helping them and assisting them as well as trying to get our information. So.
Alex?
Chancellor, what do you want people to know at home, like parents and stuff? What would be your message to them? Be worried, or what would be your message?
The message is that this was a tragic accident. I don't know what, a tragic event, okay? And, but the person who caused this event will no longer be able to cause an event like this in the future. Their children are safe here.
Okay, we're going to jump out of this event and go back to Sky Harbor, where they have just opened the gates up. They've just reopened the gates, and you can see these travelers are now trying to run to get where they need to be. So this is just happening now right here on Fox 10 News Now. The gates have reopened. If you're just joining us, there was a scare because there was a bag left unattended. And now, obviously, gates A and D are back open. So if you're just joining us on Fox 10 News Now, for about a little over an hour, Sky Fox had to close down gates A and D, those terminals, because police were checking out an unattended bag as a precaution. So now passengers are now allowed to get back into gates A and D and resume travel. As you can see, our cameraman is changing locations on a shot here. That's why the shot is going a little haywire right now. We appreciate everybody watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com, breaking down all of the action that happened today. Lots to talk to you today about. Really a lot of events going on, from the California stabbing to the San Diego shootings, where there was just a man held up in an apartment building for more than 5 hours, shooting outside. All right, we are going to now go back to that press conference in California for the latest on the update of those stabbing of those 4 students and the suspect that was shot dead.
We will know more, but I don't believe that there is any other weapons involved.
Are you able to elaborate on what was found in possession that called out bomb-sniffing?
The fact that he had a backpack and his behavior before, this incident or during this incident, and he had that backpack, we wanted to make sure that there was nothing in that backpack that was going to cause any other harm. We don't want to be grabbing something because we have no idea what this individual was capable of, and so that's why it was done.
How far away was the knife found from where she was shot?
When I was there, it looked to be within about 4 feet.
Go ahead and strike code.
Sheriff, I know earlier you said he appeared to be in his early 20s. Do you have an exact age of the suspect?
I'm not going to release that at this point. He's a young adult.
And again, this young man still had the knife in his hand when the officers pursued him.
I wasn't there, so that's going to be through the report because we're doing.
Was that at the scene where he fell?
I would say yes.
Okay, we're conducting through the sheriff's office, the officer-involved shooting. We're doing our investigation through that as an outside agency, so that there's no confliction with the investigation. So we are going to have that determination at a later time here. But again, we are really seriously in the preliminary part of this investigation.
Okay, we're taking 2 more questions. Go ahead.
So, Chief, you said it earlier, can you say it in the microphones? Walk through specifically what happened, who was stabbed where, if you can, just to detail it one more time. If you could say how we started with upstairs on the 2nd floor.
Correct. And so, as the sheriff had mentioned, a stabbing had actually occurred in the classroom. And so the contract employee thought there was some kind of scuffle, came in and came upon a scene in which he was actually stabbed himself. The suspect then fled down this flight of stairs, at which point another student was injured, went across and where the employee was, and again, as the sheriff had mentioned, the employee was stabbed, and then continued to run out, and that's where he was confronted by the UC Merced Police Department officers. No.
And how many inside the building, and just one student inside the classroom, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how many were inside versus outside?
Pardon me?
How many were injured inside versus outside?
Two and two. So.
Okay, so we'll continue to provide updates throughout the evening, and then tomorrow most likely we'll hold another press conference. So stay tuned for that information. And
Thank you.
Chancellor, anything else you want to say?
No, I just thank you for your interest, and everyone please join in giving prayers for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that press conference just wrapping up gave us an update of those students that were stabbed and then the suspect. was shot and killed on the scene. So we know we'll be getting way more information as the days come along, but we got a lot of stories. Today was a really, really busy day. I mean, you figure earlier we had the press conference about the Illinois cop that was the investigation was confirmed that he committed suicide. We had Dr. Oz on the show today, even on Fox 10 News Now as well. He co-hosted AZAM for 3 hours, so it was a really busy day for Dr. Oz, and we appreciated him being here as well. And then we had all this breaking news with the California stabbing to the San Diego shooter, and we'll catch you up on all that stuff. As I see they're replaying a segment from Dr. Oz right now that I'll play for you right now.
Dr. Oz, you can catch him right here on Fox 10 every day at 1 o'clock. Delish.
And that was all from that one. Caught it at the very end there, so sorry about that. But you know what? We'll play some of his clips that from the morning show, just in case if you didn't see AZAM this morning, we got you covered. It's a great thing about Fox 10 News Now is that we always try to offer everything that's happening in the day from the state to as well as the country. We've got you covered. That's why you guys watch every day, and we appreciate all our loyal fans right here. We got a lot to show you, including, let me just show you the SWAT scene that was in San Diego at the time here. This was just crazy. It happened more than 5 hours standoff in San Diego as SWAT teams and police converged in this area.
The information that I've been given is that this person has been firing sporadically throughout the entire incident. And so it was very important for us to obviously get all of our assets into position to try to mitigate.
So just a very fluid scene there for 5 hours.
At this point, we have no information on any injuries, and we hope that that stays the same.
Including with the suspect injuries? No information on injuries?
Correct. At this point, I have no information on any injuries. So when the officers first approached, it's in on the rooftop is the apartment. They had to exit an elevator. When they walked up to the apartment, they tried to make contact inside of the apartment. They believed that he was inside, or they may have somebody inside. When they were up into the apartment, rounds came out from a room or a bathroom in the apartment through a door, nearly hitting the officer. So we're talking within inches of hitting the officer. So we're extremely thankful at this point that it appears we don't have any injuries. We hope that it ends that way. The information that I've been given is that this person has been firing sporadically throughout the entire incident, and so.
All right, so that was the scene earlier today, and then thankfully the police were able to apprehend the suspect. Wow, what a day for them, if you can imagine. And Phoenix Sky Harbor just tweeting this out 6 minutes ago. The situation in Terminal 4 has been resolved. Airport operations are returning to normal. Please check flight status with your airline there. And there's our Fox 10 right now happening at 5 o'clock.
You never know anything happened. Everything's back open tonight, moving well, but not before some delays for many flights and many travelers.
I talk about problems and delays in America.
All right, so that's the latest with that. We appreciate everybody watching. Once again, Fox 10 News Now coming up on 5:30 here. We got a whole new show for you coming up in just a little bit. We even have a story on how a school has suspended a first grader over an imaginary bow and arrow that was in class. Yes, he pretended to do the little boom, and now he has been suspended. So we will show you and talk about that story. It's obviously going to be a big talker in the coming days, as there's going to be a big debate on that. Should someone, a little student, just do that, and that would get you suspended. So we'll talk about that. But I do want to show you this Bernie Sanders event that happened today. It was a fossil fuel rally, not a rally, but an anti-rally. So we will get to that right now. I wanted to show this to you. There was so much breaking news happening today, we couldn't show this to you, so we had to record it. So you're seeing this for the very first time.
There he is!
I want no handshake, man. How you doing? This is excellent. Excellent work.
I'm so delighted to have you here. We are here today because we recognize the damage to our planet that is coming from global warming. There's no doubt the planet is getting hotter. 2014 was the hottest in history. 2015 is going to be hotter yet. And the top 10 hottest recorded years have all occurred since 1998. The Earth is crying out. Maine's lobsters are moving north. Pacific Ocean oysters are having trouble with an acidifying ocean. Glaciers are disappearing in Glacier Park. Moose are dying in Minnesota and New Hampshire. And winters are too warm to kill the ticks that prey on the moose and the pine beetles that prey on our trees. Wildfires are raging in the west. Towns in Florida are flooding at normal high tides. Droughts are killing crops. More powerful storms are doing major damage to communities across our nation. Everywhere you look, the impacts of global warming they are substantial and they are robust. Our planet is in danger. So I ask all of you, and all of you gathered behind me, are we going to act to keep our planet from being destroyed?
Yes, sir.
Is it time for the federal government to show global leadership?
Absolutely.
Do we need to accelerate the transition from a fossil fuel economy to a clean energy economy?
Yes.
And all this damage that we are seeing is just from a 0.9 degree Celsius change in temperature. How much more damage are we going to see from a rough doubling of that to 2 degrees centigrade? And the answer is much, much more. Scientists say that warming at 2 degrees and beyond will be catastrophic to our ecosystems and to human civilizations. The simple fact is that carbon dioxide is acting like a blanket and warming our planet. The simple fact is that the major culprit is the burning of fossil fuels. To limit our planet's warming to 2 degrees Celsius, we must leave in the ground 80% of the world's proven reserves. So part of the answer lies beneath our feet. U.S. public-owned fuel reserves, fossil fuel reserves, constitute 10% of the planet's reserves. If we must keep 80% of the fossil fuel reserves in the ground, then we must keep our United States fossil fuel reserves owned by the citizens in the ground. So it'd be counterproductive to issue new leases that lock in the extraction of our publicly owned, citizen-owned fossil fuels 20, 30, even 40 or 50 years into the future. Shouldn't our public reserves be managed for public benefit, not private profit?
Here, here.
It is said, if you find yourself in a hole, quit digging. This is the one place where we literally have to quit digging. That's why today I'm honored to stand with Senator Bernie Sanders, Bill McKibben of 350.org, Aaron Mayer of the Sierra Club, Tara Hoska, and to introduce the Keep It in the Ground Act. And I want to thank our original co-sponsors, Patrick Leahy, Kirsten Gillibrand, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Ben Cardin, and Barbara Boxer. This bill does three things. It stops new leases and ends non-producing leases for coal, oil, gas, oil shale, and tar sands on all federal lands. It stops new leases and ends non-producing leases for offshore drilling in the Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico. And it prohibits offshore drilling in the Arctic and the Atlantic. This effort is critical to saving our planet. And its success is going to depend on a grassroots movement. It's grassroots that has stopped the Keystone Pipeline. Well done. It is grassroots that has stopped drilling in the Arctic. Well done. And it's grassroots that will be essential to keep it in the ground. Up here on Capitol Hill, big oil and big coal rule. The Koch brothers raised and invested $300 to $500 million in the 2014 election. They put a lot of money into a lot of Senate seats that changed party hands in everywhere from Louisiana, Arkansas, to Iowa, to North Carolina, to Colorado, to Alaska. And the Koch brothers announced in January they're going to spend the better part of $1 billion in the 2016 election. So if you're holding your breath, or thinking about holding your breath, waiting for a committee chair to hold a hearing on such an important issue to America and the world, don't. Because it's not going to happen at this moment in this building. It's going to depend on grassroots rallying across America. Are the grassroots ready to rally? Yeah. It's the grassroots that are going to make the difference. Together, we must accelerate the transition from a fossil fuel economy to a clean energy economy. In doing so, we will create millions of good-paying jobs. But we need to make sure we don't leave any of our workers behind. They've spent their lives producing energy that has fueled tremendous growth in our economy, often at the expense of their health and well-being. This must not be a green versus blue transition from fossil fuels to clean energy, but a green and blue movement working together side by side.
Hear, hear.
We will not leave our workers behind, and in a moment, my friend and colleague Senator Sanders will talk about a plan to make sure that is the case. It has been said that we are the first generation to feel the impact of global warming and the last generation that can do something about it. So the choice is simple. Let's take on this climate change challenge. Let's make our federal lands off limits, and let's do the smart thing and keep it in the ground. Thank you. And now, Bernie Sanders.
Well, let me begin by thanking Senator Merced for his leadership on this issue. I want to thank my fellow Vermonter, Bill McKibben, not only for being here today, but for his years of extraordinary organizational leadership, not only in America, but all over the world with 350.org. I want to thank Tara Hoska with the Indigenous Environmental Network, Aaron Mayer from the Sierra Club, and all the groups behind me who have worked so hard to push and support this legislation. Here's the story. I've got 4 kids, and I got 7 beautiful grandchildren. And I believe that all of us have a moral responsibility to have the United States work with countries all over the world in making sure that the planet that we leave our children and our grandchildren is a planet that is healthy and a planet that is habitable. That's just the simple truth. That's a moral responsibility. And as Senator Merced just mentioned, the debate is over. I'm on the Environmental Committee. I'm on the Energy Committee. I've talked to scientists all over the world. And the conclusion is climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change today is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. And unless we move aggressively to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel into energy efficiency, into sustainable energy, the planet that we're going to be leaving our kids is something that we should be ashamed of. We do not have the moral responsibility to leave our kids a planet that is unhealthy and in some cases uninhabitable. And what the CIA and the Department of Defense tells us, that unless we get a handle on climate change, what you're going to see all over the world are peoples struggling over limited natural resources, clean water, land to grow their crops, and you're going to see more international conflict and more war and more death. This is a major, major, major planetary crisis, and we in the United States have got to lead the world, working with China, working with Russia, working with India, to transform our energy system. Now, obviously, given my political views, it is not a surprise that I disagree with Republicans on most issues. Not a surprise. But there is something special about this issue, and it speaks to the corruption of our campaign finance system. Republicans don't argue about the science regarding cancer or diabetes or heart disease. They look at the same evidence that all of us do and support good science. But somehow, when it comes to climate change, there are massive attacks on scientists who tell us the truth about climate change. And here is the political reality. That if Republicans today stand up and say, you know, I've listened to the scientists, I've read the reports, and climate change is real and we've got to do something about it. You know what happens the next day? Their funding from the Koch brothers and from other fossil fuel industries get cut. And they're going to be primaried in a Republican primary. And what I say to my Republican colleagues who reject the science, who refuse to work with us to aggressively transform our energy system, I say, worry less about your campaign contributions, worry more about your children and your grandchildren. So if we are serious about moving aggressively with the rest of the world, we have got to lead. And that says, as Senator Merced has said so well, that we do not continue to extract fossil fuel from federally owned land. You can't talk the talk and say, I'm concerned about climate change, and then at the same time, oh, by the way, we're going to extract huge amounts of oil or coal or gas from federal land. You can't do that. But also what we have got to do is to understand that workers in the fossil fuel industry, through no fault of their own, they're just trying to make a living, are producing a product which is endangering our planet. And we have the moral responsibility to make sure that as we transition away from fossil fuels to energy efficiency and sustainable energy, these workers are protected. I know Senator Merced feels that strongly, and I do. Many other members of Congress do. We will soon be introducing legislation to, in a sense, make these workers protected. And that will mean educational opportunities, that will mean job training opportunities, and we will protect them. We are not going to let them fall by the wayside as we go forward to protect the planet. So last point, Senator Merced is absolutely right. Around here in D.C., on the Capitol, we are taking on the Koch brothers and some of the most powerful political forces in the world, who are more concerned about short-term profits than they are about the future of this planet. But at the end of the day, as is the case in every other area of change, whether it's civil rights, whether it's women's rights, whether it's gay rights, the only way that real change takes place is when millions of people come together and stand up and say, you know what, that United States Congress is going to have to work for all of us and not just for the people who own the fossil fuel industry. Thank you very much.
The mind and the voice who has been behind the climate math and many of the grassroots initiatives being undertaken across the country. Bill McKibben of 350.org.
Well, what a pleasure to be here. What a pleasure to follow my senator, Bernie Sanders. You're hearing a lot of Vermont right in a row here. Look, this bill is of great importance because it takes seriously the most important numbers in the world. The math that we've come to understand over the last 3 or 4 years will determine the fate of the planet for geologic time. We know that we can't dig up much more carbon, that we have to leave most of the coal and oil and gas that's underground. There's no big controversy about that anymore. The scientists have told us that, and at this point everybody else is repeating it too. The governor of the Bank of England got up in the lobby of Lloyd's of London, the oldest insurance company in the world, 3 weeks ago and repeated this exact same math about unburnable carbon reserves. This bill begins the process of taking that seriously. Now, if, as it turns out, we'd started a long time ago, we could have made this transition with great ease. We didn't start a long time ago, largely because, as we've learned in the last few weeks, the biggest oil companies in the world practiced a spectacular deceit and disinformation campaign for a quarter century that kept us from doing what we needed to do. And the result is the world we live in now where urgent action is necessary. Look around just over the last few weeks. 2014 was the hottest year we've ever had, but 2015 is going to smash that record. We're living through history now, by far the hottest year that humans have ever recorded. And in that new world, odd, strange things keep happening. 2 weeks ago, the highest wind speeds ever measured in a storm in our hemisphere. Yesterday, or the day before, the almost unbelievably bizarre sight of the first strong hurricane making landfall in the desert in Yemen and dropping 8-10 years worth of rain in a single afternoon. To what Senator Merced said and what Senator Sanders said about the instability and the danger produced by the world we're living in, one can only add the constant, ongoing testimony of Mother Nature at this point. And that's why these kind of efforts are so crucial all over the world, and they're happening all over the world. The kind of movement that Senator Sanders and Senator Merced described have just beaten back plans for the largest coal mine on Earth in Australia. They've, as you know, taken on and stood up to one pipeline after another, one coal port after another, working with the men and women in those industries, because as Senator Sanders says, there is no reason, no way to make them take the blame for what's happened. Those workers need and must be protected, must be given the good jobs that are coming as we build out a renewable energy economy. Let me just end by saying that the movement that you're asking for, Senator Merced, will be there. You're right, this isn't going to happen overnight. But you know what? 4 years ago and 2 months, when we were starting the fight against the Keystone Pipeline, there were a hell of a lot less cameras and people on hand then than there are today. So we're off to a start. Thank you guys very much.
And now we have Aaron Meyer of the Sierra Club, who believes in environmental justice and environmental action, and we're delighted to have you here today, Aaron.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Meyer. I'm 57th president of the Sierra Club, one of the nation's oldest and largest environmental organizations, and one of the forces behind shutting down coal and the coal-fired power plants throughout the country. More importantly, pushing the argument to leave it all in the ground, the argument of none of the above. And I want to thank Senator Merkley and Senator Sanders for their bold leadership with the Keep It in the Ground Act of 2015. And this is a pivotal moment in time. Yes, for a lot of folks, the mainstream environmental movement catching on to this crisis and the world catching on to this crisis is, as I say, a new phenomenon. But in 2002, the Indigenous Action Network and others with the Bali Accords highlighted then the threats with regards to climate change and as some of the first international, as I say, awareness movements and events before the UN through NGO action. But the world has caught up, and more importantly, now we're in the face of dealing with those who were once in the majority with regards to denying the science, to now they're being pushed to the fringe. It is these political Neros who are seeking to, as they say, to burn every ounce of last provable reserves of coal that will in the end cook the planet and, as they say, and end our species and our civilizations now as we know it. This is not alarmist talk. This is real talk. The science of possible began about 10 years ago. Am I correct, Bill? The science of the possible, if we had taken action 10 years ago, we could talk about, as they say, sound mitigation attempts. But now we're dealing in the politics of what is, as I say, what we can save, what we can reduce or what we can retard. So our efforts to keep it in the ground right now may not totally reverse all the impacts of climate change, but they will be a significant deposit for our posterity. But in the wake of that, a lot of the action with regards to shutting down, as I say, and leaving it in the ground and ceasing to burn right now has created what is, they say, a tension that the polluters seek to exploit. That between those who work right now for the carbon industry and those who are working to switch to a clean, green economy. But it is a false choice. Just as America bailed out Wall Street at the beginning of 2008 to preserve the assets and restore the assets of the 1%, we need that same TARP now. It was called a toxic asset then when we talked about these financial instruments. But we have real toxic assets in the form of coal. And so I call for a green TARP. And that green TARP would also fund a just transition. Not only just training, but also retooling. If Detroit, for example, can power America's armies out of World War II and power us out of the Great Depression, that Detroit, through a green TARP, can actually power America to a green future. It can power Peoria to a green future. It can power Tennessee to a green future. We need to do a full shift. Just as we restored the wealth to the 1% under Wall Street, that green TARP can guarantee the income of labor at full dollar for dollar value, the same way it guaranteed the value of lost assets under Wall Street dollar for dollar. We do not have to sit and wait. When the 1% and their, as I say, those who they invested in, the political Neros, saw a threat to their wealth, they moved with great haste and speed. They had rocket dockets to move people out of their homes. Well, we call on that same energy, that same action to not only keep it in the ground, but fully fund the just transition of America. And I would say, in the same speed of 4 years that they cleaned up Wall Street's toxic assets, I am willing to gamble within 3 years we can move on cleaning up America's real toxic carbon assets by not only leaving it in the ground, but providing fully funded just transition and a green economy. Senator Merkley's bill is nothing more than a wise deposit on us being stewards over our public assets of saying no more extraction. Leave it in the ground. And more importantly, we, the environmental movements, the sentinels in the field, the grassroots, will not only be speaking loudly, calling for this just transition, and more important, this wise action, but we would encourage Bernie Sanders in the, as I say, in his jobs bill to push forward with the green TARP that would guarantee fully funded just transition and fully funded green energy plans and investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron, and thank you for your leadership of the Sierra Club and your substantial voice in this effort. And I'd like to introduce Tara Hoska. She is a tribal rights attorney and a representative of the Indigenous Environmental Network. Welcome.
Bonjour. My name is Tara Hoska. I'm here on behalf of the Indigenous Environmental Network, Reed Doyle, an Alaska Native grassroots group, and I'm here on behalf of my Indigenous brothers and sisters who can't be here because they're out fighting on the front lines. Indian lands are in remote places. They are typically adjacent to federal lands. They typically bear the brunt of these projects when they come through. When thousands of workers pour into these remote regions, who do you think are the communities that bear the brunt of increased crime and many, many problems like that? It's the Indigenous peoples that are right there. When these projects leak, when pipelines leak, when the hydraulic fracturing has poisoned the surrounding area, whose drinking supply do you think that affects? It affects the drinking supply of Indigenous people. We are at the forefront and bear the absolute reaction to these projects. Reservations are static places. We don't have a choice to leave. We can't just pick up and move. We have nowhere to go. These are our treaty rights. We are stuck in those places. And so these projects disparately impact our communities across the board. We have been at the forefront of organizing. We march in blockades. We stand against the incoming pipelines that are being transported to our nations. We fight to save Mother Earth. This is not just a fight out at Capitol Hill. This isn't a remote idea to our people. This is our life. This is our lives. This is our children's lives. This is our actual survival. In Alaska, you see rising seas. There's a community in Alaska that has 30 years left, and their reservation is gone because of rising seas, because of climate change. You look at the Keystone XL pipeline. When that pipeline leaks, it affects the drinking supply of the Lakota people. They have nothing left after that is contaminated. You look at, in Minnesota right now, Keystone XL seems like it's going down the tubes, right? We're hopeful that Obama will reject this. However, there's the Alberta Clipper line, which is their back plan. They're going to push that right through Minnesota's 10,000 lakes, right through our wild rice beds, right to the Great Lakes, and through the lands that affect our people. We commend Senator Sanders, and we commend Senator Merkley and all of the grassroots folks who have joined with us and stood by our sides as we have tried to push this important fight for climate change. We have to fight for the 7th generation. We have to fight for our grandchildren. We have to fight for their children. And we have to keep it in the ground. Thank you.
I don't know if there is any issues which so reverberates in terms, as you put it, fighting for the 7th generation as this does. The impacts will flow in a greater and greater way through each of our children's, and so forth. We'll take a few questions. If you have questions for a certain presidential candidate unrelated to this, we'll invite you to ask those questions somewhere else.
This is for Mr. Sanders, but this is to do with it. Do you think that Obama needs to reject the Keystone pipeline
Absolutely.
before Paris?
Absolutely.
Is it important that it happens before?
Question is, should the president reject the Keystone pipeline before Paris?
Why is it important that it come before?
Look, what you are hearing today and what millions of Americans are saying is the planet, our only planet, is endangered. And we need bold and aggressive action.
We're going to pause this for a second and get you caught up on all of the stuff that happened locally and nationally. Fox 10 News at 6 starts now.
Right through our state. And meet a Valley Marine who's no longer in the Marines, but he's still fighting in a different way. Thank you for being here. First tonight at 6 o'clock, a Fox 10 News alert out of Sky Harbor Airport. It's been an eventful day out there. Terminal 4, which is the busiest terminal, back open right now after an unattended bag forced security to close off areas to passengers for a while, and you can imagine the ripple effects this had. The A and D gates of the terminal shut down and passengers were cleared out of level 3, the west portion of the terminal. Police have cleared the scene now and things are getting back to normal. Travelers are being asked to check their airlines for the status of their flights because a whole bunch of them were delayed out there. And the delays even grounding President Obama's former advisor David Axelrod. You may remember that name. He tweeted, "Passengers barred from A gate and flights held at Phoenix Sky Harbor due to some sort of security issue. A mess." And yes, it was. Again, everything reopened, though, about 40 minutes ago, so they should be slowly getting back to normal. Other air travel disrupted as an active shooter opens fire near San Diego International Airport. Police say a gunman with a high-powered rifle who's suspected of domestic violence was randomly firing shots inside an apartment complex, and as a result, the airport halted landings there. 2 flights from Sky Harbor to San Diego had to be canceled and others delayed. And 5 flights headed to San Diego were diverted here to Phoenix. So we'll take a closer look at the area now on our 3D mapping software, and I'll put down my little iPad thing here. If you've ever flown into San Diego, you know that you have that real intense landing that comes down right over the city. So we're going to use our map, and we'll zoom in. I'll put it in 3D for you first. And so you're right on the bay with San Diego, which is beautiful, and you have all these big high-rise buildings. And then back behind the high-rise buildings, you have these hills where all the apartments are. And this is where the shooting was, right here. So the problem is planes, when they come in for a landing, they come in kind of like that and go right down the runway. So they did not want those planes going over where the shooter was, so you can understand that. Tonight, that gunman is in custody after a 5-hour standoff. Officers made contact with him this morning while responding to a domestic violence call. He got into a shootout with police, nearly hitting the officers.
So we're talking within inches of hitting the officers. So we're extremely thankful at this point that it appears we don't have any injuries. We hope that it ends that way.
In addition to the airport restrictions, officers put schools on lockdown and asked people living and working in the area to stay inside and away from windows. The gunman eventually surrendered. A pickup collides with a FedEx delivery truck in Glendale. Happened near 70th Avenue in Glendale this morning. 1 person in each truck had to be taken to the hospital. And yeah, you can see one of those trucks on its side there. Not exactly clear who was at fault or how this happened. Even with all the rain we've been getting today, a fire breaks out along I-17. This is near Joe Max, right on the frontage road there. And you can see it's a big mulch fire. Big issues getting water on the fire. And these things, we talk about it sometimes like a big Presto log or something, but they can just burn for days and days. So far, it's burned about an acre. Nobody's been hurt, not causing any problems on the freeway, and not clear exactly what sparked the fire here. Caught on camera, a violent attack at Florence Prison left 7 corrections officers hurt, one of them seriously. And it shows just how quickly things can turn on those officers. This is video you'll only see on Fox 10. And here we're looking at it. Happened back in April. Inmates thought they were being disrespected by officers during their dinner time because one of the officers was just walking through the tables. But just about anything can set these inmates off. I just spent some time, and here's where the attack happened. So between 20 and 30 officers jump on top of these 7 officers and just beat and kick them. The attack only took about 14 seconds, but was enough to do some major damage. Now, I spent the day last week inside this exact same facility here, and we're looking at the life of a corrections officer, day in the life, and some of the dangers they face. And so I got this video today as part of asking for video from DOC about that story. So we'll have much more on this coming up next week and later on tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock. Phoenix police detective battling PTSD, fighting to keep his service dog. Phoenix police officer Scott Franca, shot in the line of duty in 2013, had PTSD because of that. But in blog posts, his wife says he's handled it much better since he got a service dog named Bigby. Franca still works as a detective, and the dog has accompanied him to work. Franca's wife says the department recently told him they don't want Bigby at work anymore. And that's something that Phoenix City Councilman Sal DeCiccio says he thinks is absurd.
If it wasn't a problem before, why all of a sudden today, now it's a problem? It seems retaliatory to me.
Phoenix Police Chief Joseph Yonner sent out a statement saying he's working with the detective to try to find a resolution to this. New information about a man shot dead in Glendale after police say he attacked his girlfriend with a hammer. Officers say 26-year-old Andrew Cannon of L.A. got into an argument yesterday with his 23-year-old girlfriend near 65th Avenue and Rose Lane. They say he grabbed a hammer from his vehicle, chased his girlfriend, and started hitting her. Somebody nearby shot him, and he was killed. The shooter apparently took off. Police are asking anybody with information to come forward or call silent witness. In California's Central Valley, 4 people wounded by a college student who stabs them on campus before police shot and killed that student. Some more school violence this morning happened at UC Merced, 120 miles south of Sacramento. This is a big agricultural town. 2 students, a staffer, and a vendor all hurt. They're all expected to survive. Police on the scene then shot and killed that attacker.
Me and a group of students, we prayed for the campus, prayed for the family of the people who were basically victims of this event, including whoever the suspect was as well.
The campus was put on lockdown for about an hour and a half. Classes are canceled tomorrow. No word yet on a motive for this violence. Northern California man under arrest in the stabbing of a U.S. airman who helped stop a terror attack on a train to Paris, France. James Tran, accused of attempted murder after police say he stabbed 23-year-old airman first class Spencer Stone 3 times last month near a bar in Sacramento. And this guy was a big hero. They had a parade for him in Sacramento after what he did. And then he gets stabbed. It's not clear what led to that stabbing, but back in August, Stone and 2 other people tackled a gunman on a passenger train to Paris. The gunman apparently a terrorist. A Glendale woman accused of stealing thousands of dollars from a Valley charity that helps cancer patients and their families. The Arizona Attorney General's office says Melissa Tatal worked as a finance coordinator for Cancer Support Community Arizona in downtown Phoenix. She's accused of stealing more than $150,000 from that charity, spending it on concert tickets, electronics, and paying herself an extra $40,000 in cash. She's facing charges now of theft and fraud. Political news for you. Early election results show people in Tucson have voted to get rid of red light cameras in the old Pueblo. The results show voters approved a proposition to ban those cameras by 65% last night, so that's a landslide. If the proposition is passed after all the votes are counted, and looks like it most assuredly will at this point, traffic cameras at 8 intersections are going down. Opponents of the cameras say they don't improve safety. They're just a moneymaker for the city. Tucson police saying the cameras have reduced collisions, though, by 70% since 2007. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors unanimously appoints a Democratic state representative to the state Senate to replace a senator who has resigned. 35-year-old Andrew Sherwood of Tempe is filling the vacancy of Ed Albizer, who moved to Nevada. Sherwood was first elected to the House 3 years ago. His seat is now vacant and will need to be filled. Chilly out there today, right? I played golf. I had a stocking cap on, but we're thin blood here in Arizona. Thin-blooded. Winter weather across Arizona. Flagstaff breaking a 90-year record for snow on this day, getting more than 5 inches overnight. Looked like a winter wonderland up there this morning. Still fall. This is indeed a winter-type storm. Fox 10 up there for the first snowfall. We saw people stocking up on other winter essentials. Yeah, ice scrapers and shovels. National Weather Service says November 11th is the average first day for measurable snowfall, and Flagstaff schools even delayed their start time by 2 hours this morning.
We love the snow. It's our livelihood. I'm from Phoenix, so it's something I don't get to see very often, and I think it's a blast.
Since 1898, it's only snowed on November 4th 3 times. So this is an event that people are savoring up there in Flag. Rain showers and cooler temperatures overnight here in the valley. Scattered showers throughout the day. And Dave Muncie's keeping an eye on this weather for us. You called it, Dave. Said it was going to be chilly. We're going to get some rain, and yes and yes.
Well, it was chilly, but it wasn't as chilly as some people thought. I got a message from a gal from Fargo, North Dakota, Tammy, who said that she thought it was warmer in Fargo today than in Phoenix.
Was it?
It was 52 in Fargo, 69 here.
Oh,
so
not quite.
There you go. Taken care of. Hey, take a look at the map here. You will see that we do get some moisture and continually getting that moisture. It's kind of wrapping around the low just a little bit there, but the cold front has moved through the state now, and we still have the weather alert for the snow level at 5,500 feet. As you can see, 8 to 16 inches above the 8,000 foot level. So still some snow out there, still some things to deal with. Hey, there's a freeze warning out as well. That's up in the northwest from 10 p.m. tonight till 8 a.m. tomorrow. Lows 24 to 34 degrees up in that northwestern corner. Here's your Flagstaff snow. I just updated this, Troy. Since midnight, 8.8 now. And that breaks the old record of 5 set in 1925 on this date up in Flagstaff. And look at this snow. Kachina Village 6, Belmont 6, Mountain Air 5, Munns Park 4, and Forest Lakes at 3 inches. Now, we did get some rain across the valley, too. I'll have that for you coming up.
It's quite a bit of snow up there, Dave. Good update. Yeah. I can't imagine what it is up on the mountain. It's got to be a lot more than that. Still ahead, police in the East Valley.
All right, folks. So there's your top updates, courtesy of Fox 10 at 6, and Troy Hayden is breaking it all down for you, as well as Dave Muncie with the weather. Now, I just want to get to some news that has just come to our attention. Earlier today, we brought you the press conference of officials announcing that Fox Lake, Illinois officer, they concluded the investigation and said that he committed suicide. If you remember, back in September, happened September 1st, where there was a huge manhunt going on in Illinois for what they believed at the time were 3 suspects that shot and killed this officer. Well, now it turns out because of an investigation that, well, the officer killed himself and he lied to dispatchers saying that he was chasing 3 people. That wasn't the case. Turns out he pulled the gun on himself, and now the reasons are becoming more apparent now because it looks like he was embezzling money. And now the latest news is that his wife and son are now part of the criminal investigation. It says Fox 32 in Chicago has just learned that Lieutenant Joe's wife Melody and son DJ are under criminal investigation in connection with the embezzlement of funds from the Fox Lake Police Explorer program. So that is the latest news. It just came down. I wanted to update you guys on that. Fox 10 News Now, of course, we always bring you the latest in breaking news, whether it's happening right here in Arizona or anywhere around the country or the world for that matter. And if you didn't have a chance to take a look at that press conference, it happened earlier today, and this is when they announce that the findings of the investigation have turned to a suicide situation, not a homicide. So let's play that for you, just in case if you haven't seen it. It's a really fascinating press conference. It really goes into just how much this officer was doing behind closed doors and doing some allegedly very illegal things. So here we go.
Members of the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, as well as our federal partners, the FBI, the ATF, Secret Service, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Marshal Service. This was an extraordinarily complex investigation with many moving parts, which resulted in over 150 separate investigators spending over 25,000 hours investigating this case. Over 430 leads were examined. Over 250 pieces of evidence were collected and submitted to local and federal crime labs for analysis. Thousands of pages of financial documents were reviewed. Over 6,500 pages of text messages were reviewed just from Lieutenant Glenowitz's personal cell phone. Over 30,000 telephone numbers were reviewed for comparison. Over 40,000 emails were reviewed. During this process, we appreciate the cooperation and assistance from the Village of Fox Lake and Village Administrator Ann Marin. The interests of justice require a methodical, thorough, and complete investigation. This has been done. Even though some developed their own theories or felt a need to criticize, we had a job to do, and we have done it. While some wanted the results fast, we wanted them right. We were obligated to prove our conclusions before we reported to you and the public we serve. We are thankful for the support and patience of the Fox Lake and surrounding communities while we inspected all of the evidence, systematically explored every tip, every lead, and every possible option. Today, we will discuss the findings and conclusions of our investigation into the death of Lieutenant Glenowitz. We have 2 principal speakers, Lake County Major Crime Task Force Commander George Falenko and Lake County Coroner Dr. Rudd. We will take questions at the end of the statement and ask that all questions be held until then. I'm first going to turn the mic over to Commander Falenko.
Good morning. We're here this morning to wrap up the investigation into the death of Lieutenant Charles Joseph Glenowitz. This extensive investigation has concluded with an overwhelming amount of evidence that Glenowitz's death was a carefully staged suicide. We have determined this staged suicide was the end result of extensive criminal acts that Glenowitz had been committing. In fact, he was under increasing levels of personal stress from scrutiny of his management of the Fox Lake Police Explorer Unit. We have the highest degree of confidence in the facts which led us to this conclusion, which Lake County Coroner Dr. Rudd will confirm. In addition, we have concurrence of our investigative partners, federal, state, including the FBI, their Behavioral Analysis Unit, and the ATF. With those partners, our investigation strongly indicates criminal activity on the part of at least 2 other individuals. Because that part of the investigation is open and will be ongoing, we will have no further comment on that aspect of the investigation. Here's a brief summary of the important elements of the investigation which led us to these conclusions. Further elaboration and further detailed information regarding these facts are provided to all of you in your handouts. The investigation found Glenowitz had been stealing and laundering money from the Fox Lake Police Explorer Post. This had been occurring over the past 7 years. Glenowitz was also found to have forged signatures on official documents. Thousands of dollars were used by Glenowitz for personal purchases, travel expenses, mortgage payments, personal gym memberships, adult websites, facilitating personal loans, and unaccounted cash withdrawals. The documents discovered with forged signatures were requisitions for federal surplus equipment and official police explorer documents. We recovered electronic messages that were deleted from Glenowitz's personal and work cellular phone, including incriminating statements that had been deleted prior to his suicide. A selection of those deleted messages is available in your media handout packets as well. Our investigation has determined conclusively that Glenowitz intentionally left a staged trail of police equipment at the crime scene. Analysts determined the trail of equipment consisting of pepper spray, a baton, and his personal glasses was an attempt to mislead first responders and investigators to believe this was a homicide scene. It was learned through investigation Glenowitz had significant experience staging mock crime scenes for police explorer training. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit has concurred that this was a staged scene, in part because there were no signs of Glenowitz being dragged after the initial shot and no physical signs that he fought for his life. We have also concluded that Glenowitz strategically aimed the first of 2 shots from his own weapon at the lower abdominal area, striking his cellular phone and bulletproof vest, which absorbed most of the impact of the first shot. Advanced ballistic testing with the use of ultraviolet photographic equipment conducted by the Northern Illinois Regional Crime Lab confirmed both gunshots were fired at close range. Gunshot residue was found in the interior of Glenowitz's bulletproof vest cover when the second fatal round was fired, which indicates the gun was placed underneath the vest carrier when the fatal round was fired. As we pursued the Glenowitz investigation, all possible death scenarios were considered, including the possibilities of homicide as well as suicide. In this manner, we presumed no facts prior to or during the investigation. We had no preconceived notions as to what occurred, nor did we prejudge the outcome of this investigation. Justice and our system of law demand nothing less. There are no winners here. Glenowitz committed the ultimate betrayal to the citizens he served and the entire law enforcement community. The facts of his actions prove he behaved for years in a manner completely contrary to the image he portrayed. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Thomas Rudd.
Good morning. I'm the Lake County Coroner. I have 2 statements to make before we review the findings of the autopsy. First, I want to acknowledge the hard work done by all of law enforcement agencies involved in investigating the scene and circumstances of the death of this officer. What appeared to be a slow process was done, in my opinion, in a very timely manner. Second, by law, the Lake County Coroner's Office is mandated to investigate all deaths within our jurisdiction, which means within Lake County. We are to do the cause of death as well as the manner of death. The cause of death of Lieutenant Glinowitz was established as a result of objective scientific medical evidence obtained at the autopsy. This office follows the principles and protocols of the National Association of Medical Examiners. The cause of death was published earlier, approximately 10 days after his death by me in a newspaper article that said there was a catastrophic gunshot wound to the torso. We can now expand on that. As Chief Alenko said, this appears to be a staged suicide, and the first shot hit his right chest region. It went through the phone, lodged into his bulletproof vest. It did not penetrate his skin. Therefore, it did not penetrate any body cavity, either the pleural or the abdominal. It was just below the right costal margin, or just below the rib cage. However, it did cause a bruise that measured 4 inches by 4 inches. It was reddish pink, indicating a recent injury by the bullet. Excuse me. This means that the small blood vessels ruptured in the superficial surface of the skin. These are the capillaries that are easily damaged. The fatal catastrophic gunshot wound, as Chief Alenko said, was in the left upper chest. It was located approximately 2 inches below the collar of the bulletproof vest. Therefore, the gun had to be placed in such an angle that the gun was close to the chest. It went under the vest at a 40-degree angle, which was confirmed by the trajectory of the bullet. It hit the pulmonary artery, causing massive blood loss, approximately 1,200 cc's, which would be equivalent to a little less than 3 pints of blood. As this officer is bleeding internally, the lung is collapsing. There's atelectasis occurring. Blood is filling up into the lung. The bullet then hits the left hilum. This is a region where the major bronchi and blood vessels go in and out of the lung. It courses through the bottom of the lung, causing collapse and bleeding, and lodges at the 10th rib. Now, there is a exit wound, but the bullet doesn't come out because it hits the bulletproof vest. It's called a shored exit wound. Instead of being a cookie-cutter, sharp exit wound, it's a ragged edged wound. In summary, we have 2 bullets shot into this officer. I agree with the findings that this was a carefully staged suicide. This officer killed himself. Oops, sorry, George.
We'll open it up now for questions and answers, understanding the fact that there are criminal investigations ongoing from what we've learned from the investigation into Lieutenant Glinowitz. We ask that media personnel here raise their hands just so we can answer everybody's questions in a timely fashion. Chief?
Sir.
Was it your sense that investigators were closing in on him? Tell us specifically what you believe was the pressure point that led to the suicide.
I think it was a culmination of issues over a 6-month period. That's what we learned in great detail from the text messages that we recovered in that 6,500 pages of text messages, combined with bank records, thousands of pages of those that were analyzed by an FBI forensic accountant at our request. So this process probably began about 6 months ago and then culminated to a peak within the week of the staged suicide.
Commander,
yes, sir.
For many of us, phone calls were coming in within 24, certainly within 48 hours, raising the word suicide. Certainly that must have come up in your text. During this
The question is, and I'll surmise it for those in the back, is how we could allow a massive tribute to occur when there were rumors spreading throughout the community that this might be a suicide. It would be irresponsible on our part not to conduct a thorough and detailed investigation. And in the first several weeks of this investigation, there was nothing that we had that was leading us towards determining this as being a suicide. We conducted a thorough and detailed investigation that ultimately, with the support of the FBI, who worked with us lockstep, and other federal agencies by providing us support and all this information, that ultimately led us to this conclusion. The last month of the investigation has entailed the review of those documents that we have obtained, those text messages that you have a small sampling of. I mean, there are 6,500 of those deleted within a short period of time prior to the staged suicide. So the combination of all of that and other discoveries that we made throughout the investigation within the last 30 days led to this conclusion. As is our protocol. The question was, how soon after his death did we start looking into the financial aspect? Am I correct? Did I become aware of that? As is our protocol in any investigation in a homicide, we immediately start requesting financial and background information. That's referred to as a victimology. That's inclusive of that. Part of the delay in obtaining that is some of that isn't readily available or immediately available from the sources. In this case, we had to extract that information through Quantico. Specifically, I'm referring to the text messaging, which took a substantial amount of time. The bank records, banks, some cooperate very quickly. Others, it may take 30 to 60 to 90 days to retrieve some of those records. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Is it possible that Lieutenant Glenowitz's misdoings might not have been discovered had he not taken his own life?
I can tell you that eventually they would have been discovered, because regardless of the fact that Lieutenant Glenowitz staged his suicide, the village of Fox Lake had begun conducting a thorough internal audit of all of their assets. And eventually, as we found was indicated in some of those messages that we retrieved, that was a concern, that audit was going to eventually lead to the discovery of this financial malfeasance.
Was that audit prompted by suspicions of the lieutenant, or prompted just because they were doing an audit?
No, I believe, and I don't want to answer out of turn for the village of Fox Lake, but I believe they're doing a systematic audit of the entire village. I understand the village administrator will be making some closing comments here. That would be a question I'd defer to her. As you approach the crime scene itself, and I apologize we don't have any visuals for you, but we did provide you with a map, an overview of the area itself. As you approach it, you see first a canister of pepper spray with the safety taken off of it laying there. Some number of feet forward, now you see an expandable baton laying there. Again, towards the swampy area, now you find his glasses, his personal glasses laying there, and in fact, that's where we eventually discovered a shell casing, and that's where we believe that first self-inflicted wound took place. Then further on, ultimately, you find Glenowitz. This is pretty classical if you look at any police policy of a use of force type of continuum. You start with your physical presence, you move on to another force weapon such as pepper spray, a baton. So this was laid out to seem as if there was an ongoing type of struggle through the scene. Okay. Yes. We met with the coroner once we completed our entire victimology. It would be irresponsible for us to piecemeal something that critical. In an initial meeting, there were 3 components, and Dr. Rudd will confirm this, that he bases his decision on: the forensics, the pathology, and the victimology. So to piecemeal something as critical as the victimology, and we've done as thorough a job on this victimology as any we've ever done. Now, your second question was, what was there on the body that didn't indicate? Well, we didn't see any signs of trauma to the hands or anything that would indicate that there was a struggle physically. The uniform was not disheveled. There was part of the stage scene, we believe, his microphone, which is generally clipped on, and I'm sorry I'm left-handed, it's right-handed, but it's clipped on your shoulder lapel, and usually in a pursuit or struggle that always comes off for whatever reason. But there was nothing else to indicate where, I've been involved in a number of arrests through my career, and just a simple traffic stop with a medium force resistor, your uniform becomes disheveled, your vest turns, there's all sorts of indicators there. There wasn't any of that, ultimately. In the back. As we pointed out regarding the ongoing criminal investigation, we're limited to comment on that. Those portions of the investigation or that those criminal activities surfaced during our investigation and are being turned over to local and federal authorities. No, absolutely not. We didn't plant his radio traffic. He's the one who indicated in the radio traffic that he was going to be out with 3 subjects, described them as 2 male whites and a male black. Initially, and again it's in your press packet, a complete chronology of the time, he was offered a backup unit. He turned that down. A few minutes later he was offered a backup unit again, and he accepted it. To indicate in any way that we would make up 3 subjects is absolutely ridiculous. We did locate through sources of collecting video, and that was handled exclusively by the FBI and our Secret Service partners throughout the area. And what we did find within that time frame were 3 subjects that matched that description. That videotape was submitted to the video lab in Quantico. And forensically what they did is they created a chronological timeline of these subjects. We managed to locate them, identify them, interview them, and I can tell you succinctly, they have rock-solid alibis. Ma'am. No. And I'll tell you the reason for that is because we were considering this a homicide. What we did at every one of these news conferences indicate that nothing was off the table. And up until all of this information started coming together, which again, I will tell you, took several weeks, then we started concluding and moving towards the suicide. I can completely disagree with you. We did not know. We were investigating this as a homicide. I don't think it's an appropriate question. I don't believe it's a very it's I'll answer the question if you give me a chance. We completely believe, and our intention was never to mislead the public. We completely believe from day one that this was a homicide. Simply indicating that somebody was called in to the village administrator's office for an audit, that's a routine manner in every police department and every municipality throughout the state. There was nothing there to indicate that there were any stressors involved in his life. There was nothing.
6 months you were investigating. He was being investigated, you said.
What I said was that through the text messages that we retrieved, that the stress in his life began 6 months ago when he indicates in exchanges of text messages that he's feeling some pressure with the new management within the village.
So this outside investigator that came in to check the village and to audit was not looking at Glenowitz?
No. At that point, he was not. What we found out through the text messages was the ongoing criminal activity, and through the bank statements. That's when we started piecing it together.
So this investigation prior to that was not coming up with anything on Glenowitz?
No, we were focusing on what we had in front of us, and that was a police officer that was mortally wounded and 3 suspects.
That is all part of it. That is what I'm finding very difficult.
We did not obtain.
I'm not a cop. I would immediately
I understand that.
suicide.
We don't jump to conclusions. We work on facts. Yes, go ahead.
DNA as a justification. You go further into the crime scene. You indicated that the way that his clothing was structured to you as a veteran officer didn't add up. It didn't look like what would happen in a real struggle. So that was an impression from day one. That would tend to indicate that you guys had your doubts from day one, whether you had a legitimate homicide here committed by a sex offender, and also would you address where the officer's weapon was spent?
Okay. To answer your question about the clothing, those observations were made. They weren't discounted. However, there are anomalies that occur. Sometimes clothing isn't disheveled. So we didn't take that completely out of account, but we did put it on the side and consider it. Once all this information started adding up, and once we started submitting information to behavioral analysts and we started revisiting the crime scene and looking at all the other evidence that we were gathering over the 6-month period, that's when we ultimately came to this conclusion.
Where was the revolver found?
So it was not a revolver. It was his semi-automatic weapon. It was found approximately, not approximately, but exactly 2.5 feet above his head.
Can you elaborate on the multiple sources of DNA found at the scene, and also how does this change the death benefits for his family?
I can't comment on the death benefits. I'm not familiar with the processes there.
Multiple sources of DNA found at the scene. Can you elaborate on those?
The DNA samples, and again, working with the analysts at the FBI and with our crime lab, we've determined that those were, in great probability, just transferences of DNA that could have occurred in any number of places.
Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back.
There are no comparatives.
Okay, but what will happen to those samples? Will they be destroyed?
What would happen to?
Will the DNA samples taken by residents
Correct.
be destroyed? Or will you keep them in your database?
I don't know.
Can you talk a little bit about his mock staging, mock crime scenes, and how that played a role in this? What exactly is some of those details happened there?
He extensively trained his Explorer units in all facets of police work. Part of that included training in crime scenes and how to process them, almost to the point of instructing him on how to be evidence technicians. And there were a number of other instructions that he offered, tactical responses, building entries. It was basically a police academy for explorers. So he had infinite knowledge of crime scenes.
Commander, roughly how much money are we talking about? This is a small suburb, and basically a kids' police explorer program.
Correct. I can only tell you at this point, and because this is going to be handed off, like I said, to local and federal authorities, it's in the 5-figure range.
Prior to his death, he was under increased scrutiny by his management. What was that scrutiny? And if they were onto something, that there might have been some misconduct on the job, would that have been readily available immediately upon his death?
I'll defer that scrutiny question to the management. What we discovered was that he felt that he was going to be under a great deal of scrutiny over that 6-month period. That eventually the internal audits that the village was performing were going to lead to that Explorer Fund. And there are some extremely incriminating statements made by him, his own words, in those text messages.
Chief, the evidence that was left at the crime scene, the baton, the pepper spray, how long of a trail in feet are we talking?
Pepper spray, initially from the point of entry to the trail, is I'll estimate maybe 25 feet. The baton is another 35 feet. The glasses are probably another 75 to 100 feet, and then ultimately where he inflicts the mortal wound is probably about 300 feet.
So these pieces of evidence are spread over how many feet altogether? About 275 then?
I'm sorry.
The pieces of evidence from the first item to his body, it sounds like 275 feet.
Approximately, I'd say a little closer to 350. Sir, let me just answer this gentleman's question.
It's a known fact that he was working internal affairs, going to bars, running things in the area, going up to Wisconsin, coming back. Can you touch on and elaborate those facts, the stress that it put on him, aside from the press release, aside from the questions that you're answering?
Now, we have no indication he was going up to Wisconsin in anything we recovered. No, there was no indication in our findings that there were those types of stresses put on him. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Referred to always to one other person or a group of people. Question one. Question two is, were all of the stresses you're referring to financial, or were there other types of stresses that you're not telling about? You mentioned that some of his financial burdens came from accessing porn sites. So were there other stresses aside from financial, and were the texts to more than one person?
I'll confirm that the texts were to more than one person. Additional stresses would include being discovered, feeling as if everything is coming to a close, so to speak, surrounding you. So yes, there were other stresses.
Do you feel you don't have to make an apology? So many people were so involved in this case. Money was collected. There were
I don't see where we would owe the public an apology trying to do due diligence and conduct a thorough and factual investigation. It was within the last couple of weeks.
Why not announce it then? If it was in the last couple of weeks, why not announce it and end this whole thing? What was the turning point? Yeah, what was the turning point? One piece of evidence you found.
It wasn't one piece of evidence, it was a culmination of evidence. We were waiting for certain evidence to still come in to confirm what we had already found. That included laboratory evidence from Quantico. That included bank records that were still being scrutinized. That included over 32,000 emails that we had to review. Then we had to have a series of roundtables and meetings to conclude our findings, and then finally meet with the coroner's office and his officials.
Why not announce that it was suicide as soon as you made that determination?
We had to meet with the coroner and get his concurrence.
At what point did you begin to suspect that this was not a homicide? Was that after you cleared the three vaguely described suspects?
No, we continued looking for other suspects. Now remember, we had over 430 leads that we continued investigating. We had tips coming in vast numbers daily. So we didn't exclude anything. We had to track every one of those leads, every one of those tips.
But suicide became the focus you said a couple weeks ago.
For direction and where they're going. At some point, you had to early on realize that, guys, this is probably not going to result in a homicide, but is instead looking more like suicide. At what point did you reach that?
We succinctly began to conclude that within the last week and a half.
Did his widow indicate to you that she was aware of the theft of funds, and do you believe she was aware?
Again, I'll defer that to the continuation of the investigation. Those are facts that other criminal justice agencies. Yes, she did cooperate with us.
It took you weeks to announce that he was on the crime scene up to 26 minutes before he radioed in. In fact, a member of the media had to ask you that, and you said that's a good question. In fact, we'll reveal that. Were you intentionally withholding that crucial piece of information, and why?
We weren't intentionally withholding it. We do withhold information based on the fact that we're still conducting an active homicide investigation, and we do want to withhold facts that only the victim, the investigative unit, or the offender or offenders would know. I'm sorry. I don't have any information regarding it. I don't believe he had any involvement in that. No.
Commander, is it fair to say that you and your fellow investigator were reluctant to come to a conclusion that this was suicide, and is it in any way personally embarrassing to you as a law enforcement officer and your fellow investigators to have to come to this conclusion?
I'll answer that by telling you that we don't assume, we don't presume, we don't jump to conclusions. We go where the facts lead us, and until every stone is turned over, every fact in detail examined, and we can confidently say that this is what our conclusion is, that this is a staged suicide. The embarrassment comes to me personally that this is the first time as a law enforcement officer in my career that I've felt ashamed by the acts of another police officer.
Commander, would you make clear about the crime scene? Was it so convincing? Was the job that he did trying to set up this crime scene so convincing that veteran law enforcement officers arriving there would have thought that it was a homicide and that there were suspects on the loose? Part two, do you have a cost for this investigation?
I don't have a cost for this investigation. I believe that any law enforcement officer with investigative experience would not have jumped to any conclusions, would have seen that what appeared to be a struggle of sorts, an ambush. We explored every possibility of what could have happened out there. We explored the fact that there could have been 3 subjects, there could have been 2, there could have been 1 subject that he had met there for a specific reason, and he was ambushed.
But you had a massive manhunt.
Okay. Let me correct that. We, meaning the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, did not have a massive manhunt. That is correct. So a couple things you need to consider there. One, you have an officer that is found with a mortal gunshot wound. You also, at that point, have a missing weapon. That weapon was not recovered until about an hour and a half to 2 hours into the response. So you now, based on the radio traffic and the fact that the weapon is missing, you have potentially 3 subjects that are armed and dangerous in the area.
How is the weapon wasn't found if it was 2.5 feet from his body?
If you had occasion to see this area, it is very grassy, overgrown. In fact, unless you literally walked up onto the weapon, you wouldn't find it.
Commander, one of the things that's raised questions among the media and everyone else is the fact that you had a manhunt going on for, I think, about 10 hours, massive in size, and all of a sudden it seemed to end. Yes, there were door knocking by police, but that began to raise questions in our mind. Was there any question in investigators' mind that prompted them to say, we don't need to keep looking in this massive way for 3 suspects?
I'm not going to speak for the command staff of the manhunt itself, but I believe the decision was made because they had expended every resource and every officer and every possibility, and it was getting into the late evening hours. Now remember, they had air support out there. They had approximately 48 canines out there. They felt that they had done a thorough search of that inner perimeter, and their thought process was that whoever did this had escaped that perimeter prior to the arrival of all those officers. And if you know anything about setting up perimeters, they just don't happen within a few minutes.
Commander, I think you've avoided this question already, but just to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Has your victimization study, your extensive research into his past, was he happily married?
I'll leave that question for Mrs. Glenowitz when you interview her.
May I ask a question? If we go beyond the crime scene, you're saying that he placed things in a way that made investigators, veteran investigators like my colleague said over here, believe that this could have been, there could have been 2, 3 other suspects in this case. But how does he fool the coroner? When we're talking about a medical examination, what on the body, was there anything to indicate that there was some sort of altercation? Because there would be signs of an altercation on the body. There would be an altercation. Is that correct?
Well, some of the Doctor?
There were some injuries to his head, approximately 10 or 12 abrasions or contusions, bruises to his head, many of which were probably due to the increased thickness of the shrubbery that he had to go to. Also, remember, when he gets shot in the right vest, he falls probably backwards, and there are bruises at the back of the head. Also, when he's about to die, remember, he probably stayed alive for 1 or 2 minutes because the shot went to the artery, not to the heart. So he probably staged where he wanted to go down, and he fell forward, so his nose is bruised. So there are blunt force injuries or external injuries to the head. No, there are no injuries to the arms or legs. The real question is, did he know an individual? When we look at this, did he know an individual, and then the individual got the best of him, and therefore there was no attack on him or defensive wounds on him? So we have to put that into concept too. Did he know the individual, and did the individual move fast on him and shoot him? I didn't believe it was anything until I got his report. If you look at the newspaper articles, I have said that I don't know how that bullet got into that individual. However, because the task force is pursuing it as a homicide, therefore I'm leaning towards a homicide. But I can't make that decision until the task force does their work.
You've done enough of these things that you know, you can tell, you have gut feelings that tell you this does not fit the typical profile for a murder where there would have been a struggle and some kind of interaction between somebody fighting for his life. There was none of that in your evidence. You must have thought this was a suicide much earlier on than.
When I walked away from the table, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if it was a suicide, homicide, or accident. Again, the commander's investigation is what's going to happen, or is going to help me in determining that manner of death. I don't know how that bullet got there. If you just go to an autopsy table and you see this, you don't know how it got there without knowing the crime scene. I needed the final report from the crime scene. I can't make based on what the commander just said about his dealings with the explorers and the use of money, I would presume that this individual, the lieutenant, obviously knew he had legal problems. I think he knew there was the possibility of incarceration. His view in the community would be greatly diminished. We know that he was depressed during the final few weeks. Untreated depression results in suicide 90% of the time. So based on that information, this to me is a suicide, not something they just decided to wound himself for some reason.
Do any of the three of you have any regrets when this is all said and done about this intense investigation, the amount of resources allocated, the funeral, the support, your departments for a while seemingly not getting along with each other, this massive media presence, everything that went on? Does anybody have any regrets about how anything happened during the investigation?
I have no regret. I think you have to understand, in this day and age, everything is instantaneous with the internet. Obtaining DNA analysis, putting together all this evidence takes time. I'm clearly amazed now that the commander told me how much information he was studying, that he got it done in 60 days. I think that is incredible, okay? Because I'm no more information that we're not going to let out. And I was stunned when I met Monday with the amount of information he got and the conclusions he got.
Dr. Rudd, when did you get that final report?
I'll answer that. We met on Monday, and that's when he gave me the information.
Thank you. I just wanted to let him know.
Okay.
And I'll reiterate this. We conduct all of our investigations in a thorough, chronological order to seek the truth. Now, whether that takes days, months, and in some cases years, we'll continue to do that to bring justice and seek the truth.
What about the families in this community who were very scared? We all talked to them saying that they were afraid because there were 3 suspects on the loose. They could be dangerous, they could be armed. And if people took it very seriously, they stayed in their homes and they were in fear for a very long time.
What is your question?
It was a follow-up to his in saying that there are no regrets. What would you say to those?
Well, I believe that the Lake County Sheriff's Office, as well as the local police presence, was upgraded substantially to try to bring some peace of mind to the community. I can't alter the facts, and the fact of the matter is that for several weeks we were investigating a homicide that possibly involved 3 individuals. I can't change that fact until we reach conclusive results.
Do
you want to finish?
Let's do this.
All right, and that was, oh my gosh, Mike's got this so loud. Hi, Dave. By appointment only, Dave Muncy.
I'll be back.
Bye.
I'm gonna go talk to my team.
I will. I'll go talk to your TV. Dave has something on his... What's that? That's not what... Where are mine? Dave has something on his desk that says something in regards to, like, by appointment only. So you can only talk to Dave Muncie if you make an appointment. It's a joke, but it's an adorable joke. He's adorable. I'm going to jump into my top 5 stories of the day. Now, the first story, you just saw an update on this I believe it was a press conference. I ran out for my lunch break when it started, but what I know is that I'm like watching Mike. I'm like wondering if I should grab him and say, hey, what did they say in the press conference? Sometimes they say relevant things. Sometimes they just reiterate things that were said earlier. But here's what I know. A suspect stabbed five people on a university campus in Central California Wednesday morning before police shot and killed him, authorities said Wednesday. 2 of the victims attacked at the University of California, Merced, were taken by helicopter to hospitals for treatment, spokesperson Lorena Anderson said. The 3 other victims were treated locally, she said. Student Alex Lopez was heading to his class when he realized something was wrong on campus. I was listening to a podcast and there was a break in talking and I just hear a gunshot, he said. He said police and first responders flooded the scene. You see this stuff all over the news and you see it happen to these other schools, but you don't expect it to happen at your school, said Lopez, 21. Few details about the stabbing were immediately available, but the incident occurred at around 8 a.m. local time in the classroom and office building. The suspect was reportedly apprehended. Really? I see shot and killed. The rural school is about 120 miles south of Sacramento. The campus in the city of Merced, opened a decade ago. The first new school built in the University of California system since 1965, the university says on its website. OD is talking in regards to the officer that staged his death, and it was an actual suicide, but very dramatically staged death. And you're right, his wife and son are being investigated at this point too. The San Diego shooting, this is from FoxNews.com. San Diego police SWAT team members surrounded an apartment today where they said a man armed with a high-powered rifle was contained after shooting at officers responding to a domestic incident. Police and local media said, "We have him contained," a police spokesman told reporters at the scene, and that was at approximately, I'd say, 12:30. The San Diego Police Department said 2 local schools were placed on lockdown as a precautionary measure due to an active shooter incident in the city's midtown area. The San Diego International Airport said on Twitter a ground stop was in effect for all arriving aircrafts due to police activity nearby, and it advised passengers to check with their airline before trying to travel. The suspect was reportedly firing a high-powered rifle from an apartment window in the vicinity of the San Diego airport, prompting the Federal Aviation Administration to bar incoming flights from landing. The San Diego Union Tribune reported that police have flooded the area in Bankers Hill and are working to isolate the gunman. No injuries were reported, but a nearby elementary school had been placed on lockdown. FAA spokesman Ian Greger says the complex was under the airport's approach path. He said departures are being allowed. Police were notified about the shooter at 9:12 a.m. local time. The gunfire continued well after 11 a.m. At 1 p.m., arrival times at the airport resumed, and after the 5-hour ordeal, the suspect surrendered. Most GOP candidates are topping Clinton in the polls. Mike's so tall. Come down. Thank you. That's better. Most GOP candidates top Clinton in the polls, and a new national poll shows nearly every major Republican candidate beats Hillary Clinton in a hypothetical general election, and shows Ben Carson leading by a resounding 10 points. The poll was taken after last week's GOP presidential debate and head-to-head matchups with leading GOP candidates. Clinton only edges out Donald Trump, but the survey showed Carson, the retired neurosurgeon who has been trading trading the lead. Is that like a term that I should be using more often in real life? Trading the lead, Trump in GOP primary polls with a 50-40% lead over the Democratic frontrunner. According to the poll, Clinton's lead among women evaporates when she's pit against Carson. Women break for him over Clinton 45 to 44%. Florida Senator Marco Rubio also, I say it so often, I can't believe that I just slaughtered that, but that was my own brain hiccup. Marco Rubio also beats Clinton 46 to 41. Texas Senator Ted Cruz beats her 46-43. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie 46-41. Clinton still leads Trump 46-43. Clinton appears to be hurt in part by her public image, with the poll showing 52% have a negative view of her versus 42% with a favorable view. Okay, here's one of the craziest stories that I've ever brought you here on Fox 10 News Now. A man stabbed over chicken. To death. This is a serious story. A man stabbed to death over a man in Houston, Texas has been arrested and charged for allegedly stabbing a friend to death for taking the last piece of chicken at dinner. According to a report, Ronaldo Cardoza Rivera, 38, has been charged with murder after police say he killed 34-year-old Darwin Perez Gonzalez on October 30th. According to police, 5 men were eating and drinking alcohol likely involved, in an apartment with Perez Gonzalez when Perez Gonzalez took the last piece of chicken. Cardoza Rivera then became angry, started an argument, and eventually both men went outside to have a fist fight. During the fight, police say Cardoza Rivera pulled out a knife and fatally stabbed Perez Gonzalez. He then fled the scene, but later returned and admitted to police what he had done. Really? And retired TSA dogs need a home. I think that this is a very important story. When Transportation Security Administration bomb-sniffing dogs retire from patrolling airports and elsewhere, they need good homes and people to care for them. The dogs up for adoption are either retired or didn't get through the explosive detection training. They are usually German short-haired pointers, Labrador retrievers, German shepherds, between 2 and 10 years old. Most of TSA's dogs have lived in kennels, not houses, and thus are not familiar with living in a home environment, the TSA said. The dogs are located in San Antonio, Texas. If your application to adopt one of the dogs is approved, you will have to travel there to pick up the pooch. To apply, contact the TSA adoption coordinator. It's Adopt a TSA Canine at ole.tsa.dhs.gov. Those are my top 5 stories. For 7, and you have to travel to, yes, Sid, you do have to travel to Texas, and I'm from Texas, so I don't see a problem with that. And we had some really quirky stories this morning with Dr. Ozen. I was just reading Ron Hoon's Instagram update about this particular story. Let's watch this one. I think hopefully you'll get a kick out of it. I did.
Oz is a household name around the country. Yeah. But, Dr. Oz, what about that very first time you were on the Oprah show? What's the story that led up to that, and how did you feel you did that first time around?
Well, it was a unique experience because I didn't know a lot about television at the time. I'm a heart surgeon. I still practice on Thursdays. I'm in the operating room doing valves and bypasses and just heart transplants and things. So they called me up to go on the show, and they said they wanted to have some organs. Because interestingly, the way I met Oprah the first time was I was having a show on the Discovery Channel called Second Opinion. Mm-hmm. My wife Lisa, who's been on the show here with you guys, was the executive producer of that show. So my first guest needed to be a big name person. I asked Oprah, and she came for reasons we still joke about because there's no reason I was a nobody. But she came on, we had a good time, and she invited me back on her show. So I picked up an igloo cooler of organs. Mm-hmm. I get on a plane. They probably thought I was Jeffrey Dahmer. You know? I got bones in there and pieces of heads and stuff. So I take the organs to the airport, arrive on the show. I didn't want to get my clothes dirty, so I put on scrubs. That's why I wear scrubs crazily. those cotton $14 scrubs worked fine, and so I put them on. And at the first show, I was handing organs out, and I could tell it was very organic. She was really interested in this stuff. And then there was a moment. It was really the most telling moment of my relationship with her early on, when I had to talk about the fact that we all pass gas about.
I remember this. I remember
You can keep replaying, but you have to pass gas. We all do, and you pass gas on average about 14 times a day. Women and men both pass gas.
I know, even though us ladies say we don't do it.
And it's healthy to do that, by the way.
You're supposed to, but it's uncomfortable if you don't.
Yes.
So I'm looking around and I say, okay, I passed gas already since I've been on the stage here. It's been about an hour. The audience, you guys, I think you guys
So
have
is
probably
Andrea,
all done
by the
it.
way.
Right. And then and we can confirm that. Look at that. So then finally the key moment happened. I looked over at her and I said, I bet you that our hostess also passed gas. And I wasn't sure if it would land, but she began to laugh, and I realized we have a relationship that would last forever. And we did, 80 shows together at Oprah University. And she's my partner on my show.
That's an amazing story. I love that story. So the secret to being successful is...
Tell the truth.
Oh, I thought you were going to say passing gas.
And passing gas. About your gas.
Don't deny it.
About your gas.
We have Steve Starr, the regurgitator.
Hi. Absolute pleasure being on the show. I'm so delighted to be back in Arizona. It's
Were you
been a while.
surprised to see Dr. Oz on our show?
I'm shocked, man. I'm still in awe. This guy is brilliant.
Well, I came to make a house call. I'm going to examine you while you do these things.
Okay, well,
I'm
here
so
I
curious.
got is 3 $1 coins. Now, I will swallow these one at a time.
Okay.
And if you listen, you'll hear them drop into my tummy. So that's coin number 1.
Okay.
Now, you won't hear the first one. You will hear the second. Are you ready? Coin number 2. And here comes coin number 3.
Oh my goodness.
You heard
you
it?
really?
Yes.
So I got
There's
3 coins
clicking
in
in
there.
there.
Would you like 1, 2, or 3? How many shall I bring back?
Well, I'd go for 3.
I'd get them all
please
out.
get them all out.
Versus the other way.
Number 1, and you know the funny thing? Bone dry, not wet. Number
How
2.
is that possible?
Number 2, sir. And I have
Here,
one
Andrea.
left. And here's the last one.
How's that possible?
Oh, now the last one's got stuck. So I have a snooker ball, and it's absolutely.
We call that a pool.
100% real.
Wow.
That is
Okay.
really
Is
genuine.
there saliva on this? No.
So that's going to go in. When
Okay.
it hits the bottom, that dollar will automatically return. That well done, my what?
Oh my gosh. Okay, that is.
And that's still dry.
Come on.
And there's your dollar.
I am absolutely just.
Hey, watch this.
shocked.
Watch
Got
this.
more? There's more?
Don't swallow
Taste
that.
that. Taste that. Now that is sugar.
Okay.
Yeah?
It's sugar.
Look, sugar
Yeah.
and water together. You see? The sugar gets wet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The sugar is going inside me.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Water.
Drinking all the water. No way.
Sugar's coming back up. Hey, open your hand.
Oh, yes, thank goodness.
Your hand.
I'm glad I'm standing
Watch
here.
the sugar coming up.
We're
here.
going to be right over here, Andrea. We're going to be right
Are you
over
ready?
here.
Watch,
We'll be right over here.
There better just be
Watch.
sugar.
Watch my mouth. Here comes the sugar.
You're kidding me. Are you kidding me?
It is dry.
It is as dry as can be. It's sugar. That is
All right, now.
the craziest thing
This
I've
is-
ever seen
this
in my
is-
life.
This is magic. Is
What would
it
your
is.
mother say to you when you did this kind of stuff?
Yeah. How did you? What was the first thing that you put back in and regurgitated back up?
Well, as a kid, I lived in a children's home in Scotland, an orphanage, and I used to hide my pocket money from the other children as a little boy. And little did I realize I'd end up doing it as
For
a
a
profession.
living?
Yeah.
Really?
I was so good at
What's-
shoplifting. I was so
Oh,
good
of
at
course.
What's the
No one can ever
weirdest thing
find it.
what's the craziest thing or the one thing that you did that didn't work out so well? That you tried and you're like, I'm not going to do that one again.
I mean, I tried it, but then I did do it again, was the Rubik's Cube.
A
because
Rubik's
it,
Cube?
Because it being square,
It
I thought,
fits in there?
yeah, can I swallow the Rubik's Cube and change it inside?
Oh, no.
which I ended up doing it, so now I do it in the show. Someone checks it, they put their name on it, I swallow it, and I change it inside.
Are you doing this at the House of Comedy?
Yes, the House of Comedy.
All right, yeah, you're playing at the House of Comedy, High Street,
Tonight?
56th Street, Loop 101 tonight?
houseofcomedy.net.
Okay.
TV Star, The Regurgitator.
56th Street and 101. I love that area over there. You picked a good venue.
Now,
it's beautiful.
Yeah.
When you said
It's
Rubik's
beautiful.
Cube, you're talking about the little one on the keychain?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Miniature size one,
Oh, yeah, my goodness, jeez.
Yeah.
Still, it's impossible.
Still, I was going to say.
The big one. What's the biggest thing you put down?
The biggest object would probably be...
A person.
I don't know. I was in a bar one day and someone said, "Great show, Stevie. Can you do that?" And they had a pet frog. And it was a big pet frog in Australia.
A live one.
Down it went, drank some water, it came back up, and it just hopped along the bar. It was completely fine.
You know what they say about
Completely
swallowing a frog? You don't want to look at it too long. No, you just want to get it down.
I am beyond impressed by you.
Thank you very
nice
much.
to meet you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes,
Thank you so
enjoy
very
your
much.
stay here.
Pleasure.
Congratulations.
Oh, you could not pay me enough money to drink a frog or regurgitate a frog or whatever this is.
Well, on average, we spend about 195 minutes every day on our cell phones.
Wow.
Is
that's
that
a lot.
talking or texting or both or all?
Could be a
probably.
combination, but
Yeah.
that's over 3 hours or just over 3 hours.
Yeah.
So in health news, of course, we've got Dr. Oz here, and we're talking about how the radiation from our phones is impacting our health and not in a good way.
And this is the subject of your show today.
It is. I'm passionate about this topic because there are things around us all the time, and we're not sure. And I don't want folks to be panicked about this. So I actually pulled all the information that we know about cell phone radiation, and then we actually sent cell phones to a big lab, and we commissioned a study to look not just at the cell phones, but the cases of the cell phones to see if they help you, protect yourself.
Right.
Because I know people aren't going to give up their cell phones. There's a good reason not to. They're beneficial in many ways. But if there is a potential risk, and we know, for example, that the radiation goes deeper into a child's head than an adult's head because their skulls are thinner.
Right, can I have the videos?
We also know that there's
Thank
heat.
you.
Again, it's not, we don't believe super dangerous, but we don't know for sure. So there's some rational things you could probably do to reduce any risk at all.
Are you talking about the case that the cell phone is built in or a case that you buy to protect it?
One that you buy to protect it.
I see.
But there's two parts to the equation. The first issue you got to figure out is, if the radiation from the cell phone is concerning to me or my family, what do I do about it? As an example, if you're driving along the road and holding the cell phone plastered to your ear, that's a problem because the cell phone ups its output in order to pick up the signal when you don't have good reception. When you're driving in a car, that happens all the time. If you're in an elevator, you don't want to do it. So there's many reasons that you want to take that cell phone, if you can, and hold it just a half an inch from your head. In fact, if you go right now to your cell phone and look on the instructions part of it, the control panel, you're going to see a little warning cell phone companies put on there saying, don't plaster the phone to your head. Don't put it in your front pants pocket if you're a male because it's right next to your testicles. Don't put it in your bra if you're a female because it's next to your skin. Can maybe, who knows, cause issues. Why bother?
So would you then suggest using more hands-free options when you can?
Hands-free if you can. Use the cords if you can. But the wireless earpieces, they also serve as receivers, so they also expose you.
Sure, because you're using that little Bluetooth right on your ear, right on against your temple.
Or you can talk on the phone, but just hold it a little away from your ear. By the way, when you go to bed at night, please don't put the phone next to your head. You actually sleep better. Your cycling of sleep patterns are better if the phone's a few feet from your bed.
I've just started putting it in the other room because
even better if you can. But people are panicking
when it
about
lights up, though, you see that even if you're
Keep
trying
right
to
on the
drift off.
nightstand. It's right next to my bed.
maybe we need
no
to
wonder
move
I
it.
can't. No wonder I'm all messed up.
So then we did this experiment. The second part of the equation is what do you do about the cell phone cover? Because you do have control over that. And there are covers that sell themselves and promote the fact that they help reduce the radiation. We wanted to see which ones really work, which ones don't. So the best ones, and we'll talk about this in the show today, seem to be the ones that are metal. Because remember the old phones, they had a little antenna on them?
Yes.
The antenna now is wrapped in the phone. If you buy the wrong cover, those cheap plastic covers seem to be a problem. They actually push the radiation towards your head.
Oh my.
Well, and the thing is so many of us buy the cheap ones because a good one these days, they're expensive.
Well, plus you spend so much on the
phone, yeah.
But I see a lot of people nowadays using the speaker. When they hit the speaker and hold the phone like this, that's probably a lot better, isn't it?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Or text.
Just make sure you're not airing your dirty laundry in that open phone call with it on speaker, right? You don't want everyone knowing about it.
So Dr. Oz Show, as you probably know, is here on Fox 10 Monday through Friday at 1 p.m.
So that will be discussed on
That's
today's
one of the
show.
Big topic, the big investigation.
Wonderful. That's really interesting.
It's a new segment on our show. It's called Is It Worth It?
It is.
Is it worth watching, or is it?
Well, no, it's always worth watching.
Right.
Is it worth buying? Is it worth trying? We're talking to experts to find out if it is worth paying money for certain things.
So we're going to start with Dr. Oz as our guest of honor today. We're talking about brand name versus generic medicine. Is it worth it to pay more for the brand name, and does it have the same effects health-wise? And I know I'm taking 2 blood pressure medications. Valsartan and amlodipine, and a cholesterol medicine, Crestor. And I know Crestor is a brand name because I see it advertised all day long on TV.
I'm very proud of you that, do I need my earpiece on this?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I need it even. I can hear you better now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's probably better.
So these are, let's talk about what the difference is first of all.
Okay.
The medications you're on are very commonly used. And the difference primarily is that brand name products have been still unpatented. So that's important because you want actually to have a profit motive of making better products.
Right.
So I don't blame pharmaceutical companies for wanting to have their drugs unpatented and charging more for that. But after a certain period of time, our government says, well, that's enough. Now you got to give it to everybody and they can make it as they wish. When that time period is expired, then you could actually have other companies begin to make the exact same products. So what happens when 6 people make the product instead of 1? Prices drop.
Price goes down.
So the rules are they have to be very precisely designed, these generic products, so they are almost identical to the brand names. So the active ingredient, for example, in your case, if you're on a beta blocker, the chemical that actually allows the beta blocker to work has to be specifically the same amount that your natural original brand name product had in it. Now, there are other things that could be different. For example, non-active ingredients can be different. One pill might taste different. It might be better dissolved.
Look different, maybe.
Inert ingredients, they're called.
Okay.
The non-active.
But could that affect your reaction to it?
It could. You can cause, for example, some people mild allergies. So you want to be attentive when you switch from a brand name to a generic. You want to make sure you're not having any weird intestinal issues or skin rashes or things you wouldn't have expected, headaches, etc. You also want to make sure, just in case, that even though it's within a few percentages of what the original drug was, it might not be close enough for you. We're all different. So you want to make sure it works as well. And there's some categories where we particularly get worried on. For example, seizure medications, medications for blood thinning of the blood, irregular heartbeat medications, thyroid medications. These are so precisely dosed that you need to be able to get, ideally, either the brand name or one that's really close to it to be safe.
And that would then be up to the discretion of the doctor who is treating you to monitor you closely.
The doctor will help you, but you can tell as well. If you take a blood pressure medication and you want to save some money, and by the way, I'm strongly in favor of generic products if you can get them because they're cheaper, but try it, make sure that it works.
Make sure you feel the same.
Be the world expert in your body. If your blood pressure is the same with both drugs, good for you.
What about over-the-counter things, cold medicines and things like that? I'll go to one of the drugstores and you see a cold medicine, you see the one, it's like, $5 more and this one's cheaper, but ideally, it's the same thing. What would you suggest then?
Plus, to ride along with it, there are some drugs that used to be prescription medicines I notice are now they're selling over the counter.
Now they're over
in
the
Walgreens.
counter.
Well, I mean, a good example is Motrin, right?
Yes.
Some of the most obvious drugs.
Yeah.
So, first of all, the over-the-counter medications aren't that sensitive. Like the categories I gave you earlier. So almost for sure you can use generic products.
They're not as strong?
No, it's not that.
You won't have a reaction.
You don't have to be quite so precise in the dosing because the problems you're treating aren't life and death problems usually. Otherwise they wouldn't be over-the-counter prescriptions.
Like acid reflux.
Exactly. So if you're 1% off in your treatment, who the heck cares? And if it's a prescription medication that's not become over-the-counter, it's because all of us have gotten in the medical profession comfortable with the fact that it's safe enough. So Motrin's raw material is called ibuprofen. Is it dangerous? Well, yeah, if you take it the wrong way, of course it is. Anything could be. But it's generally so safe, like aspirin. We say go ahead and make it over the counter available so consumers can decide for themselves.
Okay.
Well, sometimes it's more expensive over the counter than it is when you have a prescription if you have insurance.
That's a very, unfortunately that's true. But much of this comes down to be able to afford the medication. And it's so expensive for so many folks watching right now that I want you to be able to find something that works. By the way, oftentimes you can have the dose. You can score the pill in half with these pill scores. They're really effective. And it's the same price for the full pill and half the pill. So you can actually cut your dosing yourself and save money.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good tip too, right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that was interesting.
I used to do that with Lipitor when I was on Lipitor. The doctors used to give samples. I don't think they do that anymore.
Not
but
as much.
No, you don't get them as much. And so they gave me I got a pill cutter, and you put it in it, and you take half, and
it was
last twice as
These
long.
life hacks save money.
Yeah.
And because they save money, you'll take your pills, and for that reason, it'll save lives. And this month, by the way, on the show, it's 30 days, 30 hacks. You know, fix it or fail. I'm trying to figure out, is it real or is it not? Just the way you just did.
Perfect.
And those little tips are exactly what we want to get to the bottom
Well,
of.
that was a great
Awesome,
one.
yeah.
We appreciate that. Okay.
I've learned so much on the show today. I feel like I'm a lot
I
healthier
know,
now.
me too. This is great. We're never going to let you go now.
I'm here. I'm enjoying it too.
Okay, so after the break, Dr. Oz will stay with us. Actually, he's staying till 10. He's going to give us his medical tip of the day.
And later, we're going to make a dish from the Oz Family Kitchen Cookbook.
That looks good.
We're going to see the variety of great healthy recipes the Oz family enjoys. And we'll find out what dinners are like when Dr. Oz gets his entire family when they get together and sit down at the evening dinner table.
I don't need no doctor, because I know what's in me.
Happen to hear Ray Charles on our show, huh, Dr. Oz? You like Ray Charles? He said, I don't need no doctor.
But we do need one today, right? Okay, so it was just last month we got to talk to Dr. Oz's wife, Lisa.
Lisa, yeah.
Yeah, about her new cookbook,
There
the
it
new
is.
Oz Family Cookbook, full of recipes that promote clean eating, but that taste good, right?
She
That's all.
is the brains of the family in many ways. She taught my daughter Daphne, who hosts the Chew, how to cook.
Yeah.
She couldn't teach me, so I'm going to follow along with you. But I always help in the kitchen. But what she realized, I think a lot of moms realize this, is food sacred.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much that it's healthy for you, it happens to be healthy for you. But if it tastes good, the kids will eat it, and they'll feel good about eating it, and then they'll join you in conversation. So we ban all electronics in the dinner time.
Good.
You've got to sit
I
down
like
and eat.
that. Good.
And then we do what you're about to teach us. So
This
I
is
love that
Chef
you use
Tiffany from...
Totally. Well, even a few things, a few tips in your books, like for example, how you.
Can I introduce you first because you know
Yeah,
this
of course.
Chef Tiffany from Enchiladas.
Oh, everyone knows enchiladas here? What's Squaw Peak?
Oh, that's
our
the location.
Payastawa Peak is our mountain.
Yes. But that is where the location of the restaurant is, and it's been how
We've been
long
around
have
since
you guys
1890.
been? Yeah.
Longer than Arizona's
You don't
been a
look
state.
that old at all.
We were the first liquor license here in Arizona.
Really?
Is that right?
Yeah. Surely. We've been drinking a
So you
long
Their
put your
family's
expertise-
amazing.
a long time. Yeah, so today we're making a few of your recipes, but I was saying, I was so impressed. Like, there were a few things, because I know you don't give your kids soda, right? And you get very, very creative about doing your water and making all that. So we made a few of those today just for you guys. If you
fresh
want to
fruit
step
water.
on those. Fresh fruit water. And actually, some of the combinations that he has in his book are amazing. You want to taste one?
I'll do these. You keep cooking.
All
He's
right.
serving
This is
All
what
right,
I
so
do.
we're gonna make we're gonna make the butternut squash
I'm
today.
putting tequila in Rich.
And the butternut
putting
squash
tequila
along with
in
the
it.
goat cheese, which actually is very, very tasty as well, and then some sautéed onions.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is actually an open-faced sandwich that his wife, I'm sure, makes beautifully.
So, Dr. Oz, Lisa, your wife, created this recipe?
She made all these recipes, and you know, a lot of these actually created her family did because her mother's a great cook as well.
Okay.
So she grew up cooking and then kept improving the foods because our culture changed. We eat a lot more vegetables now. You have access to great fresh produce in many parts of the country that wasn't possible earlier.
Right.
So you have incredible amounts of.
She also uses very simple ingredients.
Yeah.
Like as a chef, I mean, everything, like even though the recipes are very, very elaborate, they're very simple things. And you did the very nice thing of using a lot of cross ingredients. So if I was
Once
making
you've
6
got-
of your dishes, 6 of them have, a certain type of maple syrup. 6 of them have a certain type of goat cheese. So that was actually really nice within the book, and a lot of cookbooks don't do that.
So you do some grocery shopping, and you can use those ingredients for lots of other things.
And that's what
which
I
is
actually,
good.
and the book explains things
That is
really
good.
well.
Thank you for saying that.
Really?
She worked tirelessly, making sure the
Oh, I
numbers were
believe it.
right, the percentages of this and that were right, the
Yeah.
nutrient labels. My involvement was really tasting the
Does
food.
she have the nutrition stats in these as
Yes,
well?
and for many of them, she'll have them, and she'll also tell you exactly.
There's also side
that.
stories,
Yes.
like side stories about why they're good for you.
So this is, what
So
are we making
over here, we're gonna make, all right, so we're gonna take some fresh thyme, a little bit of garlic, and this is something that you're actually gonna bake off ahead of time. Obviously, we prepared some for TV. We're gonna add a little bit of maple syrup, and this is pure maple syrup. So we're just
Maple
really
syrup
gonna mix
has
this.
less fructose, so it's actually a better
Uh-huh.
glycemic index for folks.
Okay.
And-
even though it's sweet.
And the sweet and savory, I love. So really, you're just gonna mix this together, and then we're gonna put it in our imaginary oven.
I'll be the oven.
All right, you're the oven. Just set it right over here.
And through the magic of TV.
And through the magic of TV, while these onions are actually sauteing, we really want to caramelize these and let them cook down, but this would be about
Doesn't it smell good?
It
Isn't
does
that
smell
awesome?
great.
I love it.
There's
And
nothing
so
like
that would be
fried
about a
onion.
25-minute process. The other thing you talk about in your book that I loved is the Ezekiel bread. You said it was something, it's really, really good
You
for
just
you.
gotta
You can
eat it right away.
Sprouted
Biblical
grain,
and
yes, you're
skull.
right. Remember
We
when
have
I
you keep
Ezekiel
it in
bread
your
in our-
freezer, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so your freezer, always has Ezekiel bread. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of fresh goat cheese. And
you toasted
And I know
the
you're not a
bread.
big cooking person, but are you a good spreader?
I'm a good spreader.
Can
I'm
you
good with a
spread
knife.
the cheese?
I'm
All right.
really good with a knife. Many
All right.
surgeons are.
That's
Well,
right. That's
yeah,
what you
we
would
hope
have
you're
to
good
be,
with the
right?
knife, right?
So we're going to put a little bit of goat cheese on that Ezekiel bread.
Put a little more than a little bit.
A little more than a little bit. And then once that squash pops out of the oven, it basically looks like this. Okay. And then we're just going to mash
roasted squash.
until we get it into here. And that flavor is amazing with the thyme and the garlic.
Look
We can
at
just
that.
spread it right on
Doesn't
there.
that look good?
There we go. And it's going to be open
This is really
face.
fall-like
So
too.
this
Like
is
the
like-
that's
recipe
why.
is really
That's
fall
one of the reasons I
inspired.
chose this
It's
recipe.
like an open-faced sandwich. Is that what you're calling it? We would have
Open
this for
faced
supper,
sandwich,
for lunch?
exactly.
Gosh,
So
you could
just
even
garnish
cut
with a
that
little
up
bit
and
of
do it in
thyme.
like an appetizer portion.
And then do
for a party.
a little bit of the onion.
We do these for parties.
The
We cut,
caramelized onion.
Yeah, right?
cut them in
Couldn't you?
fourths.
In fourths, yeah.
And then we'll serve them as the beginner's meals, and they go great with red wine.
Thanksgiving appetizer right there, I'm thinking.
That's right.
No one knows how easy it is. That's the best part.
That's easy.
So
Okay, what are
easy.
some of the other things that you cook
Okay,
for
well,
us?
some of the things that we cooked at home. For example, right now we're going to make the Brussels sprouts, and he
We have
does
time?
use. If
Yeah?
if
Okay.
not, no
Yeah.
worries.
What do you want me to
What
do
do you
with
want to
these?
do? Yeah.
We're going to add some coconut oil.
Really?
Let it wipe down.
Coconut oil.
But we also have the finished product right
Okay.
here. So if we don't have time for
So
that,
what,
that's no
what
problem.
kind of the ingredients are in
So
there?
we would take the coconut oil, and then basically you're going to add your shallots and let those sweat a little bit.
And I noticed you took the Brussels sprouts and you cut them in half. They
We
cook
did.
faster that way,
They
right?
do,
Yeah.
and as a matter of fact, if you cook them without the top on, which he suggests in his book, it takes a little bit more time, but the way they brown is completely worth it.
And you can buy these, by the way, in the store.
Already cut?
Frozen, pre-cut.
Yeah, yeah.
And frozen veggies are really a pretty good deal because you won't throw them away ever, and they're nutritionally just as
See, I
good for
keep
most
telling my
people.
wife
And a
that
little
she
bit,
Then
see,
you don't throw
once
them all
again, we're
away.
using the thyme. We're going to add some red pepper
Little
flakes.
crushed red pepper in there, huh?
And then we're also going
more
to once
maple
again
syrup?
use the maple syrup.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I thought was so cool about this is there's so many. This book, as far as cookbooks go, I thought it was actually just a really well thought out book.
Well,
All right.
now can I put my favorite dish here? The two. The frittatas are unbelievable.
Yes.
And no, don't fool around with egg white frittatas. Make regular egg frittatas. The yolk is really important. It's got key vitamins for you. Don't go for the head thick. It doesn't hurt your cholesterol for most people. And this, I'm a Turk, and there are more sheep than people in Turkey. And when you get lamb and lamb chops in particular, they're unbelievable. And these are meals Lisa makes for us for all the festive holidays. But when you get these around the dinner table, the kids will come and spend time with you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the most important part.
And this is edamame, which we spice up a little bit. You get frozen edamame. And how'd you spice it up?
This one was with, there's a little bit of sesame seed, shallots, red pepper
Oh,
flake
they
as well,
smell so
and
good.
mirin.
Oh, yeah, in the mirror. You know, these spices, and I just have the point, you know, in
And soy
all of our
sauce.
kitchens, we always had healing spices. People got better through their food. When you walk into a pharmacy, you're walking into a grocery store. So when Lisa wrote the book, that was her vision always. What are the foods that I give to our kids to make them feel better about how do they cope with stress, omega-3s? How do they grow the right way? Give them the vitamins. How do you get the right amount of protein into your meals? And you have a high-protein cuisine, you're not going to get heavy. Because as we were talking about during the earlier show, the protein that you eat tends to satiate you. If you eat it with the right fats, you put coconut oil in here, right? Coconut oil and fats, rather, and coconut butter. These are all healthy, short-chain fats, much better for you.
Very good. Okay.
Oh,
Available Amazon and all bookstores.
Available, everyone doing very well. Do I get to feed you guys?
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to
Big
this
on
all
Brussels
show. They keep trying to ply me with those hamburgers. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
I'm going to start eating these.
Oh, good for you. You bite into that meat.
This is good before my life.
It's actually cooked perfectly, too.
Oh, just the right portion. Just the right portion.
Back to Fox 10 Arizona Morning.
You nailed this menu.
This is
Delicious.
absolutely delicious.
Nicely done.
Everything.
His
The
wife nailed
recipes,
this menu.
The lamb,
fantastic.
everything.
But it proves that these are, I mean, we could do them, right?
I made these
you're a
all in
chef,
my
but-
house last night.
But we could do this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Oz, what are the families like at your house?
So the holidays for us are cool. We have the family there too, but the holidays are about getting all the kids to make decisions. Do they eat this or they eat this first? They all have to help. All the families involved in making the meal. And then after we've had our meal, we have a big football game. And it's mandatory. You got to
watch or
participate.
play?
No, we play. We go out in the field. I played football in college. I can't golf, but I
did?
yes, right. I was a safety at Harvard.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But so all the kids go out. All the girls are great at it. And we fight competitively, and then we eat. It's what we do on holidays. But you know what it does? It brings memories, which is what life's all about, because our lives are defined by the people in them.
That's
And
exactly
I have had my life defined by the wonderful people in my life today with you guys. Absolutely wonderful. I toast you with my lamb chop.
All right. Let me get another lamb chop.
Thank you so much.
Food.
Okay.
Love you guys, Phoenix. Thank you for being with us
good
today.
health.
All right. Well, you're headed over to the News Now set with Samia, and we'll be here.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. It's been just a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
And I thought getting hamburgers. Look what I got instead of hamburgers. This is so much better.
Continued good health and success to you, Dr. Oz.
Have a great day.
What a fun morning they had here at Fox 10 Phoenix with Dr. Oz. And I'm going to give you my top 5 stories of the day. 5 California students were stabbed this morning before police shot and killed the suspect. 2 of the victims attacked at the University of California, Merced, were taken by helicopter to hospitals for treatment. The other 3 were treated locally. We had a San Diego standoff that lasted 5 hours before the suspect surrendered, but they stopped allowing flights to arrive at San Diego International Airport due to this standoff. It was that intense. They're saying most GOP candidates in the latest poll could stop Hillary Clinton, all but the dominant Donald Trump. So that's kind of a strange update that Rubio, Cruz, Carson all stump Clinton, but Trump doesn't stump Clinton. Interesting. A man was stabbed over a chicken. A Houston, Texas man was with 4 of his friends. He was one of 5. They were watching TV and drinking and eating in an apartment when the man that ate the last piece of chicken was attacked by another man and stabbed to death. Retired TSA dogs need homes. You have to travel to San Antonio. If you are looking to adopt, you can do so, but you do have to reload. You do have to make your way all the way to San Antonio, Texas, if that's something you'd like to pursue. And let's get into some of our evening stories. Or that. Yeah, I do have this that I haven't played yet for you today.
Right now, and we're a little late, and I apologize for that. I've got to go do a Sean Hannity show, one more interview, and then we have a town hall meeting down the road, or up the road, I guess. But I wanted to tell you a story. I'm not going to give you the stump speech. I just wanted to tell you a story of what motivates me. Because at the end of the day, I think when you're running for president and people are deciding who they're going to support, it's not about the personalities on the stage. It's not about how you've got a quick, wit, or your soundbite is perfect, or how you can express anger in a way that draws people towards your cause. It's about leadership. It's about actually solving problems. We desperately need a leader. We need a leader with a servant's heart. We need someone who has plans to fix the things that are broken, to lift us up again. And in 1998, I decided I was a candidate. I was one of the few candidates in 1994, a long time ago, to lose as a Republican. Fairly humiliating, if you think about it. It was the wave election, and I lost, and I reflected on why I lost. I didn't change my core beliefs. I'm a solid, reform-minded conservative. I believe in limited government. I believe in individual responsibility, personal freedom, creating the greatest amount of prosperity to the largest number of people. I believe it. I've always believed it, and it's something that I believe in my heart. In 1998, though, I decided I was going to listen a little bit. Now, I know that sounds like a novel idea, a sign of weakness that you would actually listen to people. And I wanted to learn. I wanted to put a human context around the things that I believe. So I was in a town hall meeting, a little bit bigger than this, in Fort Lauderdale. Lady raises her hand. Her head was about ready to, she was really angry. And she said, "You don't care about people like me and my families." I said, "Well, how do you know? I've never met you." "You don't care. I know. You're a conservative. You're a Republican. You don't care." So I said, "Well, I don't think that's true." She wouldn't let me up her air, in effect. She said, I have a daughter she's 15 years old. She has severe autism. She has huge physical challenges. She has an IQ of 50, and you don't care. And my biggest fear is outliving her. Wow, think about that. Maybe you have a family member that you wake up each day worrying about that, outliving your child. because there wasn't support. So I said, tell you what, I'm not going to convince you today, but I'm going to give you 4 days. And I want you to schedule me. You're my teacher. I'm the student. 4 days. Teach me. I want to learn. So we went to group homes where people, young people with developmental disabilities were treated with dignity and respect. They lived an independent life with support. We went to institutions that provided care at extraordinary costs, some of which were just warehousing people, where they weren't treated with dignity and respect. And other places did it right. We went to workforce places where they hired people with physical and developmental disabilities. And I immediately saw that the employees loved being with people that had limited abilities, or different abilities is a better way of saying it. That it added a vitality to their workforce. And the customers loved it as well. You know, you're thinking, what the heck does this to do with being president? Well, here's the deal. I get elected. The first week, I became an expert on a subject that conservatives don't really, think about that much. The first week in office, a federal judge summons me to South Florida, back home to Miami, and says, I'm taking over this program for the developmental disabilities. The state has ruined it. And I said, please, let me go to the Florida legislature and work with people like Alan Bentz, the former Speaker of the House. Let us fund these programs. Let us transform them. Let's show respect and dignity for a group of people that had been left behind. And he let me do it. And we did it. And we increased funding. And 31,000 families got off a waiting list because I took the time to listen. Here's the deal. I believe everybody in this room, everybody in this state, everybody in this country is an asset, not a liability. The left tries to tell us that some people are just liabilities and we'll just manage their lives for them. I believe that life is a gift from God, that it is precious, that we need to respect it from beginning to end, and that we should hold it up high and make sure that people have a chance to be lifted up. I believe that the developmentally disabled, the unborn, the frail elders are just as valuable as anybody else. Certainly more valuable than the big personalities on the stage. That they should be on the front of the line. They should be in the front of the line, the most vulnerable. There should never be a question about whether you're going to outlive your child. A just and humane country that believes in limited government should put the most vulnerable in the front of the line. That's what I believe. And each and every day that I was governor of the state of Florida, I acted on that. And we made lives better. If you want a leader that has a servant's heart, that will fight to change the culture of Washington, D.C., to make sure that the most vulnerable have a fair shake, to make sure that people in the middle finally get a pay raise for the first time in 15 years, to make sure that there are less people in poverty rather than more people in poverty, and to make sure that this country is safe and secure, I'm your man. Because I know how to do these things. I know how to fix these broken problems. I know how to apply conservative principles the right way. And I will listen, and I will learn, and I will lead. We need a leader, not a talker. We need a doer, not a talker. We need someone that unites the country rather than divides us. And that's why I'm running for president, and that's why I'm honored that you're here today, and that's why I'm humbly asking for your support. Thank you. We need to ask a couple of questions because I can't. I mean, you guys waited. I know we're going to mess up the schedule, but I can't leave. Yeah.
I taught 34 years in public school in Wolfboro, New Hampshire, just down the road where you go at night.
Yes, sir.
Many of the parents and students came from families where people worked for the minimum wage of about $7.25 an hour, less than $15,000 a year. Are you in favor of some sort of raise of minimum wage?
I'm not, because it'll create lower income. If we raise the minimum wage, you'll have fewer people working. The first rung of the ladder won't be achieved. There are better ways of doing it. How about an economic growth strategy that grows at 4% so people actually get a job that's higher than the minimum wage? How about, thank you. How about reforming the earned income tax credit to make sure that the fraud in it, diminishes, but that you create a system where you're not imperiling people's jobs, you're actually creating incentives for people to work. There are other ways to do this. How about making sure that more than just a third of our children, perhaps not in your school, but in the country, a third of our kids end up being college or career ready by the time they're graduating from high school. So that they have the skills. The big challenge in our country, the tragedy is that we have 3 million jobs unfilled because there's people don't have the skills to take them on. In the so-called Great Recession, we've had this perpetual kind of job shortage because people don't have skills. I think we can make sure that people have the capacity to achieve earned success, and that we ought to make sure that there's incentives for them to work. Right now, as you know, non-work actually ends up being a better deal than work in many cases. That the equivalent of a tax rate, the highest tax rate is someone in poverty trying to get out of poverty. And what we need to do is change our whole system of welfare so that work is rewarded rather than being penalized. Here's another idea. I think we ought to end the marriage penalty. Right now, if a spouse is not working and they're one person working at a wage that is, say they're making $25,000 or $30,000 a year, every dollar that their spouse that starts to work makes right now in our tax code is on top of that first salary. And so someone that is out of the workforce trying to get back in ends up with a marginal tax rate that could be like 20% instead of having no taxes to pay until you get above a certain level. So to allow spouses to file individually is another way to create more income or social mobility. Here's the problem. The left will tell you the way to solve this problem is higher taxes on the wealthy. And that doesn't lift people up. That just pushes people down. No one in poverty or no one near poverty is going to benefit from higher taxes on other people. It just doesn't work that way. We need to make sure that we lift people up from the bottom. I don't think we need programs to help the wealthy. They've already made it. But we shouldn't be demonizing the wealthy because that's not going to help people that are striving for success. We need to shift all of these programs to create a floor, if you will, rather than a ceiling on their aspirations. Yes?
What are your plans for the future of Social Security?
You wanted the full loaf of bread, go to jeb2016.com because I actually have a plan. And the plan effectively gradually extends the retirement age, just as it already has happened. To continue that process every month, you create a mandatory, the retirement age grows a month for every year. So you gradually move in that direction. As we age, that's appropriate to do. And the early retirement to do the same to get to 65 years old. To create a floor of 125% of the poverty level for every Social Security beneficiary, and for the wealthy to have them have less benefits than what they have now. So that you... Again, this is not to hurt people, this is to create solvency on. And most people that have been very successful in life are happy to receive less if it allows for the solvency of the program so that people, we can preserve and protect it for people that have it, for people that are entering the getting to the point of getting it, we need to reform it so it's there. Right now we're moving close to 3 people for every 1 retiree. That base, that's a big burden for the next generation. It started at 29 to 1. Now it's getting close to 3 to 1. And the good news is 10 years from now, you and I are going to be 10 years older. Yes, we are. And we're going to be celebrating that. But the alternative is not as good, right? So changing the demographics, we got to reflect the change in this. And the other thing I would say is if you're working past 67 or 66, whatever the retirement age, it's moving to 67, our proposal is that you could continue to work in 2 things. One, you're allowed to work. You're not losing Social Security benefits for doing it. And secondly, you don't pay the payroll tax as an employee. At the age, if you're at retirement age 67, then you keep the 6%. It's your money. It's for your retirement. It ought to be directly in your pocket. The final thing is, no one envisioned Social Security to be a retirement system. It was a supplemental retirement system. Private savings matters a lot as well. And right now, private savings, because of our monetary policy, is next to nothing. I mean, literally, 0% interest rate policies are great for big government that have chronic deficits. Basically, you can borrow free money, Big corporates that can access public markets do well. Small businesses can't access credit because of the regulations of Dodd-Frank, but not as much as they used to. And savers really get hurt. And so changing the monetary policy, making it easier for businesses to create 401ks. I did set up a 401k a year and a half ago. Very expensive for my little 4-person business. And the costs of it and the lawyers and the complicated natures because of Washington rules make it really hard for small businesses to provide 401k services. Small businesses ought to be able to pool their resources to be able to lower their costs. And we ought to create much easier ways to access savings. The Obama administration is making this a lot tougher with Dodd-Frank, by the way, where financial planners are really being penalized. The cost to access a savings environment to plan for your future is a lot more complicated. Final thing I say about this is, last week or week ago, 2 weeks ago, Bloomberg had a survey amongst retirees. Their expectation is to have $45,000, I believe, of income in their retirement years per year. And what they, on average now, senior citizens have $9,000. We got a way to go to get this fixed. And all of the things I suggest would help do that. To close that gap is essential for people to live a life of dignity in their retirement years. One more question. Yes?
What are your plans on immigration?
What are my plans? First of all, I wrote a book about it called Immigration Wars. It's not a bestseller, so you could get it at a deep discount. Funny thing happened on the way to the forum on this book. We wrote the book, Clint Bullock and I, who's a constitutional lawyer, great guy. We wrote the book prior to the last election because we wanted to give a conservative alternative to fix this, because it needs to be fixed. So we wrote it the way you would normally write a book. Here's the problem, here are examples of the problem, here are inspirational stories of people who can make a difference in our society, and then the last chapter would be the conclusion, which is, here's what we need to do. So Simon & Schuster said, no, that's not how books are written anymore. You have to do the solution chapter, the final chapter at the first, because people aren't going to read the rest of it. So the final chapter, chapter 1, enforce the border. Make sure that you use all the tools to enforce the border. There's a national security, public health, rule of law, compelling argument to secure the border. We see the epidemic of drugs, sadly, in New Hampshire and other places, and it's because we have a porous border. Not free, but very cheap heroin now replaces prescription drugs, and people I know that you know are overdosing because of it. It's a tragedy. Secondly, we need to make sure that the visa overstayers leave. 40% of illegal immigrants come with a legal visa and they stay. Other countries know how to do this. We know how to do this too, we're just not doing it. You have exit and entry visas using biometric technologies. You can identify where people are and you can make sure that they leave. It requires a commitment. It means you have to have law enforcement in the country committed to do this. Third, you need to have more people in state and local law enforcement coordinating with the Border Patrol. Right now they're prohibited from doing it. It makes no sense. We can use the local law enforcement as the eyes and ears of the Border Patrol. I think we need a guest worker program to create allowing people to come and go for the jobs that no one else will do, particularly in agriculture where there's huge shortages in the non-mechanized parts of agriculture. I think we need to narrow the number of people coming by family and expand the number of people that can make a difference economically. The number of people coming by family is driven by the most generous system in the world. Spouse and minor children, like every country, and then your adult siblings and your adult parents. And we've had what's called chain migration, where it's been going on for 40 years, and more and more and more people are coming by family. 80% of all legal immigrants come by family, and only 15% come for economic purposes. Canada has more economic immigrants than we do with 1/10 of our population. And then finally, two more things. One, we need civics education in our schools again, because if you're asking people to come to this country, they need to embrace what it is to be an American. And right now in our country, we're broken up in our disparate parts. And there isn't a sense of our heritage and history, and there should be. This is an extraordinary country. I mean, this country, our values are shaped by our history, and our history is the most extraordinary one in the world. We should be proud of it. We should have more patriotism, but people don't know our history. And so civics education is important for immigrants and native-born Americans. Final thing I would say is, what would you do with the 11 million people that are here, or 12 million people here illegally? I say you cannot deport 500,000 people a month. It would cost hundreds of billions of dollars. It would disrupt communities. It would violate civil liberties, and it would not be embracing American values. Better to do this. Tell people that they come out from the shadows, they pay a fine. Give them a provisional work permit where they work, where they pay taxes, where they don't receive any federal government assistance, where they learn English, they don't commit crimes, and they work. And over an extended period of time, they earn legal status, not a path to citizenship. That, to me, is the fair way to deal with the problem. It's the practical way. It's a conservative way, by the way, because it won't cost hundreds of billions of dollars to implement, and it will, if we create a system where we're protecting our border, it will work. But we have to make sure the border's protected, or you're going to have legal immigration always be harder than illegal immigration, and that will never work in our country. Thank you for the question. Thank you all. God bless
At least we don't have, I love We're Not Gonna Take It, but I do have to drop that We're Not Gonna Take It the second I hear it, because it's top 40 and we have to be very careful about what we play here on the internet. I'm going to stay in here because I know that we do an interview with him in a second, even if it's just a few words.
Yeah. Come on, I told him you were going to work tomorrow. Dámelo. ¿Ya no hablas español o no?
Poco.
You guys want a picture?
Okay, girl. So you got to
Love of the truth game.
Should we come and get them? We're coming in there.
We're shooting blanks right now. Hay que continuar practicando tu español.
Sí, sí.
No por nada.
So shy.
God bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Voted for your dad, voted for your brother. I didn't know you were so tall.
I'm a tall guy.
Earlier at the law enforcement forum, you talked about prescribing drugs and the impact that has on your community. I know from personal experience.
Let's meet some. Hold on, guys. Let's meet some people here. We gotta meet some people. Sorry.
It's a well-known fact that my daughter had drug addiction issues. That's what I was talking about. And any family that's gone through that knows exactly what I was talking about.
This is Mason.
Oh! How you doing, buddy? You went out in the woods?
What a handsome man. He is. Where's Wendy? Wendy, let's get a family picture of Taylor's there. Where's
the camera?
Over here. Coleman's got it.
There you go. What are we studying right now?
Okay, and here are my top 5 stories. 5 California students were stabbed, but unfortunately today a suspect stabbed 5 people on a university campus, and it was a student in Central California this morning before police shot and killed him. 2 of the victims attacked at the University of California Merced were taken by helicopter to hospitals for treatment. The 3 other victims were treated locally. The San Diego shooting, this story kind of really consumed our news day. San Diego police SWAT team members surrounded an apartment today where they said a man armed with a high-powered rifle was contained after shooting at officers responding to a domestic incident. He also shut down the airport because he was so close to the San Diego International Airport temporarily. The initial incident happened at 9:12 a.m. I don't know what time they shut down the airport, probably at approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock. No, 12:30 is when the airport said that they weren't taking any incoming flights. 1 arrivals started to resume. After 5 hours of the ordeal, the suspect finally surrendered. Most GOP candidates, except for Trump, are trumping Hillary Clinton in the polls. This is according to FoxNews.com. Ben Carson, especially ahead of Hillary Clinton, when you pair up a hypothetical presidential. Why am I losing my words? General election is what I was looking for. The man stabbed over chicken in Houston, Texas. Several friends were together. They were eating and drinking at an apartment, and one of the friends killed. It was a 38-year-old killed a 34-year-old because he ate the last piece of chicken. And he was arrested and admitted to what he did, which is pretty horrific. And retired TSA dogs need homes. They're 2 to 10 years old. They're typically German short-haired pointers, Labrador retrievers, German shepherds. And you have to go to San Antonio, Texas to get them, but they're retired TSA dogs that are either old or could not pass the explosives detection training test. So, if you love dogs, adopt a TSA canine at ole.tsa.dhs.gov. And that's my top 5 stories for the day. Let's get into some of our local stories that we brought you this evening on our news program.
Video of a violent attack at the Florence prison that left 7 corrections officers hurt, one of them seriously. The video coming from a surveillance camera inside the prison's chow hall. Troy Hayden is live with this Fox 10 exclusive. Troy.
And Carrie, this attack actually happened back in April. The Department of Corrections just got permission from attorneys to release the video. It shows how much corrections officers risk every single day to watch over some of the most dangerous men in our state. This video, released exclusively to Fox 10, shows just how quickly things can go very wrong for Arizona corrections officers. This was shot back in April during an evening meal at the maximum security unit at Florence Prison. Inmates upset that officers were walking through their tables. They thought they were being disrespected. So they stand up and confront the officers, who are badly outnumbered. Just look at that. They refuse to let a female officer leave. And when more officers move into the chow hall, the inmates attack. It's vicious. More than a dozen of the state's most dangerous men kicking and punching the officers, who are armed only with pepper spray and stun guns. The officers are no match for the charging inmates. And only when many of those inmates are hit with the pepper spray do they start to back away. The attack only lasts 14 seconds, but it's enough to do serious damage. One of the officers, Sergeant Joel Reza, laid his body over a colleague, getting between him and the inmates trying to shield the blows. He was given a Valor Award for his efforts last month. One of the officers targeted in the attack has serious head injuries and has not yet returned to work at the prison. The DOC tells us these attacks don't happen very often, but when they do, things can go very bad very fast, as we saw there in that video. And all 7 officers were injured. The inmates involved are being prosecuted for that attack. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
See, Mark had his jacket on. It's a little chilly out there today. A wet and cool day here in the valley. As a matter of fact, check out this time lapse from our tower cam at South Mountain. Kind of day you just want to stay inside and curl up with a good book or
Stay
something.
in bed. I know that's what you think about.
Do some power TV watching, plow through some of the episodes you haven't seen. Dark clouds moving through the afternoon and bringing some rain showers to the desert, some of them quite heavy at times.
Did you get out of bed this morning?
I did. I woke up early, actually.
I'm just checking. All right, northern Arizona getting a taste, early taste of winter. Look at that.
Wow.
Fabulous.
Including Flagstaff, where several inches of snow fell into today. And Fox 10's Jessica Flores spent the day in Flag, and she has the story.
It looks like a winter wonderland here in Flagstaff, and it's only fall. Still, residents I'm talking to say they're embracing the chilly weather. From snow boots for the baby to ice scrapers for the car, folks in Flagstaff busy stocking up on winter essentials during the first snowfall of the season.
Probably gonna go get chains for my tires soon, so yeah, just kind of get prepped for everything.
30-year Flagstaff resident Will Loomis spent part of the morning shoveling snow off his car. Is this earlier for you guys to have this snow?
Yes, it's almost the earliest we've ever had it this early.
According to the National Weather Service in Flagstaff, November 11th is the average first day for measurable snowfall. And since 1898, it's only snowed on this date, November 4th, 3 times.
We love the snow. It's our livelihood.
The snow bringing plenty of opportunities for fun, and it also meant Flagstaff kids got to start their school day a little bit later today. Flagstaff Unified School District delayed school 2 hours due to the snow. Are you going to play in the snow today?
Yes.
What are you going to
do? Snowman.
You're going to make a snowman?
Yes.
Across all ages, Flagstaff residents enjoying the first day of snow this season.
I'm from Phoenix, so it's something I don't get to see very often, and I think it's a blast.
The National Weather Service has issued a winter weather advisory, and that's in effect until 11 p.m. Reporting in Flagstaff, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Jess. Stay warm up there and check out this picture. Just a perfect view along the 89A near Flagstaff. It's like a postcard. ADOT sent this photo out on Twitter showing the snow-covered trees and the wet stretch of highway. A winter weather advisory remains in effect. Dave Muncy joins us with a look at the snowfall totals. It's just a great fall day, isn't it?
You know, and that's kind of the way we like here in Phoenix to see our winter weather, is on a postcard. So that was a very picturesque picture. We love getting those, by the way. Anytime you take one, you can send it to us. We love to get it. Hey, a lot of snow around, folks. Lots going on. You can see the system has passed through the state. We're getting a little bit of wraparound from that low pressure system that's hanging around in here. Well, let's take a look at it. The snow level has dropped to around 5,500 feet. We do have an advisory right pretty much on the Mogollon Rim right there. As you can see, 1 to 4 at 6,000, 4 to 8 at 7,000, and 8 to 16 inches at 8,500 feet. So there's some snow out there. In fact, snow in Flagstaff since midnight. Now this is a number that may change. 5.3. This breaks the old record of 5 inches that was set on this date back in 1925. Also, let's take a look at this. Kachina Village 6 inches, Belmont 5.7, Mountain Air 5 inches, Munns Park 4, and Forest Lakes comes up with 3 inches on the ground. Look at this as far as our rainfall is concerned. We didn't get great amounts, but as you can see, 4 to 8 up in Surprise, they got 3,100ths of an inch, and you can see 1,200ths of an inch in Apache Junction. We'll have more on this storm coming up.
Thanks. Well, you could call it the magical mystery machine. Not the tour, the machine. One day it dropped down on a street in Northeast Mesa, and ever since, people have been scratching their heads.
What is it, and where did it come from? Who owns it? That's the big question. Weighty questions indeed, and we sent our Steve Kraft out to try to find some answers. He joins us live with the story. This thing is weird.
It is. John, I did put in that Beatles reference for you.
No one knows where it came from or what they were doing.
So many questions. A half-ton contraption found not far from Falcon Field. Could it be part of something even bigger? The more Bill McLeod looks at the mystery machine, the more puzzling it gets.
I've been around heavy equipment all my life, but this is some type of a machinist type object, and I just don't know much about it. And we went and picked it up with a crane and brought it back here to the yard, and it belongs to somebody, and we just like to see it returned to the rightful owner.
Could it be from some alien planet?
I don't think so. It looks like some type of a punch machine.
It looks like it was from the movie Back to the Future.
It could be. I don't know. It weighs well over 1,000 from what we can tell.
That's 1,000 pounds?
Every bit. Every bit. That's solid steel. Solid steel.
So whoever made this was really into heavy metal.
Yeah, they were serious about it, that's for sure. Yep.
That was a bad joke, really a bad joke. There are a couple clues. Metal tags. This one says upper punch penetration. And this one, set bottom of scale to top punch entry. Very mysterious. All right, now let me ask you an odd question, in addition to all the other odd questions. Could this be a work of art?
No, I think it's some type of machinist type operation.
So if it belongs to you, come and pick it up, but bring a crane. I can't figure out for the life of me what that thing is. The Mesa Transportation Department hoping somebody will come forward and claim the magical mystery machine. Otherwise, it'll be headed for the scrap heap to be recycled. Nobody wants that. We're getting lots of comments on our Facebook page. We have information how to contact the city of Mesa about the mystery machine. Check out facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
American Airlines flight that left Sky Harbor last night had to make an unscheduled landing because of an unruly passenger. It seems like this is happening more often, especially in the last few weeks. 2 separate flights have been diverted to Phoenix because of the same issue. Nicole Garcia has the story.
New York indie rock band The Augustines shared this photo on Twitter showing airport police standing in the aisle responding to a disruptive passenger. The band left Phoenix on board the American Airlines flight that was diverted to Kansas last night. One of the members also tweeted that a passenger was threatening the plane that he wants to kill people. Bad scene. Less than a week ago, this was the scene on a plane that was diverted to Sky Harbor. The American Airlines flight had left Los Angeles headed for Philadelphia when a passenger became belligerent. This is video from TMZ showing him being removed from the plane by law enforcement. And this was 2 weeks ago on yet another American Airlines flight diverted to Phoenix. This passenger allegedly threatened flight attendants by making finger guns. The flight was on its way to Dallas from San Jose. So why are passengers becoming so unruly?
There's a very high trend that involves passenger mental instability. And the flying public these days is a little less considerate and friendly than they used to be. I call it the selfish society. You know, it's all about me. It's all about self.
Kelly Skiles has been a flight attendant for 28 years. She says the stress of going through security, boarding, and the fact that planes are more cramped and crowded can also be contributing factors. Flight crews are trained on how to deal with and restrain unruly passengers if necessary.
We are the targets usually because we're there handling the situation and taking on, the verbal and sometimes physical abuse.
The passenger that was removed from last night's diverted flight was arrested in Wichita on a federal count of criminal threat. No one was hurt in any of the 3 recent diverted flights, and passengers all made it to their final destinations. About an hour late, though, but safe.
Developing tonight at 5, a Phoenix police detective shot in the line of duty, now at odds with the city of Phoenix after being told he could no longer bring his service dog to work. You might remember Detective Scott Safranca was shot while trying to stop a car with robbery suspects inside. He's now back at work but suffers from PTSD, and his wife says that the dog helps him get through the day. Mark Martinez joins us live outside of police headquarters tonight with the latest. Mark?
Yeah, John, Scott Safranca has been working as a detective here in the Missing Persons Department at the Phoenix Police Headquarters ever since he went back to work. Now, he has been bringing with him for the past few months what he calls a service dog, but the Phoenix Police Department says he has not proven that that dog is an ADA-compliant service dog and that they need that paperwork in order for him to keep bringing that dog to work. So this story has taken off recently on social media when Safranca's wife posted this story, and she says the law is on her husband's side. Phoenix police officer Scott Safranca was shot in the line of duty while on patrol on New Year's Eve 2013 during a pursuit of armed robbery suspects near 56th Street and Thomas Road. Since then, he suffered with PTSD. And on a blog post, his wife Christy has documented how he's been doing much better since getting his service dog named Bigby. Until recently, Bigby went to work with now Detective Safranca at Phoenix PD with no problems. But his wife says the city HR department recently notified Safranca he would no longer be able to bring his dog to work with him.
If it wasn't a problem before, why all of a sudden today, now it's a problem? It seems retaliatory to me.
Phoenix City Councilman Sal DeCiccio outraged, saying there should be a workplace accommodation made for city employees like Safranca suffering from PTSD.
And I've expressed my concerns that this should not be this way. These individuals need to be afforded every possibility to make things work.
The Phoenix city manager wouldn't comment on the issue, citing personnel and privacy issues. But Phoenix Police Chief Joseph Yonner sent out this statement late yesterday saying the Phoenix Police Department is committed to the well-being of its employees. The department has been working closely with city personnel and legal to find an appropriate resolution to the situation. I plan to meet with Detective Safranca in the near future in an attempt to address his concerns. And we are told today that the police chief and Safranca did meet face-to-face, but it appears this is far from over. The department will allow him to bring that dog temporarily, but again, they are still asking for that proof to show the dog is an ADA-compliant service dog. And Safranca's wife says that is not the answer they were looking for. So again, it looks like there's still no resolution here, at least for right now. Reporting live in downtown Phoenix, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Look at Mark, he's cold. He's got that jacket on.
A one-year-old could be the next Gerber baby. From right here in the valley, it would be a great victory for little Riley, who has already faced a number of health battles in his young life. Danielle Miller has the story tonight.
We caught up with Riley and his family here in their Mesa neighborhood just a bit ago, and looking at baby Riley, you can never tell that he's been through everything that he has, and his parents tell us that winning this contest will mean more than having a cute kid. One-year-old Riley may look like an ordinary baby, but he was born with a very rare condition, hypoplastic left heart syndrome, meaning he only has half of a heart. Baby Riley had his first open heart surgery at Phoenix Children's Hospital when he was just days old, and another in the following months.
He only has one ventricle, and most humans have two, so his one-sided ventricle has to do the job of both sides of his heart. It's basically to reroute the blood to make sure that it's getting to every part of his body, his lungs, his brain.
Riley's mother, Lauren Tong, says he will eventually need a heart transplant. He has doctor's appointments and checkups at least 2 times per week, and medical bills continue to stack up.
Giving medication constantly throughout the day, heart medications, reflux medications, heart failure medications. Also, he doesn't eat anything by mouth. He's tube fed.
As Riley's parents continue to look for ways to help pay for those bills, they came across the 2015 Gerber baby photo search.
I had this really cute picture that we took of him.
That photo has since been accepted, and now Riley's up for the grand prize of $50,000. Lauren says that much needed money will be well spent.
Definitely a tremendous amount of money for his daily care, his medical care, his surgeries, his hospital stays, his doctor's appointments, his therapy appointments.
Every person can vote for Riley on the Gerber website up until voting closes on November 24th. Now, the winner of this contest will be announced in 2016, and you can vote for Riley by using the number 121216. In Mesa, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Well, maybe you didn't know this, but Veterans Day is just a week from today. And this Sunday, an event to thank and remember our veterans is going on. Fox 10's Courtney Griffin explains how you can be part of it.
This 1944 biplane is part of a ceremony happening this weekend to honor our veterans. It's the 6th annual Honor Walk.
The father of a son who fought in Iraq, and he lost a friend. And when he came back, he wanted to come up with a way to honor his friend and all the other veterans. And so we produced the Honor Walk.
During the 5K walk, 2 biplanes will fly over the ceremony, and Color Guard will be playing bagpipes to celebrate veterans' lives. Roger Parrish, a retired Air Force colonel, will be flying the Stearman.
I'm 80 years old. I feel like I am so lucky that my entire career has been flying.
He says the Stearman is hard to learn how to fly and even harder to land it. But after you conquer it, you have those skills forever.
Yeah, it's kind of like riding a bicycle. You either can or you can't.
This walk is geared toward welcoming the Vietnam vets. If you'd like to sign up, head over to fox10phoenix.com.
Valley Marine taking on a new fight, this time in the octagon. Kyle Stewart spent the past year training with Arizona Combat Sports in Tempe. Anita Roman introduces us to this newly professional fighter who says the Marines, they got him ready for his next battle.
Valley native Kyle Stewart served as a Marine for 8 years. He actually started fighting while he was serving our country back in 2012. Take a look at this. These are all of his belts, and this is the one he is currently defending. Big fight Saturday, Kyle.
Yeah, I'll be fighting a guy from New Mexico, Billy Colon. This will be my second professional fight.
As a Marine, you are fighting for our country, for our freedom. So this is a slightly different twist on what you're doing.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I think getting out of the Marine Corps, it translated pretty well for me in the combat aspect of there's only certain times in life where you're going to be faced with fear and have to deal with overcoming that fear, falling back on your training and basically getting your job done. So, and on a much smaller scale, you deal with the fear going into the cage, and then when you come out, going into the cage and that anxiety, but going in and fighting, you know, it kind of helps me relate back to when I was in combat, where you just kind of you got to overcome those fears and end up doing your job.
Wow, that's great. Good luck to you. The big fight is on Saturday here in town. Anita Roman, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Anita. The fight starts at 7:30 Saturday at Wild Horse Pass Casino. Those fights are intense, aren't they? Good luck to him out there.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, hi, folks. Here we go. Yeah, the city, there's a look at the airport out there, looking pretty good with some rain in today to kind of clean things out. 67 degrees. We've got a little bit of rain and some cloudiness scattered around the valley right now. West at 13 on the winds, 36 degrees on the dew point, 32% on the humidity. And as we get a look at these numbers, I told you they'd be down 63 at Fountain Hills. Look at Cave Creek, 49 degrees, 57 degrees in Glendale, 65 at Ahwatukee, 64 in Chandler. At Apache Junction, 63 degrees right now. And you can see we have a lot of rain. We have some moisture around. The cold front has pushed through the state, so that's working its way out of here. We do continue with the advisory for the snow up there. It's going to be slick and tough going. Visibility will be a little reduced. Also, we have a freeze warning. This freeze warning is going to be with us until 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's for the northwestern portion of the state, 24 to 34 degrees overnight. So they're looking at a cold one up there. We've looked at these. We'll look at them again. As you can see, 6 inches at Kachina Village, Belmont at 5.7, 5.3 in Flagstaff, Mountaineer 5, Munns Park 4, and Forest Lakes comes in with 3. And as you can see here, still some pretty good moisture hanging around the state. We have some down in the valley. Look at that big batch of moisture starting to make, it's getting dark out there, starting to make its move. Still a lot of snow from the rim up through Flagstaff, up into the north, up into areas of the northeast. This is the eastern mountains. We haven't heard much from them as far as the mountains, but we'll be looking into that. because that snow is just really starting to pick up in those areas. And as you can see here, the valley dealing with quite a bit of moisture. Windy out there? Well, not bad. These are the gusts that we have, 26 at Shola, 24 at Window Rock. So that has died down quite a bit. Here's a shot from up at Flagstaff, and you can kind of see that's our tower cam up there. The snow coming down, a little bit of rain kind of mixing in earlier in the day with that stuff as well. And then take a look at it. Here is our forecast for the night. Still some rain, 51 for tomorrow, 70 degrees, things clear out. Nice on Friday, 75. Saturday, absolutely beautiful at 78. And then 80 degrees on Sunday and some mid-70s mixed in with the rest of the 10-day. Watch your kids around water.
And then what I have for you next is something I started to play for you earlier, and then unfortunately, well, yeah, we had that interesting breaking news come out of Sky Harbor Airport, which turned out to be nothing. The bag that had been oops. Let's see, can you hear this? I started to play this earlier, and
Hey, Obi, do you want me to send you?
we were interrupted by that scare at Sky Harbor, but here is John Hook spending some time with our own Jude LaCava on the couch earlier this morning, or this afternoon. I really enjoy this video. This is from his Facebook page.
Shoplifting and drug charges in 2009-13.
Hey guys, John Hook along with Jude LaCava. We're going to try this again because we had a little technical issue.
I think we should be at a sports square right about now.
We have to hold the camera up this way. Remembering 14 years ago tonight, we were getting ready to do a pregame on the third baseline, Jude and I. And I remember Kevin McCabe used to work here coming up and saying, "Hey, don't be nervous, guys. They're watching in the clubhouse."
It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing.
Jude, it was an amazing night.
You know, I look back, and there's so many moments that are forever imprinted on the baseball fan, the city of Phoenix. But it was the aftermath. We're up at Sliders with Jerry Colangelo. You remember that?
Yeah. We were sitting there having a beverage. Jerry was not. Jude and I were having a beer afterwards. Jerry had the trophy. And the spires that come out of the trophy that have the flags on it all around. It had been manhandled in the locker room, so they were all bent. And getting this kind of look at the trophy, and there's Jerry in Sliders holding the trophy that he had worked so hard to finally get a championship. Never got one in basketball. And I think you and I both had the same feeling. There was a little, is this it? Is this the pinnacle, right? And it's again a reaffirmation that it's the journey, not the destination, that's special.
And I think what reemphasized that was that it's just you, me, and Jerry. wait, where's the team? What's going on? I mean,
exactly.
But the events leading up to it were absolutely remarkable. And Kurt Schilling had pitched beautifully going into the late innings. Randy Johnson had jogged out from the bullpen. And here comes Mariano Rivera, the best closer in postseason baseball history. And here comes Mark Grace leading off the inning. And Gracie, in his kind of loosey-goosey kind of way, gets on base. And all of a sudden, immediately it went from, oh, no, Rivera to, hey, wait a minute.
We got a shot.
Got a shot.
Yeah, and I felt that way because, as we talked earlier, in New York, the D-backs had touched Rivera a little bit. They'd gotten to him a little bit. They had gotten some hits off him. And I thought, well, they've seen him. They've gotten some hits. It could happen. And they were in a good part of the order to get it done.
They were, and after he threw the ball into center field, you're like, wait a minute, man, he's lost his poise. He's not invincible. And if you follow all that, then Craig Counsell gets hit, and then Jay Bell pinch runs, and here comes Luis Gonzalez. And you're thinking, wait a minute, if there's anybody, the season he had, if there's anybody that could pull this off, maybe it's Gonzo.
Let's talk about that for a minute, because you've had some conversations with Gonzo that he has woken up in the middle of the night in the years since and thought about what?
What if it doesn't happen? What if I don't get that hit?
Everything changes.
Because, he's an iconic figure in town. He's with the organization now. He will forever be attached to that remarkable moment. But, there is that fine line between victory and defeat, and it was a little blooper. The infield was in, and it was just enough to get over Jeter's head. The spot's still marked out there at the chase. And here comes Jay Bell, and Matt Williams greets him, and the D-backs are world champs.
It's incredible. And on the backdrop of 9/11, which was incredibly emotional to go back there. We were there a month after 9/11, and the rubble was still smoking at Ground Zero. It was simply unbelievable. And down in Battery Park, all of the pictures and the candles of loved ones who'd been lost, and it just remained rain-soaked, worn, and you knew those people weren't coming home.
Yeah, it was such a emotional time in realizing that you're there, and amidst the biggest event in American sports history, the World Series, and it was becoming the distraction that this country needed desperately. But I'll tell you what was interesting that I'll never forget. And you and I were we were outside Yankee Stadium, a good distance away. It was Game 5 when B.K. Kim was reinserted into the game, and there was a collective, "Oh my gosh, can you believe it?" roar, and I was watching the TV set, and you came. I said, "What just happened?" You asked me if you remember this. I said, "B.K. Kim's back in there in relief again after what had happened in Game 4, and they got to him again, and they now have control of the series 3-2. Right. But you could hear this collective roar, almost with a degree of laughter, like, "Are you kidding me?"
What are they doing?
Emanating from the stadium.
Right. And I remember saying that night in our broadcast, it was Halloween. Remember?
Yes.
It was Halloween. And I said, this is a haunted place. Let's get the heck out of here. And they get back to Arizona and win it. But as you've pointed out, without B.K. Kim, that series isn't nearly as interesting.
The Diamondbacks, and I don't think a lot of people really discuss this, they were the dominant team, especially with Schilling and Johnson, and a veteran-based team that can handle anything. They blew them out the first couple of games, decisive wins. So if not for BK and the added drama of going games 4 and 5, there's never a 6 or 7. I think they would have won in 4 or 5 games.
The best team won.
The best team won by far, and they created this drama via BK Kim, and then added to this underdog role against Rivera in Game 7. So you can't write. I mean, if you sat there and said, "Give me a Hollywood script writer," you really it sounds like too good to be true, a Disney movie. And
the Disney movie would have had the Yankees winning to give the city a boost after 9/11.
Right.
And I think people going into it kind of thought, well, it's kind of destiny. The Yankees have got to win this.
And keep in mind too, we were there years earlier when they broke ground. You and I were playing catch on the same piece of property that became Chase Field at the time. And to see this accelerated effort, the birth of a franchise on the field in '98, and in 2001, a World Series championship.
It's incredible. The city came of age that night.
They really did.
And we didn't burn the city down either. That was the thing I was most proud about, that the city handled the victory with class.
Yes.
14 years ago. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. But
I'm glad we did it together, Jim.
It was great. It was unforgettable, and to share that with you and the crew, and to go back to New York, and like we've said so many times, if there was anything that came along at the right time to move this country forward in a small way, it was the World Series, just to say, let's get back to some degree of normalcy.
Most enduring memory of that series?
I have to say the moment that Gonzo, that little blooper in that eruption, it was an eruption. Are you kidding me?
And finally the city had its championship.
Yes.
That
moment that you work a lifetime for, that comes and goes so quickly, but that energy and eruption in that stadium at that moment.
In relief.
Unreal.
One other moment was George Bush throwing out the first pitch at Game 3 in Yankee Stadium. That was electric.
I have to tell you, here, I think it was the second game, Ray Charles and God Bless America.
Yeah, that was fabulous.
That was, I mean, you could just
and
feel.
Then the stealth bomber.
The stealth flyover.
That was amazing, too. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. We're reminiscing a little bit today, going back 14 years, and I'm glad we could share it with you then and now.
You got it, John.
Okay. Thanks.
Look at those sweet boys. Another person that gave us an exclusive Facebook mentions video today is our own Troy Hayden. And this is from the exclusive video that Troy actually got for us. I don't think you meant to make that face. Check this out.
Hi everybody, Troy, and I'm at work now. I'm in the newsroom, and I'm running a story at 5 o'clock, so in about 15 minutes, with some exclusive video that I got a hold of today. And just a quick backstory on it. I am doing a story. I went out to Florence Prison, the max security prison, and did a story on kind of a day in the life of a corrections officer, and they're down a lot of officers right now, and I wanted to look at some of the challenges of being in, a max facility, max security facility. And I tried to, I requested some video from there, see if they had anything that would show me how dangerous it is. And it turns out they just released something to me today that nobody else has. It's from a fight that happened back in April. Actually, I can't call it a fight, it's an attack. And I want to show it to you right now, and I'm getting ready to go on the air with this. So I'm in this around. So here it is on my computer. This is the chow hall. I'm going to run it. This is the chow hall at the max security unit. This is the central unit in Florence Prison. So if you've ever been down to Florence, it's where you basically see that main prison, all the big gray buildings down there. And not much is happening at first. And I'm going to go ahead and scroll through this a little bit. See, you see this corrections officer walking through. The inmates didn't like that. Apparently there were some newer inmates in here, and the corrections officers where they came from in another facility didn't walk through the chow hall in between the tables. And you're saying, well, that makes no sense. Why they feel disrespected? And you're saying, why do they feel disrespected? That's because inmates sometimes don't think like the rest of us. So what you can't see here is there's a female corrections officer who's trying to leave this chow hall because they all feel threatened. They're all standing up. They're not obeying commands at this point. And they know something's going wrong here. So you can imagine, look at how outnumbered they are. They're trying to talk. They told me that what they try to do is use their words because they don't really have any weapons. And this is where things go wrong right here. And this is where I think it's so disturbing. Watch the guy on the far left. See these swings? Now watch. 20 to 30 inmates jump on those corrections officers, and they just kick and beat and hurt. 7 of them were injured, 1 of them seriously. And the whole attack lasts 14 seconds until people can come in, or the corrections officers can come in. And I want to show that to you again, because to me, it just blows my mind how quickly things went bad. And one of those corrections officers, again, was severely injured. So here they are negotiating again. Now here's where it goes wrong. Watch the man in the front right here who walks up on the left, and then he swings right there, and then how quickly they all jump on top of him there. I mean, it's just awful. What you have to realize, and what I realized after being in there, and my story's coming up next week, and I'll do some more advance notice to let everybody know, is, again, these men are not like normal people, many of them, and they don't react to anger, and they don't react to stress the way other people do, and the corrections officers always have to realize that. Now, before I let you go, because I got to go do this live shot for the 5 o'clock news, here's the good story out of all of this. And that is this man right here. He is Sergeant Reza. On the left is Director Charles Ryan from DOC. Sergeant Reza there laid down on top of one of his fellow corrections officers while he was on the ground getting pummeled by all those inmates. And he was just given a Valor Award for doing that. So Officer Reza, I believe, represents the best of DOC, and he was injured in that as well, but he got in between all those inmates and his fellow corrections officers. So again, 5 o'clock, so I've got about another 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get ready, get some makeup on, get out and show this video to everybody. So tune in tonight at 5 o'clock, and I'm on at 6 and 10 o'clock. Those are the 2 shows that I anchor, and we will have more coverage on this. And follow me, if you will, or like me, at Troy Hayden Fox 10 on Facebook. So thanks for watching. Bye.
Aw, look at that happy face. I was trying to bring you... I see some comments in the chat room about... Troy and Kinsey. Those moments happen few and far between nowadays. I was looking for some of Giolio's old videos, and he changed his name on... I found it. I found when he changed his name to it. I think he deleted all the fun videos he made of Troy and I that were like greatest hits, Troy doing the Clinton stuff. So that's unfortunate. Let me see. What did he say here? I found some little thing, because Google. Oh. Let's see if Troy's on this episode. Here he is. Let's throw it back for a second. And we're gonna go to the Mulch fire again also, guys. I'm being told Sky Fox is heading in that direction, so I'll bring you that too. And I also owe you a top 5, I think. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. This is for Bina.
Hi everyone, welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield. I'm sitting here with Troy Hayden. And Troy, do you want to scoot over? You don't have to. But you...
Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm always getting my stuff together here as we get ready to go.
If you were watching us last night, you'll recall we had some very passionate Coyotes fans that spoke at the city council meeting in regards to canceling the Coyotes lease, and there was one that stood out. I mean, absolutely stood out. Was on the cover of was it USA Today's?
Was she?
I mean, she was on the cover of some big.
Oh yeah,
big
she's a
outlets.
big deal all of a sudden here. Her name is Rhonda Pearson, and I've got her number right here.
The passionate Rhonda Pearson.
I told her I'd call her right at 6:30. Do you know how to plug this in so that we can?
Not yet. I have not learned that.
Jeff said you learned it.
He's lying.
Is he?
Yeah, like a rug on the floor.
He says there's like a
oh,
thing
maybe
you
it's
plug
over
in.
here.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. Do you know how to route that in?
Nope. It's like this.
Here we go. Hold on. No, it's right here. It's right. It's these two.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
So,
that's
I
mic-
unmuted it. I unmuted it.
Mic 5 and 6.
I unmuted it. Yeah. I don't trust it as mic 5 and 6, but I'll unmute everything. So here we go. But you plug it in right here.
Okay, but I'm not going to do
so
that
pale
when
there.
we get out and stuff. So I'm going to call her in just a couple of seconds.
But you're not going to plug it into your phone?
I need to talk to her first
Oh.
and make sure she wants to come on here with us. We don't just ambush people here on News Now.
We
coax them. We slowly bring them along.
I like to.
I think what we should do you have that ready to go? The rant?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's on my Facebook page too. So we're going to put the rant on for you. And you can see this. I called it an epic rant on my Facebook page. Good job, Michael. I really think it is. This is like one of the best. You know, I've been to so many city council meetings
You're really.
in my career. What are you laughing
You're
at?
really heated up about this. You're
No,
really
no.
passionate about
Here's what I'm
this.
telling you. I've been to a million city council meetings, and there are always some oddballs at the city council
Preach.
meetings. And some of them, you just see, oh, it's got 92,000 views. It was at 20,000 when I got in today at 1 o'clock. Some of them are just kind of like kooky. I don't want to say kooky. They're just eccentric people who get up at every city council meeting that's kind of drone on.
And they got something to
and
say.
then the trash receptacle, and there's noise. And if this kind of stuff was going on when I was covering city council meetings, I would be way more into it, because she gets up and she calls out the mayor.
Yeah, specifically. And she, I really like how she went straight for the jersey.
She went for everything. And there's a lot of truth to what she's saying, especially about the Super Bowl. She talks about him getting tickets, and that was a big story here in Phoenix. So why don't we start off?
Well, what was the story in Phoenix?
The story was that Glendale, according to the Arizona Cardinals and Michael Bidwell, who's a very powerful man now who owns the Cardinals, that Glendale wasn't playing nice with the NFL. For the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
the
remember
NFL
that. I remember
wants
that.
everybody to kind of fall in line, and most people do.
Mm-hmm.
Glendale did not take a real forward position on getting their hotels to play along and keep their rates down and not gouge and do those different things. And so basically the NFL took almost everything, almost every Super Bowl activity out of Glendale.
And it was down the street from us, and it made our parking at Jody Arias like $45.
Well, yes.
It was,
How does everything always come back to Jody Arias?
Well, I was really heated up about that because
Okay.
I could only get reimbursed for a certain amount of parking funds that were, allotted towards parking, and
Right.
I thought it was going to be $5 every day.
Public transportation, Kinsey.
Well,
Have you ever been on a bus?
Have you ever been on a bus downtown? That sounds like you're putting yourself
I could see
into.
you. You fit right in. You'd be like, hello, fellow bus people, fellow bus riders. Actually, there's a lot of... What are you smelling?
And on the bus.
Okay, so anyway, they had some issues, Glendale did, with the Super Bowl. So the mayor didn't get a Super Bowl ticket.
Oh.
And traditionally, the mayor of the host city is given a Super Bowl ticket by the NFL or somebody.
Yeah, that's a
So
burn. That's what you call burn.
that became a big issue, and she mentions this. But somebody stepped forward. I think it was one of the owners of one of the other teams. Stepped forward and said, "I want to give you this ticket." So we got a ticket. All right.
Even
let's
Ryan
watch the rant.
Ferguson, who was wrongly accused of murdering someone and was released from jail like 20 years later, had a ticket to the Super Bowl. I think it might be this one, Troy.
This one. All right.
You have the
So
right one.
again, I will call it epic city council rant just last night. So go. You play this, and I'm going to call Rhonda.
You, Mayor Wires. I'm curious because I go to all Coyotes games.
I do have breaking news, so I am going to cut into that.
Partial season, full season. I've seen you at so many games, a number of times sporting a jersey that looks.
I'll pause in case you guys want to go back. But here are some nighttime visuals of that mulch fire we were looking at earlier. It would be great if I had that lower third still. Something tells me I don't. All right, we're currently looking at a mulch fire near the I-17 in Jomax. So this is the Jomax mulch fire. That's what I'm calling it, at least. I've given it that nickname here. Let me make my lower third so you know where this is.
No, that was actually changed from my ride. The intro was changed from my ride.
Here's some nighttime visuals of that mulch fire. And I was told that this is expected to burn for a few days. We've had a lot of chaotic weather here on the valley, cool weather, some rains, so maybe that will settle down this fire. But we saw these daytime visuals earlier. It looks much more haunting
in the evening.
Do we have a picture of this Titus Colbert Jr.?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Here. So there's no mug on the San Diego thing. Yeah, so all we have is like a single static shot of the scene, honestly. I can put it in both monitor and still one.
I thought I saw a video on YouTube that one of my producer's wives shot. Not that he has multiple wives, but you know what I mean. And I am getting word that our chopper's going home, and you can kind of see that because of the freeze frame. But here's the video that one... Oh, is this... Is that not a video? Is that just a picture? Oh, man. Oh, I thought it was a video. Come on. Here's the video. Here's a video that was shot by Mark.
I don't know, I'm smelling Facebook only. Facebook exclusive.
Mark Stein's wife. That's no longer live. Just so you know, this is earlier. And before I let you go, I am going to give you that evening forecast. You know this is for you, Ale. You know that this is for you, Ale. And there's a screen grab of the terminal the terminals reopening at Sky Harbor Airport. A couple were shut down due to a unattended bag. I reported that for you earlier today, and they were opened up. Nothing dramatic happened. But let's take a look at that evening forecast. This is, again, dedicated to my friend Ale.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, hi, folks. Here we go. Yeah, the city, there's a look at the airport out there, looking pretty good with some rain in today to kind of clean things out. 67 degrees. We've got a little bit of rain and some cloudiness scattered around the valley right now. West at 13 on the winds, 36 degrees on the dew point, 32% on the humidity. And as we get a look at these numbers, I told you they'd be down 63 at Fountain Hills. Look at Cave Creek, 49 degrees, 57 degrees in Glendale, 65 at Ahwatukee, 64 in Chandler. At Apache Junction, 63 degrees right now. And you can see we have a lot of rain. We have some moisture around. The cold front has pushed through the state, so that's working its way out of here. We do continue with the advisory for the snow up there. It's going to be slick and tough going. Visibility will be a little reduced. Also, we have a freeze warning. This freeze warning is going to be with us until 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's for the northwestern portion of the state, 24 to 34 degrees overnight. So they're looking at a cold one up there. We've looked at these. We'll look at them again. As you can see, 6 inches at Kachina Village, Belmont at 5.7, 5.3 in Flagstaff, Mountaineer 5, Munns Park 4, and Forest Lakes comes in with 3. And as you can see here, still some pretty good moisture hanging around the state. We have some down in the valley. Look at that big batch of moisture starting to make, it's getting dark out there, starting to make its move. Still a lot of snow from the rim up through Flagstaff, up into the north, up into areas of the northeast. This is the eastern mountains. We haven't heard much from them as far as the mountains, but we'll be looking into that because that snow is just really starting to pick up in those areas. And as you can see here, the valley dealing with quite a bit of moisture. Windy out there? Well, not bad. These are the gusts that we have, 26 at Shola, 24 at Window Rock. So that has died down quite a bit. Here's a shot from up at Flagstaff, and you can kind of see, that's our tower cam up there. The snow coming down, a little bit of rain kind of mixing in earlier in the day with that stuff as well. And then take a look at it. Here is our forecast for the night. Still some rain, 51 for tomorrow, 70 degrees, things clear out. Nice on Friday, 75 Saturday, absolutely beautiful at 78, and then 80 degrees on Sunday, and some mid-70s mixed in with the rest of the 10-day. Watch your kids around water.
Thank you, Mr. Muncy. And before I leave you, I am going to give you my top 5 stories. You want to hear my top 5 stories? Don't act like you don't. What? I said, you want to hear my top 5 stories? Don't act like you don't. Don't give me that look. 5 California students were stabbed today. A suspect stabbed 5 people on a university campus in Central California Wednesday morning before police shot him and killed him. Ooh. 2 of the victims attacked at the University of California Merced were taken by helicopter to hospitals for treatment. The other 3 were treated locally. The San Diego shooting pretty much took up most of our News Now day. The suspect, San Diego police SWAT team members surrounded the suspect in an apartment on Wednesday, where they said a man armed with a high-powered rifle was contained after shooting at officers responding to a domestic incident. We haven't contained, a spokesperson told reporters at the scene. Multiple schools were under lockdown because of the incident, and the San Diego International Airport temporarily would not allow planes to land because the incident was happening so close to the airport. I'm working, Troy. I'm working. I played some vintage Us. I'm glad I have blonde hair now. Vintage us. Yeah. Kinsey 3 months ago was a little chunky. Okay. At 1 p.m. they allowed airplanes to land again at the airport, and after a 5-hour standoff, the suspect surrendered. They're saying that one of the only presidential candidates on the GOP side that isn't going to beat Hillary Clinton, if hypothetically they had the general election right now, is Donald Trump, who's one of the lead contenders in the GOP. But when it comes to pitting him up against Hillary Clinton, he's not as strong as Ben Carson, Ted Cruz, or Chris Christie, or even Marco Rubio. They say that this has a lot to do with her likability and her trustworthiness. A man was stabbed over chicken. 2 grown men, multiple men were eating and drinking at an apartment complex when a 34-year-old ate the last piece of chicken. A 38-year-old attacked him. A fight ensued outside, and he stabbed his friend to death. Retired TSA dogs need homes. When Transportation Security Administration bomb-sniffing dogs retire from patrolling airports and elsewhere, they need good homes and people to care for them. The dogs up for adoption are either retired or didn't get through the explosive detection training. They are usually German Shepherds, Labrador Retrievers, or German short-haired pointers. They're 2 to 10 years old. Most of the TSA's dogs have lived in kennels, not houses, and thus are not familiar with living in a home environment. That's kind of sad. That's actually horrifically sad. I never want dogs to live in kennels. That's disgusting. All dogs should have land. My little dogs have a lot of land. I mean, it's not a lot of land, but it's a lot of land to little dogs. The dogs are located in San Antonio, Texas. If your application to adopt one of the dogs is approved, you will have to travel there to pick up the pooch. To apply, contact the TSA adoption coordinator at adoptatsacanine at ole.tsa.dhs.gov. And that's my show for the evening. Thanks so much for watching Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield. Fox 10 News Now is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. I will see you tomorrow, and I can't wait. It's going to be a good day. It's Thursday, which is almost Friday. Thank you.